Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And a global namaste to everyone out here, our Healing Our Earth family all around the world. And here you are connected to a beautiful platform where you're going to be having an amazing event that you'll be watching today. I'd like to say, first of all, a real namaste to all those people who are going to be joining us today, all the contributors, because if you've just tuned in from any part of the world, you're going to find that you're going to meet the most amazing professionals, health practitioners, who are going to share some of the most profound wisdom and knowledge with you. So today, I just wanted to say from Dr. Hani Kalaria here, global namaste to everyone and all our Healing Our Earth family members. Now, to start off our program, I always do a little prayer. This is just so that we could say, we could pay our salute and our salutation to all those gurus. And I consider all the doctors and health practitioners as our gurus who are going to be passing on our knowledge. So with that, I'd just like to say, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. To all our wonderful practitioners out there. But before then, I need to perhaps introduce you to a really amazing gentleman. This is our one and only Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who's going to be, of course, hosting this particular program with me today. And not just that, he is a real, I just find him an amazing man. He is going to be bringing so much change to this world through the Integrated Global Health Forum that we are setting up, and he has founded. So Rajiv Gupta is a qualified medical doctor with 26 years of experience in the National Health Service, which is based in the United Kingdom, of course. He's been the chairman of the Regional Council of BMA and Regional Consultants Committee, and he's a chairman also of the Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. He's a yoga teacher, which is something that I'm very interested in, bringing, I would say conventional medicine with spiritual medicine. He's a yoga teacher, has an interest in complementary and alternative medicine, and is a mastermind on integrating conventional medicine with other disciplines. He believes that no branch or discipline is perfect and has a cure for all ailments. And working together, we can help the patients a lot more, of course, and particularly if we understand the benefits and, of course, weaknesses of different disciplines of medicine. Now, outside medicine, he's a professional life coach and award-winning entrepreneur. He's very keen on digital world and has created a Sur Chapel digital sales assistant, which I need to still ask what that means, which received an International Hermes Platinum Award. He has mastered emotional intelligence, and his book, Business Use of Emotional Intelligence, is, of course, extremely popular. So we are so proud to say a namaste to our dear Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji. Hello, Dr. Gupta ji.
Thank you so much, Hane, for the kind introduction. And thanks a lot to Nil Kumar for masterminding this all healing the earth. I'm so proud to be part of it. Integrated health is so close to my heart. And I believe, being a classical doctor for like 27 years now, conventional medicine, allopathy medicine, whatever you call that, this is the most accepted branch of medicine across the world. Take the tablets, get the cure. And there is an important role that we have got. If you got heart attack, you need to go get it sorted rather than just trying to get the herbs working. Herbs might work, but it takes time. So there is a place for everything. And the idea is that now we bring everything together. What's good for chronic pain? There is not much in the typical conventional medicine. Well, there is a lot in terms of Ayurveda, in terms of hypnotherapy, and similar is homeopathy has got something for asthma, which conventional medicine hasn't got. So the idea is we bring it together and how we together help it. So I might actually share a little slide just to introduce the topic, if that is helpful. Let's go back here, a little bit back. And so we need to connect all of these together. So if we go here and see that this is all that we have got. So integrated health is not little thing, it's a big thing, because we need to have pieces from conventional medicine, pieces from Ayurveda, pieces from homeopathy, pieces from acupuncture, pieces from reflexology, pieces from hypnotherapy, aromatherapy, dance therapy, music therapy, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, and a lot more. And the idea—
Well, I like that dance therapy you mentioned there. That's true. I'm glad you included that as part of the integrated health, because it is very powerful. And I can see, look at this, when you see visually how many pieces have to come together to make something happen. And you are actually masterminding all this as well, of bringing everyone together. What a wonderful leader you are. It's amazing.
So for that, we need interprofessional collaboration and interdisciplinary collaboration, so that working together, we can bring it all to achieve the common goal of providing an optimal, ideal, evidence-based care to our client, patient, or whosoever what we call. And therefore, nobody is disadvantaged by a single thing which helps. And this is how I see it. And I don't know whether you can see it, putting all hands together in this integrated health. If you want to see inside the hands, you can figure out a face.
Yes, I can see. What a beautiful, a very powerful image. Yes, And you always also talk about, Dr. Guptaji, that we always think about the patient. Nowadays, what happens is a patient just maybe a doctor tells them this is what you need to do, and that's it. That's all they follow. And sometimes it doesn't work. There's no solutions there, and there's still suffering. But here, the way you're mentioning this is everything's focused on the patient. Everything. They get choices, they get options, they get the knowledge. And of course, you bring all the professionals together so they can provide that knowledge to these patients. So yeah, there's a choice. So this is fantastic because the face shape, it's actually the patient that we're talking about, aren't we?
And putting the hands together from all disciplines. And if we all join our hands together, we can get there and get it done.
Absolutely.
So one part is interprofessional collaboration, which I think is a big focus here now. And that happens if we not only put our thinking together, but also our strategy together, our system together, our strengths together, our trust together, our gestures together. Because if we don't trust each other, we are not going to really achieve a big deal. What we are going to do piecemeal integration, and that's not what I would really like to do. And the next will be interdisciplinary contribution and collaboration. So group work and leadership, because what we plan to do is have groups of people, say for example, from Ayurveda, groups of people from homeopathy, people from yoga, people from Tai Chi, people from hypnotherapy, but also an intermixture of the group, so that it's not a group thinking because everybody want to prove that their science or discipline or branch is better. But in fact, we allow openness, cross-questioning, and the communities are created which have got members from different branches to help and create a social complex which is going to make the difference. And I think that is what we would need in terms of collaboration, that we have trust, exchange of ideas, assist each other, support each other, share our thinking and the success stories, and do a teamwork to achieve the final success or the collaboration. So I think I might stop here and get our first guest, Tariq, who is I have got the fortune to speak to him. He's an amazing person. He has done a lot of work in terms of science. He's a pure scientist at this point in time. So I don't know whether you would want to introduce.
Oh, yes, of course. Welcome, Dr. Tariq Jagmagjeeb. How are you? Global namaste to you.
Hi.
Hi. I know that today you're going to be speaking to us a little bit about interprofessional collaboration. So there's going to be lots of information that you'll be sharing with us. So I'm going to leave Dr. Rajiv Guptaji to ask you and perhaps interrogate you, as I always say, with some questions. And perhaps you can enlighten us in this particular field with some of your knowledge.
Sure. I'll try my best.
Yeah. And before we do that, before we start there, could you tell us a little bit about your background, or perhaps Rajiv ji may want to share a little bit about your background?
Okay, I'll leave it up to Dr. Rajiv to do that.
So he has qualified in India, and he has a unique system where he has joined in order to do a lot of research. And during COVID time, they have done very natural science, thorough research, which is through the scientific studies to create product that is going to be helpful. So immunity is his forte. So building immunity in order to manifest how we can protect ourselves from the ill health, but also to create futuristic health. And they have got a very special arm, which is dealing with dermatology. But taking that apart, I think what we're going to hear today is that how he sees this integration together, because being a qualified, he's dentist by background, by the way, but he has done so much of research work in order to create the products which are natural. So how we integrate that natural products, a little bit about the research science, and then how we build this research into the portfolio, because I believe that Nobody's going to accept us unless we have a thorough evidence base. We need to do research. Some of the research is already done. So having that, how we get professionals bringing together to pull that research together, but also to do the research for future. And I think
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Tarekji, then it will be wonderful to find out because, doing all these and launching some of these products which boost up people's immunity. I mean, that's one of the most powerful things you can give to people because, of course, people will remain more healthy if they have stronger immune systems. Can you tell us a little bit about these products and how did you come about doing the research for this as well?
Yeah, so there are a lot of products already in the market that are sold as immune boosters, all the way from curcumin to ashwagandha to ginger. And we basically wanted to create a natural herbal agent which can help patients with COVID as well as patients who have long COVID. So we have our own rat lab where we do our own rat experiments, and we created this agent by actually looking at the different pathways the COVID virus uses to escape the immune system. And then we created this agent. We did rat studies on it. We did human cell line, and now we are even in the human trial phase. So we are doing a government approved 100-patient human trial. Besides that, we have already treated around 35 to 40,000 patients of COVID as well as long COVID with it.
Wow, this is 35, 40,000 people, patients. That's a lot of people. So
Yeah.
all that, this is your products that you're saying, the product, that it's a natural product that helps
Yes,
to boost up the immune system. Is that right?
yes, yes. And when we are thinking about boosting up the immune system is actually very complex. So until you understand what the virus is doing to evade the immune system, you can't just give things which so-called boost the immune system, because it's not like you need to boost the entire bit of it up. You just need to target areas which the virus is down-regulating. So for different viral infections, there are different pathways that you need to target. For example, in dengue, we have an agent now which we are researching for dengue. When we are targeting dengue, it's a completely different approach that we have to use. When we are targeting COVID, it's a different approach. When we target influenza, it's a completely different approach. So the same agents which would work in one infection would not work in the others.
Oh, I see. So that's something maybe, our viewers need to be aware of, that depending on what illnesses and ailments they're going through, there has to be a different approach to each area to help to boost up your immune system, to support that particular ailment, to help you heal in that particular area.
Absolutely. And the thing is that when you take a herbal agent as an allopathic drug, so when you're basically doing so much of research behind it, there are a lot of costs involved. So a single human trial, which is around 100 patients, from the initiation of a concept to take it to trial would be somewhere between 1.5 to 2 crore in Indian rupees. So you have to be really sure of what you're doing when you start off with, otherwise that entire money goes down the drain. And the only way to convince doctors is you have to create a lot of research behind your work. So we have a international published paper on this. I've been invited to conferences all over the world, which are allopathic conferences, where we speak about how we started to manufacture this, how we investigated the pathways the virus uses to escape the immune system of a host, and then we slowly developed it. And how
right. So did you have like an hypothesis first, Dr. Tarekji? Did you have an hypothesis that, look, will this work? Now let me do an experiment for this. How do you actually come about doing these kinds of experiments? Do you first decide by having a hypothesis,
yes,
or do you?
I understood what your question is. So I have a certification in immunology from Harvard. And when we looked at what the COVID virus was doing in patients, we basically had to do a lot of research to understand what are the different pathways the virus uses to do an immune escape. Then we had to look at which are the possible herbs or herbal molecules which target those particular pathways. So we came about that there were 3 herbs whose molecules we could extract, and we did a pure extraction of those molecules. They were 87 in number. We combined them together in a pill, and that's how we are working with COVID. So we had to first actually understand the pathways the virus uses to escape the immune system. then do a search where we have to find out which plant molecules are there which can block those immune escape pathways, then actually figure out if we could do the extraction, then do a cell line study. That means we take human cell lines, we subject them to the virus, and then we add this agent to see whether it's working. After that is done, then we take it to rat trials where we see if it's working on a rat, and then from there we take it to a human study.
Right. Okay. So there's a big process, for people to understand that when you come up with statistics and facts, etc., from these experiments, etc., there's a lot of work that gets done, for us to arrive at those statistical figures.
Absolutely. It takes a long time. It took us around 2 years from the start of the concept to actually have the pill made and have it approved. So it does take a very, very long time. And I think this is the best way to go about it. So if you're launching a herb in the market or a herbal concept, you should do at least a cell line study, then take it to animal trials, and then take it to a proper human trial. The only reason why we are not able to do it for many herbs or herbal concepts is because there's no way to protect your research because you can't easily patent it. So even though we have now a US patent on our drug or on our agent, it's very difficult to get a patent out unless you're doing something completely unique. So what is the point of a pharmaceutical company spending so much of research and making this if it can only be copied by someone else for free?
Right. So that's the other thing, because these are all natural products you're talking about, and those herbs can be bought, like medicinal herbs, etc., can be bought, and people could maybe even just put this together at home if they knew the actual secrets of the combinations.
That's the difficulty. You see, the reason why they can't put my stuff together in their house is because we've used various extraction processes to pump those molecules out from the herbs. So if you simply take all three herbs together, which are there are only three herbs in my med, and if you take all three herbs together, it will do you no amount of good.
Right. So that's the important bit. Yes, I understand. Yes. Well, I'll ask Rajiv ji to also perhaps, ask any of these questions, because I'm sure he's dying to ask you a few questions on this area. So Rajiv ji, please go ahead.
That's brilliant. So I think that is very, very good. I was thinking to just take it, knowing your background on this integrated aspect and integrated health, as we discussed previously on phone, that it would need doing that. So how you think you would be able to get, because by the way, we are going to launch a journal, which is already in the process. And for that publication, we got all the permissions and everything else. It is the health practitioner. So for doing and publication, how we will use your health knowledge and expertise in order to do that integration, how you can help others. Because there are a lot of people, they have different backgrounds. Some of them have been a chief investigator of the multicentric double-blind control studies, but there are many other of my colleagues who haven't got. So we are going to pull together some of the people who have done and take them through the editorial process and also peer review process for the journal. So we perhaps need your help there. So that, and also supporting doing this research in order to prove the benefit of the integrated health, means connecting all together. So just your views on how the two things you would be able to perceive and move together.
So what you can do is, in your journal, you can do two types of publications. One, what you can do is actually things like what we are doing, where we are taking it from a cell line trial all the way to human trials and work on publishing that data. But you can also actually publish case histories. So you can take single case histories and publish them, and that would make a big impact with other practitioners who are reading the same thing. So what we have done is we have a group of now around 50 doctors who I train in immunology, and we have around, at least I think around 1,000 case histories already of patients, all the way going from asthma, COVID, long COVID, cancer, liver failure, all kinds of different case histories which these doctors have done with patients' test reports, with patients' testimonies, all kinds of things. So that data that we have created is kind of overwhelming. And if there are any doctors out there who want to learn how to do this or who want to learn how to get trained in immunology, they can simply contact me and we can help them join our group. They can attend one of my lectures for free and they can see the doctor sharing the case histories, as well as me basically teaching a different aspect of the immune system in that particular lecture. So this
Also,
is what I could help you guys with.
yeah, perfect. I think that'd be very good. And so if your doctors would want to, because they have done that, they want to send case reports to us, we will be delighted to publish that. So that'd be a good thing.
Absolutely. So we can definitely do that.
And also we are trying to do some courses for people how to publish so that the other people who have not been to the deep end, but at least then we can encourage them. They are clinical practitioners, so they have done a lot of clinical work and we will help them translate into it. So that would be quite a good thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that'll be good. So is there anything else you would just wanted to share? Otherwise we can actually ask if other people would want to have that.
Not really. I mean, the only thing is that with alternative medical practice, the onus of proof is much higher than with normal allopathic treatment. So if you're just giving an allopathic drug, you don't need that much of onus of proof to give it because there are standard protocols already out there. Whether the drug works or doesn't work doesn't seem to matter much as long as there's a protocol for its use. But in alternative medical care, it could be anything that you could call alternative. In that, the onus of proof is very high. So the only way we are going to get more practitioners to join is if we give them a very high onus of proof. And our entire focus should be on that.
I think that is extremely good. So I don't know if anybody else want to ask question. There is one more which I wanted to ask you, and that is that what do you see is the challenge in this collaboration process, which we are going to launch?
The challenge in the collaboration process is one practitioner of one particular art doesn't know or understand what the other practitioner is doing. And every practitioner usually feels that their method is usually correct, whether it's an allopath talking to an Ayurvedic doctor or anything really. So how do we get people to speak in the same language which all of them can appreciate and understand? That's going to be a kind of a challenge. And at times, what a practitioner would do is he would use a part of the system that he knows already and try to layer some other system on top of it. And as they keep layering different therapies on top of the one they already know, they make a mess out of it at times because they don't know each one perfectly well. So this is going to be a challenge to do.
I saw Tina smiling. I don't know whether she wanted to say something here, but I clearly see that challenge. Tina, do you want to say?
Oh, I was just going to say how much I can totally relate to that with, layers upon layers, as opposed to having an integrated approach to wellness. And yeah, you said it beautifully. Thank you.
Brilliant. So I think let's try and tackle that as much as we would like to do it. And it's a mammoth task. It's a big task. And we will need, in theory, a battalion of people. We have got a lot of people, 50, 60 people who are committed to it. But
I have one idea, Doc.
Please
so
do.
The idea that I have is to do webinars or do meetings with different practitioners on any one particular disease. So do it in the way that an allopathic conference happens, where let's say you pick asthma, for example, you would get different practitioners from different fields talking about how they have helped in the field of asthma. By doing this, we could all come to know what each practitioner is actually doing and what kind of results they are getting. And then we could have a collaborative approach and say, well, look, these are the kinds of things that you could do which possibly work in asthma. So
I think it's a
this would
brilliant
be a
idea.
good approach.
It's a brilliant idea, and that would also give us a little bit focus on what are different strands or disciplines and what they contribute, and how we can effectively utilize, like as you mentioned, asthma, diabetes, fibromyalgia,
Exactly.
yeah, Parkinsonism, where there is not like a proper cure on one or the other side, and how we can pull different branches together. And as you mentioned, if you do a proper like conference, even a short conference, people have got opportunity to present, and then there's also opportunity to have a cross questioning about
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Fantastic.
So I think we should do that. Every month we hold one conference, even if it's virtual, and we have a topic, and everybody can contribute their case histories or whatever they feel like it, and do presentations on it.
Fantastic. I see hand from Madan. He's one of the great guy who I have managed to speak, and he's just amazing, doing cell biology research and wonderful work. And he's going to share some ideas. So, Madan, do you want to just ask the question, and then we'll formally introduce you?
Rajiv ji, namaskar. Greetings from Cambridge, UK. Namaskar ji. Hani, namaskar.
Namaskar ji. Thank you and welcome to Healing Our Earth. And it's so wonderful to hear. I love this idea about doing these regular webinars. What did you think of that, Madan ji?
I think I just wanted to, I heard Tariq mention this, and I thought this is a lovely idea. Some of this is already in progress. So I put a link on the chat box, and Tariq mentioned rightly the need to bring all the different modalities. We are very fortunate in India to have perhaps the largest number of modalities operating officially in a country.
Wow.
We have in India, we have an entire ministry for the Ayush systems. And that ministry takes care of Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, naturopathy, Tibetan medicine, and all of these things. And so when you're working at that level, at the governmental level, with the official, with the whole ministry, together with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, so there is a ministry. Tariq's idea is very exciting, and the bit I wanted to flag here, Tariq, and everybody watching, is there is an activity. I've flagged one such, it's called the Independent Research Ethics Society, where it's a small activity running out of Calcutta. Now, if you go into that website, you will actually see some work in that direction, Tariq. But we need to do much more. We need to do so much more in that space, not only in terms of the systems that are officially recognized in India by the ministry, but we need to bring in other systems also from around the world. So we are very fortunate in Gujarat, in Jamnagar. We now received a World Health Organization's Global Center for Traditional Medicine, GCTM, WHO GCTM, and perhaps we must initiate dialogues with them to see how they will respond to Tariq's comment, and people like Rajiv who have a lot of experience in this space. The dialogue is essential. How to extend that dialogue, bring in other players. Now, Tariq, I must add here that the language that is used might not be an easy one to unpack. So we must be sympathetic to that, but dialogue is the first step.
And Madanji, you mentioned about the dialogue side as well. I can see at the back of you, One Earth, One Health, World Order. Is that part of the work that you're doing right now? Tell us a little bit about your background as well, so we get an understanding of where you come from.
Thank you for, yes, this little bit here is where the world is heading for several reasons. Because there's a lot of dissatisfaction in how health is being offered, extremely commercial, commercially very, very exciting for those interested in the space. But as far as the end use of the human being is concerned, or the animals are concerned, or the plants are concerned, or the earth is concerned, it doesn't work. It fails miserably. And there is a need for a complete rethink about this whole thing, about what we mean by health, and to distinguish health from health care, and to distinguish health care from commercial health care. And
what is the difference, Madanji? What is the difference? Because, you know, at the end of the day, because of course all doctors want their patients to become well, but there seems to also be, you know, in commercial terms, there are, of course, you know, different types of medications that are being launched all the time. You know, of course, pharmaceutical companies would really find it quite important for them to sell those as part of their work that they do. How do we differentiate? Because natural medicine and natural health may not be as profitable or commercialized as much than the traditional side. How do we help people understand that it's really important to think about human lives in a way that we can give them the best possible care without looking at profits, perhaps, but looking at healthcare first?
I think you've answered my question, honey, that health is different from healthcare. If you stay healthy, you wouldn't have to worry about all the problems associated with illness. If you look at our systems, medicine that we have, the Irish systems, we can see 4 limbs to it. And the one that we are talking about is the unfortunate limb, which is curative. If you took care of the first 3 aspects, which is preventing disease, maintaining health, and promoting health, you don't slip into that unfortunate 4th. And when we talk about commercial aspects, that unfortunate 4th has got to a point where it's exploitative. So and I'll tell you why it's become exploitative, because the whole philosophy has within it a conflict, which is ethics versus business, ethics versus profit. And somehow they don't go together in the current framework. But if you bring the 3 other aspects of disease prevention, health maintenance, and health promotion, and you grow equally vibrant enterprises and businesses in those other 3 areas, if the emphasis is on profits, then they are equally viable.
I think that's amazing. That's amazing, Madanji. What you said is because there are all different aspects. Cure is one part, but that's the right extreme. Prevention and health promotion, because if you prevent and promote the health, that means you stay within this sphere of well-being and do not have departure from the health. And therefore, connecting the 2 and keeping on the left side of the tree is so important. So please, there is a lot more wisdom in you. And I would just want to bring you back in, but I was thinking that we've got Pratishtaji here, Acharya from India, and she is a master of the mind, body, and spirit. And it is so good to really have her here to re-enlighten us. You know, she is so powerful in thinking and influencing people. So how she would be able to do it. And I think it'll be good to have her and have her views on this. So maybe, Honey, if you want to introduce her, otherwise I will do so. We are so proud to have you here, and Pratishtaji, we'll keep connecting to each other because I have so much of faith in you bringing it together and helping us to taking it to next level.
Well, global namaste to you, Acharya Pratishtaji. It's Pratishtaji, right? Acharya Pratishtaji. Well, I just wanted to, you look very young, and I'm so glad you're working in this field, right? Tell us, Acharyaji, what is your background? What do you do? What do you specialize in?
Thank you. Integrated Health, especially Dr. Gupta and all the wonderful people from this organization. I am just a tiny yoga sadhak working for the promotion and propagation of yoga and Indian culture worldwide. And I would just say, Dr. Gupta said one word just now before I began. He said, we together can do. And then I was told that I have to speak on integrated health. So I just thought what integrate is. And if you look at the synonyms of integrate, one of the synonyms is to unite or united. So that means together, that means united. And there is a very popular program in India these days, Diplomatic Dispatch at national television. And a very senior diplomat was interviewing me, since I have also served India as a senior diplomat. So, Hani ji, I look young, but I'm not that young. So I think that's
actually, I found out quite a little bit about you. I thought I'll do a little bit of research on you, and I found out, I have to say this to everyone, although, of course, actually, she looks so, Pratisha, she looks so young. I would like to say, actually, she's a member of for committee for yoga protocol on diabetes. You also work for the government of India, especially promoting yoga. You're part of the yoga certification steering committee as well, especially with the quality control side of it for working for the Indian government. And the member of the Indian Yoga Association. I mean, that's amazing because I love yoga. I think it's a fantastic thing. And yoga is everywhere in the world. And it's wonderful to promote it in the right way. And I know your background, you're a Indian classical dancer, culture expert, a mind therapist, author, also a former diplomat. When do you fit all this in? I just don't know how this yoga, I have to learn what yoga you learn. You look so young. And you've done more than 40 television shows on yoga as well, with leading channels from ZTV to so many other channels. Just wanted to say thank you so much, that you're joining us here on Healing Our Earth with your wonderful variety of knowledge, because it's so wider. And I would like to also take this opportunity to say well done to Dr. Rajiv Ji. I don't know where he brings all these gems from around the world. So we have to congratulate him as well for recognizing these gems from around the world and inviting them here on our Healing Our Earth, so we can inspire so many more people out there in the field of health. So please, so tell us a little bit about the kind of work, integrative health work that you're doing as well through yoga.
Yes. So I was just saying that I was at this program, and there was a very senior diplomat who was interviewing me, and it was about the upcoming International Day of Yoga, which is coming on 21st of June. So he said, Acharya ji, you work so closely with the Indian government. I just want to know why we have taken yoga to United Nations. So I think the answer is the sum of the whole conversation. I said we took yoga to United Nations to give United Nations its true meaning. Today, when people are scattered, when families are scattered, when society is scattered, and even nations are scattered, we need science to synthesize. And that science to synthesize is yoga. So I don't know how many of you know Hindi, but if you look at the Hindi mark sheet, at the end, it's written yoga. You look at the English mark sheet, at the end, it's written total. So that means when we look at life in totality, when we learn to live in totality. Now, what is happening today is, even at the time of this crucial time of pandemic, our organization, Mokshayatan Yoga Sansthan, has worked immensely in helping people come out of not only their physical problems, but also their mental traumas, because during this time, everybody has lost something or someone. And that was a very tough time. And we came up as the first institute who gave the common yoga protocol for the COVID prevention and management. But the best part about that protocol was that, of course, we got a chance to give its first copy to Honorable President of India and then Honorable Prime Minister of India. But the best part was it was not only about yoga. That protocol was made unitedly, togetherly, with people from modern medicine, then people from Ayurveda, then people from diet, from yoga, and even homeopathic experts were there. And then we came out with this common protocol for prevention and management of COVID. So when we look, it's very common that sometimes we have contradictions among two forms, but it should not happen because we supplement each other. And that is the beauty of life, beauty of world, and beauty of yoga, that we all unite. When it is about health, so all the expert doctors are here, and they would agree that if we look at the World Health Organization's definition of health, it is wellness at the level of body, mind, and soul. We never talk about only body, or just only mind, or only soul. And such is yoga. Yoga is a science that touches all the levels of human life, whether we talk about physical level, mental level, social level, emotional level, intellectual level, financial level, and even spiritual level. But this is unfortunate that I belonging to a family of yogis, because I'm the third generation. And throughout this time, I have seen the journey of yoga. First, yoga becoming yoga, then becoming yoga and pranayam, then becoming yoga and meditation. And then we say yoga is just a mere set of physical exercises. No, it's
so there's
not.
now yoga dance, and there's yoga this and yoga that. So the actual essence of yoga has just been taken away, and the actual spiritual sense of the union of the mind, body, soul is just been taken away by taking little elements of it. Yes, absolutely.
And Haniji, if you look at any part of your life, I say just forget about everything. Just look at dance, or just look at music, or just simply look at your heartbeat. There is a rhythm in everything. And that rhythm we need to accept. You know, our heart never beats like dhuk, 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 dhuk. No, it's like so that beat. If we talk even about yoga dance, yoga music, dance is also a part of yoga. Music is a part of yoga. Our yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, samadhi, this all comes under the boundaries of yoga. And then I still remember it was long back, because our Vandaniya Gurudev, my father or my guru, he was the one who initiated yoga even in the army. So when he proposed
just on that point, Honey, you might not, when people don't know, Acharya Prathista's father was the first person to get Padam Shri, Dr. Bharat Bhushan ji. He was the first Padma Shri.
Congratulations! Yes, you can see that your father's done so well, and you're probably making him so proud with all the work that you're doing as well, and promoting yoga in this sense as well. What you just said. What a beautiful gift, that we are giving to the world. Especially, from India, everybody says that India has given so much knowledge and wisdom to the world. It's the land of spirituality. And where does this wonderful knowledge come from? Isn't it so powerful? And Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji as well is bringing this knowledge as well to the world, as part of the integration, that he's working towards. I'm very, very proud of this, especially being a yoga bhakt, and a meditation bhakt myself. Because I've been practicing yoga mainly meditation for over 20 years and teaching it as well. So what you're doing is really, really beautiful. So how do you feel that we could take this to the world? Because Dr. Rajiv Gupta's ji, his vision, and all our vision, by the way, here on Healing Our Earth, Neil Kumar ji's as well, all our vision is to really make this world a healthier place, make people happier. You give them an approach, of health that will help to, as we say, prevent and maintain your health, rather than trying to deal with trying to solve problems afterwards. What would you say about this integration and this integrative approach?
See, this statement itself is so beautiful. Heal the world, and so is the motto of Mokshaitan Yoga Sansthan, to make this world a better place. We have to think about what we are leaving for the next generation. That's very, very important. And when we talk about heal the earth, or we talk about yoga, as I said, we need to learn how to live in harmony. That's what your organization is doing. How to live in harmony with people, how to live in harmony with nature, how to live in harmony with other beings. Now, what I feel, because I'm a part of several yoga committees, I have served as a senior diplomat, have visited so many countries, and after looking at everything, I strongly feel that human being is going away from Mother Nature. And that's the root cause of all the pain. I generally, because I don't know if anyone has heard my lectures or sessions before, I always say, we are living in AC houses, we sleep in AC bedrooms, we sit in AC cars, we sit in AC offices, and then in Hindi we call it AC ne aisi ki taisi kar di. So now we have just forgotten to stay with Mother Nature. We have healed so many patients with such simple things, simple breathing practices, simple asana, very, very basic asana, pranayam, in combination with spending 20 minutes in sunlight. I'm telling you, people are not spending time in sunlight. Sun is the source of energy. Okay, fine, they are doing Surya Namaskar, they call it sun salutation, but still they don't understand the science of sun. Whatever energy we get it through sun. They are not spending time, they are not walking on green grass. They don't know the science of right eating, science of right drinking. And most important, I always say that all the diseases begin either through your stomach or through your mind. So we need to be
very true. And you mentioned as well about the grass as well, Acharya. You just wanted to highlight that point. You talked about the sun and you talked about nature. Being a Rotary chair, working with the Rotary Club as well, myself being a chair of the Environment Committee, we know how important it is, as you said, to connect with nature. And it also heals. And I'm sure Dr. Rajivji is going to look into that side as well of how we connect. And I've also studied and read research on how you can walk on grass. Even Gurujis, like spiritual gurus teach you this. But if you walk on grass, how it pulls and balances your body straight away. If you've got aches and pains in your body, if you just walk for 10 to 20 minutes a day on grass, tends to take away and relax your whole body through this. So I truly appreciate when you're talking about the nature side as well.
Yeah.
I think that's
20 minutes. Yeah.
So I'm thinking is that I would share my experience. I'm a kind of doctor in hospital, and being consultant in hospital means all the stress just pushed up to you. You are the final answer, and it can be quite draining. And I like myself walking on green grass without shoes or socks for 5 or 10 minutes and breathing deep with the trees. Actually oxygenate the body and mind. And as Pratishtha said just now, is that body and mind is interconnected, and WHO says it's not just physical health, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. So it's all together, and more we nurture each part, they help regenerating energy that allow you to be a better human being and heal others. So healing is very different than treating, and therefore we are trying to move away from the small part of treating to healing and the difference and being well-being. So I don't know.
It's a powerful statement, Dr. Rajivji, going away from treating to healing. And that's a very, very powerful statement because, maybe from the efforts that we're working on, and yourself are working on, and people like Acharyaji is working on, on an individual basis, but coming together, we could create maybe, as we say, the unity, the collectivity, the force, as we say, to bring this into being in a much faster way as well, much quicker way as well. And of course, we have Dr. Amalia here, who's another one of our global namaste to you, Dr. Wai Ching. my dear sister on Healing Our Earth, all the way from Ecuador. I know that you're a firm believer in natural healing, and you're an energetic healer as well yourself. Did you have any questions for Acharya Ji while we've got her here? Because yes, she's a wealth of knowledge by this, like wherever she's going, she's bringing this wealth of knowledge with her. Would you like to perhaps ask her any questions?
Well, I just want to say thank you for your work. I can feel your presence, your calmness, your clarity, and your groundedness in what you do. So this is what's needed, especially with feminine power now that we bring out in the world, but in a soft, natural way, without any effort and force, which is the natural way. And then it just like, this whole conversation has just put me in a beautiful state already, just talking about the grass and putting the feet. I mean, just sitting here in the building, we can actually help people with the mind and meditation visualize putting their feet on the grass, and that already we begin to resonate. And that's the power of the mind, as you mentioned. So, I just want to just thank you for, your work and out in the world, and it's what all we have to do. And I just want to ask you then, we are very idealistic, us. We are beautiful spiritual beings. We are idealistic. And you have been a diplomat, or you still are a senior diplomat. And there are many aspects of deception and collusion in that world. How do you bring the light there? And how do you bring that illumination to the people you work with?
What a beautiful question. Please.
Yes. That's true. Working as senior diplomat comes up with several challenges. And I think, as I said, that rhythm is very important. So whenever life is up and down, we need to just remember that we have to make it smooth. And under all stressful conditions, because yoga is not only about, as I said, it's not a mere set of physical exercises. It is a complete philosophy. It teaches you yam, niyam. It teaches you non-violence. It teaches you love. It teaches you peace. It teaches you how to be truthful. And I have seen generally, to answer this question, I'll just share a very small incident. It happened when I was in a very young age, and I thought, I just want to choose the path of vairagya, which is leaving everything behind and staying alone and doing your sadhana. And that was the time when my guru said, staying in mountains all alone and doing sadhana is very easy. But when you have children around you, when you have family around you, when you have work around you, when you have colleagues around you, you have all the ups and downs, still you are not losing your mental peace. That is the biggest challenge. And that is what yoga teaches us. So he said, he gave me examples of all the great yogis. He said it started with Lord Shiva, who was a grahasti, who looked after so many things, but still he was not lose. He never was a part of all the ups and downs. So the crux is that once we learn how to, the biggest, in our yoga philosophy, it is beautifully said that biggest pain of life is that we are searching for permanent things in a temporary life. Let me have a permanent house. Let me have a permanent job. Let me have a permanent relationship. Let me have everything permanent. And then all of a sudden a virus like COVID comes and we realize that not even my body is permanent, So that is the moment we realize everything is temporary. Once we learn to live with this awareness that everything is temporary, and we follow the path of Ishwar Pranidhan, that's one of the niyam of yoga, which means you do your best, do your 100%, and leave the rest to that divine power. Let him take the charge. And that one thing will never let you have hypertension and high blood pressure. I assure you that, because this approach itself is so soothing, which gives you physical and mental well-being, and you learn how to be stable in all ups and downs of your life, which is the exact message of yoga.
This is so powerful. What a lovely answer you have said. And it brought another question, and I don't know about yourself, Dr. Wai-Ching, because you also travel in many countries around the world, and you represent many committees as well internationally on the health forums. I just had a question here. Wouldn't it be wonderful to bring yoga to all the leaders of the countries? Because as you're already doing this, like Dr. Modi ji, for example, I mean, Dr. Modi ji, you know, he also does yoga, and look at his, he's done amazing work for India, I believe. And having that kind of clarity, focus, humanitarian nature, yoga tends to develop that within you automatically and helps you to get a more positive approach towards life as well, just by making you a bit more balanced. How do you propose that could be one of the things as a diplomat? That because by having leaders appreciate this will make even our life much more easier, because they will be more open to integrative, you know, medicine, integrative health solutions. What would you say with that, Acharya ji?
Yes. Hani ji, right now, because through Government of India and even through our missions abroad, High Commissions, embassies, we are already doing this. I would just I would love to share with you 2 years back, because since 2 years, because of COVID, you know, travels were hampered and people were not able to travel that frequently. So the last IDY physically International Day of Yoga that we celebrated, it was the President of Suriname and President of India performed yoga together in Suriname, and our Gurudev, my father, my Guru, he was the one who conducted that session. So even other than that, when I was posted in Mauritius, it was His Excellency, the President of Mauritius, who joined us at International Day of Yoga event, and he performed yoga with us together. So it is now happening. And as you know, people like you and Dr. Gupta and everyone here, when we unite together, anything, I'm offering prayers or I'm meditating all alone, of course, that will leave an impact. But when we all do something good together, that leaves a more stronger impact. So now that, you know, everybody has joined together, this message will definitely go very far. But at the level of government, this is happening. And government is trying its best to explore the knowledge of yoga to the world.
Wow. Well, we'll be with you all the way because we are firm believers that you're doing an amazing job. We also have, you know, Madanji here again, you know, Madan Thangavelu, and he's also been speaking about such wonderful work when it comes to integrative medicine, health, and to have a One Health approach. So, Madanji, is there anything that you may wish to ask here, or any thoughts that come up that you would like to share with us?
No, thank you. Thank you, Hani. There's several things I would like to share, but I'm never very good at presenting this like what Acharya Pratishtha has presented. If you will permit me to share my screen briefly.
Please do that.
I'll just take through a few images just to convey what's in my mind. And the other thing I wanted to share here, because we have senior doctors, physiologists, and practitioners here. Rajiv ji connects also with child health and many aspects. A question, and Pratishtha ji has told us about the significance of yoga. Now, over the past few centuries, the entire scientific machinery is stuck elsewhere. You know, it is the way the prism that they use to view the world is slightly different. And so for me, the big question is there a way in which we can change the direction of this prism just a little bit so that they see the truth? They see what is reality through the perspectives of what the Indian systems have offered. You know, our systems date back to a long, long time. We have all the darshanas, you know, we have Ashtik darshanas, Nashtik darshanas. We have great minds like Adi Shankaracharya, who gave us Advaita Vedanta. But how do we make this palatable for contemporary minds who are
Very
rushing
deep question,
elsewhere.
very deep question, very deep question.
Yes, how can we bring it out to minds who are looking in a different direction, but most times their mind is in the right place. They want to help people, but the only tools they have are derived from another way of looking at the world. So just a few images just to show you where I feel we should go. I'm just tell me if my screen shows. This might be the best way to share these few thoughts. Number one,
please go ahead, Madanji. I think the share would be working right now.
Thank you, Haniji. This is the first image I want to show you. This is about, it is connected deeply with yoga. It is connected deeply with all those so-called esoteric areas of chakras and nadis and all this stuff that yoga has so much understanding. There are textbook level information about all of this. Now, this is work that comes from a team in Berlin. And for the first time, they have shown that if you look at the spinal cord in yoga, we all appreciate the importance of the Sushmana and the two other
and Pingala.
nadis. So we understand that, but it sounds too esoteric in terms of trying to show that there is a connection between that old thinking and what is the real biology behind this stuff. Can we put this together? So from Berlin, I pull up this recent press release. You can see it's very, very new. It was just a few days ago, 24th of May. It says the mysterious system of the sensory system of the spinal cord. So we know about the chakras. We know about the nadis, the 70,000 nadis that run through the body. And all of this is pointing to some anatomy, anatomophysiology, neuroanatomophysiology for medics who are here with us. But are there modern parallels? So this is the research. And they correctly say long known, but hardly studied. When they say long known, they might not know it as well as we understand in terms of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and in terms of pranayama and all of these things. Now, what is fascinating here, I've always wondered, let me stop here. I've always wondered when people say you do diabetes, you have diabetes, you do Surya Namaskar and you do this for 2 months and diabetes disappears. You have hypertension, like what Pratisha Ji has just said. You have hypertension, you do yoga and it goes away. And you say, how the hell does this work? And here is the evidence. It says a direct link between something from the spinal cord going all the way to different parts of the body. And they've done these studies. They can see where these cells are. What is the connection between some neurons that actually senses the spinal fluid and connects with the rest of the body? Isn't that amazing that we now have evidence for this? Now, I'm going to stop sharing here because I want to show you something else. I want to connect this with something else. Tell me if my screen is visible.
Not shared yet, but I think it is a wonderful thing and we would want to hear more. In fact, we will try and take that to our forthcoming journal, which will be hopefully ready in July, to have that publication, because this is where science is brought to the real life. So
Rajivji, I think your comment is so important because it's very fresh, implications are huge, and it validates whatever we are talking about. We are talking about personalized medicine, and we're talking about predictive, preventive, participate, and all those little things that we're talking about. And we're talking about cardiovascular disease prevention. And there's a lot of work that's been going on in different parts of the world. This is a WHO sponsored activity in south of India in Kerala. Now, if you step a little into this and see where things are with the Indian government that's giving such incredible leadership in trying to integrate all these things, this is what we see from the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. They're so bold in wanting to highlight this one health agenda. And the thinking somewhere is coming from the concepts of Adi Shankara and Advaita Vedanta. And you can take that thinking that's been with us for about 2,000 years or more and use it like a scalpel, like a surgeon. You can go in and ask about the realism, idealism, and the challenges to big programs that the world is talking about, like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And if you say, can you reduce this to practice? How would you bring this to the ground? Here is an example of an event that was held at the Department of Physiology, Old Institute of Medical Sciences. This was held the early 2019 now. For many in the audience, they might not know that the All India Institute of Medicine was set up around 1959 in New Delhi. And 1961, there was the first ever paper of EEG studies on yogis that came from India, from this Department of Physiology by the two founding professors, Dr. B.K. Anand and his team. Now, all this knowledge is there with us, but we are not in a position to bring it out to the world. I don't know what the reason for that is. And we are talking about emergencies and emergent physiology and the links that can be made with India's traditional sciences. Some activities that we are doing here across Europe with the Medical University of Graz, with research workers in France. We are touching some of these questions. Now, what is exciting is that we have people like Professor Gregory Nino, who is at the oldest medical university here in Europe, in Montpellier, and they have an understanding. So the mind can only think in a certain way in the grand scheme of things, but the way you would phrase this would be different for different people. And this is from Gregory Nino, who's just authored a book called Non-Pharmacological Interventions, and the subtitle being An Essential Answer to Current Demographic Health and Environmental Transition. So Gregory is grappling with some of these ideas that Adi Shankara and others have worked with. If you go into simple thing like hypertension that we talked about, and we unpack hypertension based on our contemporary understanding, you will see some of the reasons for hypertension based on environmental pollution, how it damages certain parts of the kidney. We have, from a contemporary biology perspective, each of those cell types that are in individual little glomerules of the kidney can be understood. I'm going to stop here. I'm just to give you an idea of where we can actually bring all these threads that we are talking about, from environment to animal health, to One Health, to One Earth, One Health, and the need for a new thinking, new agenda. So there we are. There's much more I would love to share, but I can come back to it.
Yeah, please stay, because I'm thinking is these all need to intertwine, because not one thing. And that is the beauty. We are kind of connecting the things together. And that's why it's so important that we take one thread, connect to the second one, to the third one. And as Acharya Pratisthaji said, that, it's all yam, niyam, we pranayam, and we have dhyan, dharana, samadhi. It's all like they are one part of it. And then here, we as a human being on this earth are living with the health, which we think respiratory system, cardiovascular system, gastrointestinal system, neurological system. And now we need to connect all of these together in order to bring the best effect. And that is the link which is missing. And some of us have got it right. Then we have got all the whole mind-body system sorted, while we have got some physical part, we have got some spiritual part, and bringing it all together is extreme. And we are lucky that we are going to have.
Yeah, Dr. Rajiv ji, just wanted to maybe, add to that as well. What I loved about what Madan ji also shared is we always talk about mind, body, spirit. But I also noticed from his side, there was environment as well that's been involved, because environment is definitely causing a lot of pollution in many ways, but that includes our bodies as well. And it's having a real terrible impact on our, physical bodies. So I think that including that side as well as part of the integrative approach that we're looking into, I think that would be also an area we should look into of how we could live in a more cleaner environment that could help to affect our health in a positive way. What do you think about that, Dr. Wai Ching? You just saw this beautiful presentation. I really wanted to see even more. I was getting really absorbed in the discussion. What did you think about that? And was there any questions that came up in your mind?
No, thank you very much, Hani, for inviting me to comment. And Madanji, thank you so much for bringing up this non-pharmacological, intervention or medicine, because I'm not sure to introduce myself. I'm actually a Qigong teacher with incredible results and, what people call miracles, right? The same thing as when you do practice yoga. How is diabetes then stabilized? How is a cardiac condition healed? And how is depression healed? So I've been doing this for about 30 years. So what you just brought up is really, truly to my heart. Because over the 2 years, I've been helping people to biohack. So it's a term of looking inwards and looking into the spiritual energy within us, and this in the cells, in the mitochondria, in the production of ATP in our own cells, and how we can activate it with the breath, with the prana, right? And pranayama, and how we can actually do it within our own bodies and heal within our bodies, of course, with the support of plant medicine or herbal medicine. And how we can, like putting our feet on the ground, we start to resonate at 7.83 hertz with the earth. And that's why we need to bring nature back to homeostasis as we do. We have to balance the two, and also balance the microbiome in our bodies. We are the virus. We have trillions of viruses in our bodies, and we just don't know enough of our bodies, our sacred temples of the divine. And I feel this is what's needed as we talk about taking this out into the world as education, as a curriculum for schools, for young people, for teenagers, is that we have to learn about our bodies. I'm always learning about this, and about the spine and the sensory aspect of the spine, going through the cerebrospinal fluids, going to the dura mater of the brain and to the synapses, and how that actually changes our hormonal output, and how that really even would lose weight. This is how we have, people say, oh, they lose weight. It balances everything else. Such is the beauty of nature. So I feel that this is where, while we are exploring plant medicine and this whole wonderful integrated health forum, is that you brought up, Madanji, very important point. Yes, and I know Dr. Rajiv is like smiling also from ear to ear because he believes in this, and Hani Ji too. And Yuji, is that we have to learn about who we are as divine beings and mortal beings. We have such power of rejuvenation within us. So
it's all about taking responsibility ourselves too. So whilst there are organizations like Dr. Rajiv Ji, Dr. Madan Ji doing all this work, each one of us has to also appreciate that we ourselves have the ability to heal. So if we can be open to these kinds of processes and these kinds of ways to heal ourselves, so even from the patient's point of view, they need to be open-minded to be able to appreciate this. I can see this. Absolutely wonderful. What wonderful information that you shared with us, Dr. Wai Ching Ji. Really, really fantastic work there. Dr. Rajiv Ji, did you have anything to perhaps add to this? Any more interrogating questions that we could pass on to Madan Ji?
I was thinking I'm just about to bring Jane Silver in, who is another amazing personality. she's the only person who has done the work on first aid on the mental health and hypnotherapy, etc. So it is lovely. So please do stay. And I think Wai Ching, you have shared wealth of knowledge, how the spirit and the environment, bringing back the balance of life and the microbiome. This is such a powerful thing because the body cells are there, but even more is the number of microbiomes, and therefore they affect the body. So how do we put everything into picture and therefore bring this body, the physical body that is given to us, into a being that recycle the energy and therefore bring the environmental energy together with the cellular energy, which is at the microbiome level, mitochondrial level, ATP, ADP level, and that all Krebs cycle level, which is fantastic. So I think that's brilliant. I just hats off to you all. Madanji, you want to ask a question and then we'll get.
Thank you. I'm going to take Rajiv Ji, Hani. I'm going to take the liberty of I want to chime in with what Waichi just mentioned, and I want to just share a recent story that all of you may have heard this, but it's a very fascinating story, and it's this image here, and it's a story about the daughter of one of the former prime ministers of Kenya, and that's Rosemary there. And Prime Minister Modi presented this at the recent Ayush summit in Gujarat. This was in April. And Rosemary lost her eyesight in 2017. And she says she's traveled to China and many other countries, and nothing worked. And somebody said, why don't you go to India? And there is a place there. And they do something called Ayurveda. Why don't you go there and check it out? And she came to Kerala, to a very old institution called Sridharian. And shown on the right-hand side is Rosemary Odinga with her physician, Vaidya Narayan Nambudri. And you can see details about this organization. So not having had sight for several years, she got it back. Now, this is like a miracle. If you look around the condition, very likely optic nerve atrophy. If you look around the world, there's just one example. This is from the University of Michigan. And they talk very correctly about optic nerve atrophy and all the way down to treatment and drugs. It says, unfortunately, there is no effective treatment for optic atrophy. So let me flick the screen back. The one before there is Rosemary. She says, I couldn't see for almost 5 years, and now I can. And the way it was treated through Ayurveda. Now, do you believe it or not? And when we look at defined cell biology, you can see where and how there are certain models now available where we know where in the cell, which part of the eye there's atrophy, and how in some instances you can bring it back. But understanding that depth of information and knowledge shown here with images on the right-hand side is like learning the depth of Sanskrit as a language. There's a whole language there, the language of biology, the language of life. When things go wrong, you need to understand that language. You need to understand, in this instance, the M word that was raised here, mitochondria. It seems like there are certain conditions where, for some reason or other, you get hypertrophy of the mitochondria, and this can lead to demyelination and atrophy of the nerve. And if you do the right things, which is in this instance would be feeding the optic nerve and that part of the eye using special treatment procedures. You do something called netra tarpana. You localize treatment directly on the eye using ghee and medicated herbs, and everything comes back. So, do you believe
Wow.
it?
Dr. Rajiv ji, I'm so excited to hear these wonderful stories and, real life examples, because it gives so much hope to people who are watching right now. People from all over the world have tuned in right now. Some people may have been going through these kinds of issues and they've been told that they will never be able to see properly again. But there is hope as well. So these kinds of platforms are communicating these very powerful messages with the world, that there can be other alternatives that you could look into. And that's how our global forum and global integrative association that's going to be set up will be able to give those choices and that knowledge and access to people. It's
Honey,
amazing.
if I may, just apologies for interrupting here. In the flow, I just want to add this a little bit now. Look at that treatment. So on one hand, there's a person who lost eyesight, but she was had resources enough to travel around the world and come to India and then treated. Now, look at the treatment that was used. Most likely it would have involved ghee, because ghee is considered a very important substance for moving things across the body. It would have used a lot of herbs. So ghee has to come from cows, which is cow ghee is the one that's used here. The cow has to feed something, has to feed the grass that we talked about. It produces milk, and the ghee is taken out of the milk, but the essential fatty acid in ghee that is known to be pharmacologically important is one called CLA, conjugated linolenic acid. Now I'm going into the technicalities, but this I need to go in here for a reason. CLA is not made by the cow's cells. It is made by the microbiome of the cow. So you can see this oneness, this integration of many, many things that need to be brought together. And then we talk about biodiversity. We now know that the Indian cows have a very special microbiome that makes special kinds of fatty acids. And so the stories that we have connected with certain breeds of cows, when we read Charaka Samhita, we talk about specific breeds of cows that have special properties. But the ancient people didn't know what those were, but they experienced something. And they could put it into practice.
This is amazing. But we want to hear so much more. So we got some more time. Because we would really want. So please do not go away. It is so important. It's so powerful. I'm thinking is that Jane is patiently waiting for us. So let's and then we'll get you back in, because there is so much things which is like very common. And as you mentioned about the neurology, the linolenic acid, the optic atrophy, they're all interconnected. And Indian cows, which produce very different type of the fatty acid. A lot of people don't know it. It is a wealth of information. I would want it to go into the periodical, the journal as well. But I think is the mind, the neurology you connected, and Jane Silver is a master of amazing. So let's hear from her. She brings a wealth of information and how she see how we can use minds of people to connect people and the professionals and bring a big help to the humankind. So I know Jane for quite a while, and as I mentioned, she's the first one who has provided the first aid for the mental health disasters. If you know, in London that has happened, thousands of people struck, and she's there, and she has so good emotional freedom technique is kind of her specialty. So just by a few tappings, she increased confidence, she released pain, she does all miracles. So I would probably want to hear from her at this point in time. And we'll please do not go away. If there are any questions from the audience on the Facebook, Periscope, YouTube, etc., please keep firing. Our panel is still here and we'll keep hearing from them. And Tina also has something else to share. And Wai-Ching, please, that'll be brilliant. So fantastic. Let's talk, let's hear from Jane. Over to you, Jane.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jane, and I live in the UK in a small place called Manchester. well, it's not such a small place, it's a city, but it's smaller than London. I want to bring you a story today because I think it actually tells you a lot about where people get stuck. When I was 14 years old, I had a teacher who basically hurled across an exercise book, screamed across the classroom and went, "You're thick and stupid and you will amount to nothing," she said. At that point, that was like a dagger in my heart. I became anxious, I became stressed out, I became worried, I became nervous. My belief system was that I was a failure and that I would actually amount to nothing. So what I did was I switched off. I did nothing. I hid behind everything, everybody. I became just introverted, I suppose, when I'm not really an introverted character. And it wasn't until years later, and I'm talking years later, probably, well, even now, this is amazing because I can speak out and talk about it. But up until very recently, I was not happy to speak in a public forum. And that told me a lot about the nature of belief. Now, belief plays one huge part in everything. If we believe that we're not good enough, if we believe that we're anxious, if we believe that we're stressed, if we believe that we're sick and we're not getting any better, that is detrimental to our physical health, our spiritual health, our emotional health, in fact, everything. And it wasn't until maybe 10 years ago that I discovered emotional freedom technique. I discovered a technique called mindfulness-based inner repatterning. I discovered yoga. Even though I've been practicing yoga a long time, I didn't really connect the dots between yoga and how I felt. It wasn't until I studied yoga therapy, qigong, the holistic practices of the mental health side, that I realized how everything was all interconnected. And then we look at people like Bessel van der Kolk, who writes a book on the body keeps the score. And interestingly, it is actually literally keeping the score, literally. We know from mental health perspective that if we are stressed or depressed or low, we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. That then pressurizes the back spine, the spinal cord, all of the central nervous system. And yes, if you're not physically well, mentally you're not going to be well. And mentally, if you're not physically well, you're not mentally going to be well, and vice versa. So we see that belief plays a huge part. Now, teachers in classrooms, sadly, are still going about telling children they're no good, they're useless, they're stupid. People that go into the doctor's surgeries even often are told, oh, there's nothing we can do about it, carry on. Do what you're doing, continue taking the medication, continue doing that. But if they have no hope that they're ever going to feel better, then their belief is shattered, their hope is shattered. Their brains then kick in and say, well, what's the point? No point. And so belief is actually playing a huge part. And that teacher, I would actually like to thank today, because actually she made me, in that instance, not believe in myself, but it sent me on this huge spiral of a journey to make sure that no young people, no children, no adults feel like they are worthless. And she did that in a classroom where lads were laughing. Not sure they were laughing at me, but that was the impression and the memory that came in my memory bank. And I think it's really important now that we change the belief of lots of these people to say, hang on a minute, we have to take control of our own destiny, our own health. if we can't get in to see doctors, why not? Why are they not seeing patients? Why are they doing video calls? Why are they not seeing patients? I still don't know the answer to that. I don't know why they refuse to give people appointments, but I think now is the time to take control of our own health. And we have to do that in a forum like this, whereby everybody is singing from the same hymn sheet. We are all singing the same song. We are all doing it from different arenas. And there are lots of people out there singing from this hymn sheet, but there is no connected picture. So how do we connect the picture? How do we do that? That's a very, very big, very, very difficult question. But I think that we have to do it through lots of different arenas. There's the body keeping the score, Bessel van der Kolk. There's also the Peter Levine stuff on somatic theory and how we hold on to feelings, sensations. And those can be shifted through the chakra system and through energy psychology and energy medicine. And if we get the message out that these things can be changed and shifted, and we get enough evidence, which I'm currently working on with the EFTI organization, which is the Emotional Freedom Technique International. They are currently gathering many, many, many case studies of people who have lost hope. They've lost hope because their belief system tells them, sorry, there's nothing to help you. Has anybody got any thoughts, any questions, any?
So I think, Jane, you are absolutely right that, these simple techniques, and it's so difficult, connecting is not easy. I just say that we would like to take it as a jigsaw puzzle, and there are not hundreds, there are thousands of small pieces, and we have that challenge of connecting them and connecting the right place. Otherwise, we will not have the whole picture. So it is amazing what you have shared. You've got Madan here and Wai-Ching here. Both of them are amazing person. And
Wai-Ching, let Wai-Ching, I want to hear Wai-Ching before I.
Okay.
Wai-Ching,
all right. I just want to say that I'm so excited as usual with life, and also that the ancient principles of knowing the sacred geometry of our body is coming into the mainstream. In this case, as EFT, which is actually based on, as far as I know, and of course, this is not a claim to possession. It is something, a wisdom, ancient wisdom. We all know that when we're not feeling well, or when a child is distressed, or that there's even a physical problem, what does a mother do? You put the hand on the head, right? You soothe the head. There are amazing portals of energies within the head area, within all this area. If you just hug someone or stroke their faces, it's healing. If the intention is coming through the hands. And this is the same with EFT. All this is then based on ancient Darwin practices. That's Qigong, right? And the gallbladder and kidney 2. Kidney 27 is here. And then the sternum, C17. And then if you do this is all the central vessel and governing vessel. So what's wonderful is that it's available out of the context of romantic language, out of the context into modern mainstream. So I'm all for that as we move into what I call, this is my book writing, it's called Ancient Future Medicine, Sacred Science. So this is like, it's all exciting. And it's what you're doing is collating all the stories. That's what we all need to do, is the direct experiences of people, and then knowing and remembering that we are all miracles of the divine.
So kind of wonderful. So wise words, because that is where it is. And it is so beautiful that we have got like pearls here, And they are all here who are in the same thing. We just need thread through to all pearls so that we all become a big garland or a necklace, and then we radiant through the world in order to show that we all can make it happen, and it is going to happen no matter. Thank you so much. Madanji, you come.
Thank you, Rajiv. I think, Jane, thank you so much for your very moving kind of account and sharing with us your own experience. Now, I have here with me a book. I'm just going to hold this up. I don't know if it's...
Oh, yeah. The fascia anatomy.
Fascia anatomy and movement, you know. So on the first, the earlier slides I shared how there are neurons that go into the spinal cord and can sense the fluid, and then they extend out and connect with the rest of the body. This whole thing about fascia is something similar. You know? It's a very, it's still poorly explored, but this book is fascinating. I put the link for this book. It's about 420 pages about the fascia, and it takes you into all those aspects. So when you bring that study from Berlin, when you bring Jane's story and the book, the wonderful book she said, How the Body Keeps the Score, and then you bring fascia anatomy and weighting, this is another book here.
Classic.
This is
classic.
This is from 350 BC.
Yes.
And in here are details that look and feel futuristic. It looks like we are not ready for it, or we are ready for it if we get to a level of awareness and consciousness to connect with this knowledge. Yes. Otherwise, it is not open to you.
Yes. And, you know, we talk about the curriculum for schools. This is exciting because the children, they know it. When they hurt themselves, they remember it. They know what to do. Animals know which herbs to chew on if they're not feeling well. And the children, actually, they know what to do. They say, I'm not feeling well, I'm not going to school. And so they have a tummy ache, and they have a reason why. Maybe it's stress or trauma. I mean, I really appreciate Jane's story about her teacher and her, and how we have to bring this lovingness, this compassion, back to our education, and really how we nurture children and not traumatize them in schools, and how we are really upbringing them by understanding our own sensory matrix and how we keep trauma. We all have that, and learning how to release trauma, I suppose, is a human condition. But if we can reduce it way early, I work with traumatized women and children, especially in sexual abuse. So that is a huge way of a violation on the human spirit. And so this is really necessary, and it hurts my heart when I see children being aggressed upon, even by their parents, who know little, because who don't have the techniques, simple techniques like this, like breathing, EFT, or Darwin, however you want to call it, to even release their own stress patterns, and that they can love their own children or pets. I've seen people kicking their dogs. So, they're taking it out on other people in projection. So all these are really such simple things, being human. And that's just what it is, just help.
It's amazing that we are doing a program called Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart. And right as you mentioned, children, because they are our future generation. And if we can teach them these simple techniques, it is amazing, because that's going to create a very different future generation. Like little tapping, they can do that in order to remove the bad feelings they have, in order to remove the emotion burden, which is undesired, unexpected, and also to become more confident and more powerful, because this is all through our organs and body.
Yes.
It is extremely useful. Fiona keeps signaling, I don't know if she's, because she is another great personality, and she's a hypnotherapist, and she has spoken in our previous integrated health seminar, and they are all on similar line. And I'm thinking is, look, we are all here very similar people, and we are working on different areas which look like different planets. Why don't we bring all the energy together to create a big sphere of energy which is going to blast all the negativity from this earth and make it a place worth living? Let's join the mission and make it happen, I believe. Thank you so much for your wonderful, wonderful knowledge. And I think it is very, very powerful. We have heard today, like from different people, like Arik talking about how science works, how natural things can be converted into a practical science, how research can be done, how activity can be done, and how we can make the things happen. And this is amazing that there are people who are doing research, and we're going to use that energy, we are going to use that technique, we are going to run the courses, we are going to help the people who haven't got those skills to do a proper research so that we have a lot more evidence base. And we are also in process of collecting the evidence from the people. So please, anybody and everybody, all the health practitioners from different disciplines, please send us case reports so that we can publish it in the journal and then make it a scientific facts. Because people don't believe on just what we say, they believe in what is there. It's a peer-reviewed journal. We are going to do vetting. We're going to make the site better, and we do the format. So please do that. And also,
and of course, Dr. Rajiv ji, as just wanted to mention as well what you just said, it's important for all health professionals who come from different disciplines to contact us on Healing Our Earth, because we could also offer them a platform to speak and to share their knowledge with the world, and perhaps come and become part of a wonderful, organization that appreciates, acknowledges their skills and their expertise as well. So I think that would be also another important point for any health officials and health professionals, professors, whoever's watching right now from any part of the world. If you feel that you have some kind of a particular specialist area that you work within, do contact us at Healing Our Earth, because we could then perhaps provide you with a platform to share that knowledge with the world as well. And of course, I loved what Jane shared as well, because I think what she shared was really important with the tapping. And coming back to next week as well, today was our fifth program based on health, and it was amazing because so many people have been writing into us. So thank you to all the professionals who have been part of these 5 episodes of health integration. Next week we have World Environment Day, which is all about save earth and save soil. This is on 5th of June, which is also part of our Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations, of course, on that particular day. That's the last day. From 2nd of June to 5th of June, there's going to be celebrations nationwide, especially in the UK, and of course around the world. And that will be from 2 to 7 p.m. After then, here comes a real special event, Ayurveda special, Boost Up Your Immunity. This is on 12th of June, coming up 2 to 7, as always, as we say, and do tune in for finding out the latest information on this really, really wonderful science called Ayurveda. So that's your Ayurveda special. After then, we have our International Yoga Day special, all about integrating your body, mind, and soul. This is on the 19th of June. That's going to be a super special event because you'll get a chance to meet a lot of yoga practitioners, meditation practitioners, and professionals from around the world who will be sharing their knowledge within this field. And celebrating, of course. Oh, and then we do not want to leave out all you wonderful cooking enthusiasts. Here comes our beautiful cuisines that you can learn about, especially with our vegan and vegetarian kitchen. all about achieving good health, and of course, all that through food. This is on the Sunday, 26th of June, 2 to 8 p.m. and it's going to be a real blast. Do make sure you come and join us. And of course, as we know, there are a lot of cooking enthusiasts out there. On 3rd of July, we have our second week of a vegan and vegetarian kitchen. We get a lot of messages for people who love this area, especially food. And don't forget, we can also combine food with health. So there you go. Our work here on Healing Our Earth, as you can see on the screen, is all about promoting happier, peaceful, healthier, and more inspired global communities, mainly by delivering multicultural online education, entertainment, inspiration, information. And if any of you would like to get involved in, of course, Healing Our Earth, our doors are open to the whole of the world. If you want to perhaps become a presenter or a host, maybe help with creativity, maybe support us on social media, you may want to just share some thoughts and comments so we can perhaps organize a show based on what you are looking for as audiences, the things that you want to learn about. Here comes our WhatsApp number. Anything to do with Healing Our Earth, then here comes the number 0044 77121 77703. So there you go. So coming back to, of course, our discussions that we're having, I would love to ask Jane. Jane, that was really wonderful what you shared. And of course, Dr. Rajiv Gupta also mentioned that it's really important for us to educate our youngsters and our youth as well. What was your thoughts on how can we get these messages out to the world? How can we actually administer change? What do you think we could do?
I think that we need to start right at the bottom as well as right at the top. So we need to have the two-pronged approach. So the first thing that I am sort of starting to do now is to go into schools. I have another colleague that she's on some sort of school agenda, and together we are going into various different schools in the different regions, and we're going to do techniques for freeing children from adverse childhood experiences. We're going to teach them how to do EFT. We're going to do like little workshops, taster sessions, things like that, so that all the children from quite small can help them learn to help themselves. The second thing is I think we need to go right up to the top and try and attack some of the belief systems of some of those people who sit in their chairs and right up into the parliament if we have to, and change the way they think about how we approach this terrible epidemic of, and it is an epidemic of mental health. Mm-hmm. It's like a tsunami, and since COVID, honestly, I could work 24 hours a day. Mm-hmm. And never have a day off, because there are so many people out there who are fearful, they're scared. What if I catch this? What if I catch that? Mm-hmm. What if I don't live? What if this? What if that? What if the other? What if? Mm-hmm. They're thinking about future. They're not living in the present moment in time. They're living, I don't know where they're living. Yeah, the past or in the
and the thoughts are, and the thoughts, like you mentioned, thoughts have energy. They have that creates reality as well. Exactly. So if you have these kinds of fearful thoughts, that's actually what you're creating in your life.
And the media sadly don't help, because the media are there 24 hours a day going, well, and it's all negative. Everything is negative, which is pulling everybody down anyway. And so the whole system needs to be shaken. And I keep saying I think I could do a better job of managing the country than half of these people, because they're not listening. They don't listen to what anybody is saying to them. They're just
Yeah, with you see, with Healing Our Earth, you know, we let everybody have their own opinions, etc. with these things, but we also know, you know, there are some people who are doing more positive work out there, and there are some who are just, you know, have particular roles and responsibilities, and that's it. So perhaps, you know, from our side, we'd like to encourage those in powerful positions, people who are leading nations, leading the world. Maybe, you know, we could maybe request each and every single one to take this area a little bit more seriously, because if we look at it in a more serious way, we could think about, if you have healthier, happier society members, we can have a better economic growth in the nation. I always say this: happier, healthier, we become more productive, more efficient, happier families, less costs, you know, maybe on the NHS, maybe more increasing because nobody takes days off because they're not ill anymore, because they're healthier. So many things that we could have a positive impact on by making the nations more happier and healthier. So thank you for that, Jane. Yes, I think,
honey, I also want to say that I think also a great place to change culture is in the workplaces. Which is what I do as well. I go into the corporate world, corporate companies, and teach people about managing their own stress levels that then they can take to their children and show their children that to manage life, they don't need to be always stressed. And I give the parents who are working in these big companies, global, corporate, big organizations, and when they go away and think about what I've taught them, and then they teach that to their kids, they notice how calm the environment they are then living in changes the attitude for their children and how they work, how they motivate themselves, how they build confidence in themselves. So it's a bit of it's a lot of different approaches, but I think a lot of it is to do with belief. A lot of it is to do with language and how we portray that across. Because if we are portraying it as, you know, oh, airy-fairy, this isn't, and there is no nothing from a medical point of view that says, why don't you go and try this, or why don't you go and try that? That may work. That gives the patient hope. Even if it doesn't work, it's giving them, it's a placebo, if nothing else, would actually benefit them more than going, no, sorry, there's nothing more I can do for you. Or
yes, so, no, I think what you've said is really, really powerful, actually, really, really powerful, that we really need to, because I know that even from the first 7 years of a child's life, if you can educate them in the right way, you have a really good program. They say, you know, it's terrible because at the moment, the kind of programming kids are having is different. You know, it's not something that's conducive to their health, to their well-being, to their side. They're seeing things which aren't really something that a little child should see in the world, with the social media, this, that happening in this world. All that, that's all they're seeing. So, well, you know, and also if we educate the youngsters, like you said, plus of course with the leaders of the world, if we can educate them too from the other side.
I think if we get the teachers on board, I think if we could educate the teachers that could then educate the pupils, they would have calmer classrooms, they would have calmer spaces, they would be able to do, even in games or sport, introduce yoga to them, introduce qigong or tai chi or any of those martial art type programs. Helps with the fascia, which is why it's all interconnected with brain health, with physical health, with spiritual health. And it wasn't until I connected the dots that I actually now understand the whole concept.
How it's all interconnected, and how the work that needs to be done. Again, I always say to Dr. Rajiv Guptaji that, you know, it's so good that, you know, he has come up with this idea of putting this together. Very proud of course, Healing Our Earth team members always supporting such good causes. Neil Kumar being an integrative part of this whole thing as well. helping to move this organization forward as well. Founder of Healing Our Earth, of course, the director producer. And, we're going to be very shortly going on to our next host, which is, of course, Keith. He'll be joining us, Keith Sharp, very shortly. So before we just go on in the next few minutes, Madanji or Dr. Wai Ching, if you have any points, any things that you may want to ask or any suggestions with what we've spoken about, would you like to share anything?
Madanji raised his hand.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Jane, I just want to respond to Jane's wonderful thoughts. And again, I'm going to use the screen, if I may, just to point to 2 or 3 points. Jane said very nicely to connect from the bottom and the top. So Jane, very well phrased. We want warriors like you to join more effort. So my first sharing is on the screen here. And this is a EU-funded project. It's called Friends. And it's how to eliminate stress, negative emotions, and disruptive behavior in schools. And you can find it at this website. I'll put it on the chat box as I go along. The second,
that will be very, very useful.
The second program is called Hippocampus. Again, funded by the EU. It's to do with promoting mental health and well-being among young people through yoga. So 2 things here, and I'll put both of those. Please do visit this website and you will learn about the project, the team, what are the things that are going on in this project. So this was triggered by Jane's comments. Jane, the other thing I wish to share is the ongoing kind of narratives in different parts of Europe, and I'm going to, Annie, tell me if my screen is
gone now.
It's just stopped. Yeah, the presentation has stopped just now. Yes.
Okay, here it is. So in 2009, in Milan, in Italy, we had an interesting event. It was called trying to link the Ayush systems with all that we are discussing today, what is life and life awareness, environment, health. This was in 2009. And Professor Brian Josephson, one of our physics Nobel laureates here, he talked very rightly about the Eastern philosophy and the Western science and all this about objective reality. It's too complex to be reduced to a formula, which everybody wants to have, I guess, but it doesn't quite work that way. But the exciting thing is there is some change that's going on. And this was a recent news item, 4th of May, earlier this month, by Robert Booth, who's the special affairs correspondent for The Guardian. And don't worry about all this stuff on the right-hand side. This is that unfortunate thing that Jane was talking about, which we leave that aside for the moment, but concentrate on this little bit. EU officials being trained to meditate to help fight the climate crisis. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing. That's brilliant. So officials are coming on board now to support, just like Jane has suggested. Yes.
Exactly. So to find the inner Green Deal, and we are talking about Buddhist practice, and then we are talking about meditation sessions, and we are talking about feeling and empathy for trees and animals and environmental compassion. Now, all this is what is happening around. As early as the late 1800s and 1900s, there was this gentleman here, John Hewlins Jackson. He was a neurologist, an early neurologist, founder of what is one of the most prestigious neurology journals today called The Brain. And so this is going back 1860 or thereabouts. John Hewlins Jackson made a comment that is true even today when it comes to all the challenges that we see in medical practice, that it takes 50 years to get a bad idea out of medicine and medical practice, and 100 years to get a good one in. And if we remember this and we can keep in mind that these are the kind of challenges that we have to grapple with,
I'm so conscious of time.
Then it takes Yes, it takes time. We have had knowledge with us for thousands of years, whether it is Chinese, whether it's Indian, whether it is from any corner of the world, Korean, Japanese, we've had it. But unless dialogue happens, like what we are having now, and unless we bring minds together, we are very fortunate on my last sharing here, Hani, if I may, which is, again, recently, it was on the 12th of May, we got together in London at the Royal College of Physicians. And it was very, very special event. It was the India-UK Healthcare Summit. And if you can see, if I can put my screen up, just to show you what was the venue and what happened there and what I learned on that day from there. We had our
yes, perhaps we can make this our last slide because I need to move on to Keith Sharp, but of course.
This is the last slide here. The Royal College of Physicians, founded 1518 by Henry VIII. And what was exciting here was the people who were there. Our ambassador, High Commissioner was there, and we had the first female registrar since the establishment of this organization, Catherine Edwards. But what caught my attention was the coat of arms of the Royal College of Physicians. Now, I've shown this on the left-hand side. It's a hand feeling the pulse of an arm above a golden pomegranate.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, because feeling the pulse, we talked about it today. It's a very important part of the old Indian system of diagnostics, pulse diagnosis. And the pomegranate, of course, it has a symbolic aspect to it, but it's also used as a very important medicinal plant. So I leave it there.
Oh, wow. So pomegranate, wow. So you really know how to, what would you say, leave us in this way where we need to have a part 3 with you, Madanji.
You have
to stay. I'd like to request all the panelists to please stay because we will be talking a little bit more, discussing further as well. Do stay around because we would love to pick your brain with all your wonderful knowledge. And I would love to move now, of course, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji. I think it's time to introduce our wonderful next host as well, co-host here, Keith Sharp. A global namaste to you, Keith.
And to you, everybody.
It's lovely to have you here. Let me do a little quick introduction because I know you're a Tai Chi and Qigong master, but what I'd love to do is just do a little introduction about who you are. Now, Keith Sharp left school at 15 when he was 15 years old and completed a 5-year shipyard engineering apprenticeship. He was thrust into management at the age of 29 and, of course, dealt with the shop floor, right through to ministers of state across the world, predominantly on marine and industrial projects. Keith was then introduced to Tai Chi in 1995, where he attended Tai Chi classes for 8 years and started teaching in 2002. He now holds a UK teaching qualification plus certifications from professional bodies. He founded local alliances and is now the honorary president of the TCUGB, which I'm going to find out what actually it stands for. He recognized the need of suitable exercises for over 65s. This is probably 20% of the UK is over 65s here. And he also initiated the program to have Tai Chi and Qigong accepted by the UK government and is dedicated to the production of professional standards for TCQ health and well-being instructors. Amazing work, Keith. We really congratulate you for the wonderful work you've been doing and a really fascinating background of yours. So how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you, honey. And I'd like to quickly go on, please. First thing is, please don't use the term master or doctor because I'm not. I use the term CS, which is common sense. The Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain is TCUGB. All right.
Yes.
thanks to you, Honey, and to everybody at the Healing Hour to give me this chance to actually introduce up to 8 wonderful people throughout the world. And I think I want to quickly say is that I'm actually representing formally the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain and not Keith Sharp.
That's
Right.
brilliant. That's brilliant. And I think that Keith, just to highlight to the members listening that what we're going to have today is a wealth of information from the keystone people who have changed the world. And Keith, although is not, well, not by qualification, but by heart and by practice, he is Tai Chi and Qigong converted practitioners, although not by qualification, but in practice. And having long discussion, he is now our partner. And probably I haven't had time because of this busy time, but Keith will connect and get some of the people for our upcoming journals so that we can have it. So again, appreciate, we're going to have a wonderful session on Tai Chi and Qigong with the wealth of knowledge that Keith has through the official Tai Chi Union, and we are partnering there. So again, thank you so much, Keith, for your effort.
Thank you so much for that, Rajiv Ji, as well. Keith, what is your message for today? What is the message that you would like to share with the world out there?
The message today really is about collaboration and integrative care. Many of us on this particular webinar are involved in some shape or form. And I don't want to take too much credit here, but it is obvious from the comments I received from former students or participants is, when are we going to get our act together? This particular decade is the time. We have the social media, and I would like to thank Nishit for all the work he does. I am so jealous of his technological knowledge.
He's our Superman here. He's our Superman. He's our technical Superman here.
I would like to move on quickly, if I may, is in representing the Tai Chi Union. There are around about 1,000 members. So it's probably the most well-known organization for Tai Chi and Qigong in the UK. And it's those that we represent. Collaboration, integration is the theme that I have been pushing forward, but it's from a small base. But I'm going to introduce my first speaker, or our first speaker, I should say, because she's not mine. And it's with great pleasure that 2 years ago, I saw an image of a lady who is obviously a yoga, world-renowned yoga person, and she was holding what we call is a standing pole position in Qigong and Tai Chi. And from that inquiry, we ended up with an agreement called Qi Prana Wellness, a fusion of traditional Chinese and traditional Indian therapies. It is just a knowledge there, but it is a very, very large start. And so without further ado, I'm going to introduce this lady from Hong Kong, who is currently at 11 p.m. at night. And I do thank you for that. And Ambika Devi Karma Yoga, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Hi, Kate. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste to you, dear Ambika. It's so lovely to see you here. And thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. Please, do go ahead and share the message that you have with the world about health or any aspect that you feel would support us in this area, that we're working in at the moment.
Yes. First, I'd like to apologize for the lighting. I live in the farm in Hong Kong, so where I'm living off grid, so we only have like a little bit of light. So I live in nature, that's the segue of my sharing, is that I feel in this time it's really important to us, if we can have time to come back to nature, to remember, to reunite, to to reunite, to reconnect back into nature whenever we can, to live, to try to live in nature, to breathe in with nature. Here at the farm, I work with the farmers, I work with the land, and we work with the soil. We we see the sunset, we see the sunrise. We are very in tune with the weather, you know, with when is it going to rain? Oh, and the sun is coming. So we are when the sun sets, when the sun rises, everybody is up, everybody is moving. We are working at the farm, you know, we're really moving within the time frame of nature. So our body rhythm are really moving and flowing within the time of the time and the rhythm of the day. And as soon as the sun down, and that's the time that nature is telling us, okay, it's time to slow down, it's time to rest. So our body, when it is in harmony with nature, it's automatically become healthy because we are now moving or flowing in the same pace as nature, which is we are nature itself, but we forget that we are nature because especially when we move to the city, we separate ourselves. We get distracted with all this technology and, you know, in social media and all this high tech, all this industrial, because it's more into the fast pace of life. But then the more we are moving into the technology and the fast pace of life, the more we are moving away to our true nature, which is being with the trees, breathing air, not breathing with dehumidifier at home, or being or have a natural vitamin D by just getting up in the morning and receiving this sunlight directly from the sun, not from artificial sunlight, you know, that we have at home or in some saunas, or watching the sunset as it goes down, or just listening to the bird or sound of the chirping birds or the frogs, or instead of just, you know, bombarding ourselves with, you know, noises from TVs or radios or computers. So my invitation is that if we can find time, every night, it doesn't have to be all the time, but if all the time, that would be great, is allow ourselves, gift ourselves to go to nature. I know when I'm in UK, wow, the nature there is really beautiful. There's so much there that you can go to, you can run. And then here in Hong Kong, we are just so grateful that 75% of Hong Kong is natural park. So we can just, for an hour, we can be in the mountain, we can be in the ocean, we can be on the beach. And I'm just so grateful that I can live in the farm. I mean, when I tell to people that I live in the farm, and they said, what? I thought Hong Kong is like skyscrapers and, you know, big buildings and, you know, like, you know, so high tech. I said, no, that's just the city. But you move away from the city, we have natural parks, we have, you know, lagoons and beaches and mountains. And we all have that all over the world. So I feel that it's the most natural thing for us to remember ourselves, the most simplest thing. And I feel that in this time and age, especially what happened in these last 2 years during the pandemic and all the social distancing lockdown, is that it's time to go back to the very basic, to the simplicity, to just return back to the earth, return back to nature, return back to the soil, return back to simple living, to growing our own food, to going back to our family, you know, just revisiting our family, our connection, you know, that love, that humanness, you know, feel them instead of our hands filled with different phones. Or looking at the computer, really look at someone's eyes or our family's eyes, our loved ones, really talk to each other, you know, touch each other, love each other fully, be present, you know, that humanness. I feel that is the most healing, the most integrated. There's no medicine that can counter that being just full present with someone, listening, being, touching, eating together, laughing together, really looking at the eyes, listening to each other, and family, you know, bringing you guys are talking about kids, putting the children into the center, in the conversation, in our dinner table, in the community. When we put children in the center, when they are at the core of the community, how can we ever go wrong of what we need to do to the earth if we put the children in the center? Because if the children are in the center, how can you hurt anybody that will support that? You will protect that to the teeth, right? And so as environment, and so as our grandparents and grandmothers and the animals, because the children is in the center. So when we reconnect to ourselves and we come back to nature, we realize, wow, there's this connected to our children, that's connected to our own children, their own inner child. And that's where healing begins. Yes, we have all this technology. We have all this advanced technology, advanced medicine. But why did it sprout in the very first place? Because we lose touch to the simplicity of just simply being human, or going back to our innocence, to our creativity, to the love to our children, to nature. And that's why we develop all this stuff, because we need to accommodate this separateness that we're having. So to integrate is to integrate back ourselves into nature, because that's where true healing is. Nature is a natural healer, and we are nature itself. And with that, I send love to the earth, to all the people in the world, to all our children, to all the grandmothers and elders, to all the women, that is bearing child, or the creator, to all the women in the world.
That's
The
beautiful.
nurture, the creator.
Beautiful, Ambika.
Yeah.
So wonderful. And I love this powerful area that you talk about, is how to connect with nature, teaching youngsters. And that is very, very true. A lot of the practitioners and professionals are sharing that with us as well. That it's really important to educate our youngsters. Right? And what beautiful words of wisdom you've shared with us. Thank you so much. Very shortly, of course, we're going to be going off to our next guest soon.
Thank you, honey.
No, we're still here. Don't you worry. Feng, and he's going to be talking to us about white tiger qigong. So let's find out a little bit about him very shortly as well. But Ambika, I just wanted to ask Keith, do you have any particular questions that you would like to ask Ambika from what she has shared?
I think that the difference between us is very important, in as much as that I come from a practical background, and Ambika has all the knowledge of yoga and the history of health. And it just confirms that we really do need to integrate now. And it's been there. I was asked the other day, why am I doing it? And I traced back to 2002, when I attended a couple of weekend seminars in Manchester with a lady called Linda Chase Broder. And she had started up a group to look at what was Tai Chi for special needs. And I take the inspiration from that. And if she was able to see what is going on today, she would be very proud, because many of us come from that type of initiative and not the martial backgrounds. And I think that with the work that Ambika is doing with all the people in Hong Kong and our worldly knowledge is fantastic. And we do speak quite regularly. And so therefore, I don't have any real questions other than say, I hope the future brings more and more integration. And that, as I have to look here, Jane Silver mentioned about the government. Yes, it's the governments we need to convince. Thank you very much indeed, Ambika.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Keith, as well.
Love
Thank you.
Keith.
And Ambika, you've got this beautiful energy about you. And, we love having people like yourself, who are part of this. I wouldn't say it's a movement, actually. It's something that really needs to be done to have an organization as Rajiv Ji is putting together at the moment. Amalia, I know that you've known our dear Dr. Wai Ching, that Ambika, you've known her for a very long time. You've actually introduced Ambika to the platform. So can you tell us a little bit about what you thought about what she just discussed?
Well, as you know, as of a fellow Qigong practitioner.
Yes.
Oh, I have to do that
About
myself.
being part of nature.
I like
Yes,
this.
I thought that with spiritual warriors.
Yes.
So, yes, I mean, we had Ambika, we invited Ambika into our Quantum Chi documentary. And it was lovely that Sharon Rose and I invited her to be part of it because of her beautiful feminine spirit and how that would embody Qigong as a very strong force, but natural force, you know, and as nature, we are also very gentle, but also we can be very forceful, right, Ambika? So
yes, absolutely.
let not Ambika's gentle demeanor.
Yes, I've learned this, dear Dr. Waiting, because Ambika, I've heard that with Tai Chi as well. It's so soft, and it's even pensioners do all this Tai Chi. But the techniques you learn as well, they're a great way to also defend yourself through that as well. There's a really great way to also enhance your health, as we know, you know, from the actual movements. So there are so many positive aspects of Tai Chi that we should all be, you know, appreciating. But I really do appreciate, you know, that you've come on Healing Hour to share, and you continuously do so. So thank you very much for that. I know that we have Jane here as well. Jane.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambika. Jane, as you were here, thank you, Dr. Writing, for such a lovely share there, as always, highlighting all the good qualities about people. And Jane, how about you, from what we spoke about and what Ambika spoke about, the importance of nature and connecting to nature? What do you think about that area?
Absolutely. Grounding is something that we use all the time, or I use all the time in my therapy, because a lot of people are, I know it sounds really strange, but a lot of people detach their heads from their bodies. So they are living permanently in their thought process with thoughts going round and round and round in circles. And I liken it to a roundabout with no stop button. It's no wonder they're getting dizzy and sick.
Yes, a very good example, by the way, very good example. Yes, yes.
So grounding is a very important technique for me to do to help calm down their nervous system, because until I switch off their fight, flight, freeze part of the brain, they're not going to learn anything, or they're not going to be in a fit state to take away that stress. And interestingly, pranayama, breathing techniques, are something that I always incorporate. And I liken it to when first aiders use paper bags to blow into, when people are having panic attacks, they blow into a paper bag, or they stop them, they you know, hold on to their pulse point. Interestingly, that came up as well, because this point here is a really great place to tap to calm down the central nervous system.
And the interesting part is, of course, you know, this probably won't be the right place to talk about this, but you know how it works, because tapping seems to really have a very, very powerful effect, doesn't it, when it comes to your health? You know, it's how it works is the interesting bit, how it actually, it's hard to explain this to people that look just by tapping your body. What is the secret behind it?
Okay, so I try and explain it like we have 11 cranial nerves, of which 3 are the ones that I'm interested in, purely because of the nature of how they connect to the parasympathetic, sympathetic nervous systems and the fascia, essentially. Now, if all those nerves are working correctly, everything is flowing, it's moving. However, if they get knotted up in the fascia, it's like trying to undo knots. And that's where yoga, qigong, tai chi, and all of that sort of stuff comes in. But we tap, and it's a little bit like, one of my colleagues uses the analogy, and I think it's really good, of strumming a guitar. When you strum a guitar, you are strumming the chords to make sounds. When we strum or we tap on the various meridian points, it's sending messages to that nerve to say, let's calm down, let's stay safe. Hello, I'm listening to you.
Right.
And if we use analogies like that, then it's much easier for the general public to agree to do it.
Right. And of course, you know, sometimes when I, like, for example, started meditating many years ago, I said, oh, I just don't have time for this. And then the teacher, you know, the spiritual teacher said, well, why don't you try it for 45 days and then you see if it works, you carry on. If it doesn't work, you leave it. And I thought, well, that's a point. I tried the meditation and suddenly within 20, 21 days, I felt so much more peaceful, grounded, balanced, and so many changes took place in my life. That I thought, how could sitting down for half an hour a day change my life so much and my outlook towards life? But it actually does happen.
Yeah, it does. And I use colours a lot. I use colour therapy quite a lot to ground people. And interestingly, they're the same colours as the NHS rainbow and the same colours as the chakras and the same colours as lots of different like modalities in actual fact. And so red would be roots and orange would be safety and green and yellow's the gut and green's the heart. And you can connect it all together by asking the clients to paint themselves or to imagine bright lights. And it really does work. If you get them to imagine the sun shining down on them, the brain doesn't know the difference between what's real or what's imagined. So actually, by getting them to imagine that they're by a beach and breathing and they can hear the ocean, it's the same as Ujjayi breathing in yoga.
Thank you, Jane. That was wonderful. We'll come back to you a bit later. Keith, we've got Tevya, who is having a video problem. I'll see if I can bring him on a sound. Else we will move on to Mark's video message first, and then you can introduce him later. So stand by for a moment over here, and let's see, Tevya, if you can hear me, unmute your microphone so you can speak to our wonderful Keith over here.
He's there.
There he is, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to just thank Tevya, who is resident in Vietnam, because he does have a young family, but I've actually, and I would like to apologize, Tevya, for pushing you very hard. However, White Tiger Qigong, which Tevya is going to talk about, is very, very important. I think that one of the organizations that I came across in terms of who can the Tai Chi and Qigong Union connect with was the White Tiger Qigong organization. Tevya has a very professional process with great curriculums, and I would like to introduce him to this program and say, welcome to this group, and I hope we can hear you clearly from wherever you are with the family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you for that great introduction. It's an honor to be here, and no worries about pushing me. I'm happy to be here and happy to support any way I can. Should I introduce a little bit about White Tiger and about myself first, or? I would
be delighted for you to share that with the group, because most of the background of our friends are from the Indian continent and a lot of theory, and they keep mentioning Tai Chi and Qigong. Let's hammer home the message.
Okay, great. So I was born with chronic illness, and my parents didn't want me to be in hospitals and on medication and with doctors my whole life. And my father did Qigong since before I was born. So he introduced me to a Qigong master, and every day after school at the age of 7 years old, I would go train Qigong to strengthen my organs, to strengthen my body, and ultimately to strengthen my spirit and my mind. And fast forward, I was in a brutal car accident when I was a teenager, and doctors told me I had to have surgery on my spine, and there was no way around surgery. I was young, I was scared to go under the knife, and I turned to my master, and he said, don't do surgery yet, try this Qigong exercise. He gave me the simple Qigong exercise called the wave, which is an undulation of the spine coupled with deep breathing. And this, little by little, the pain dissipated. I was in debilitating pain, so bad that, you know, if I sat for more than 30 minutes, I was in brutal pain. So after every time I would get in pain, I would do this exercise 5 to 10 minutes and it would go away. And little by little, and eventually 4 years later, I completely healed my back of all pain, and I never had surgery. And now my spine is in better shape than many people 20 years younger than me. So I attribute this to Qigong, to this practice. So I'm a true believer in it. Since then, I worked in a clinic in China, working with cancer patients and people with difficult to treat illnesses. And what happened was I witnessed incredible healing from people with Qigong, from all walks of life. And since then, we have over 6,700 active online students, and we have over 60,000 members in our White Tiger Qigong. And so what I did with White Tiger Qigong is I wanted to understand how to bridge it with Western modern knowledge so that it could make sense and bring a tangible practice to the public. So I knew it wasn't magic. I knew it was something that actually worked, and I wanted to figure out if it could be grounded in science. So I worked with sports science experts, I worked with neuroscientists, and I found so many correlations with neuroscientific benefits and sports science benefits. And so I spent the past decade fusing this ancient practice with cutting edge science. And so that's what White Tiger basically is ancient Taoist Qigong fused with cutting edge science. Now, how I started putting it together in a more professional format was I worked with curriculum designers and professional education experts from Harvard University and Stanford University to put together a university style curriculum that's based on modern professional educational standards. And also we work with leading members of one guy, he's a director of Cirque du Soleil. He's been a director of Cirque du Soleil and some pretty big ballet and theater. And he helped also, he's a White Tiger Qigong student, and he helped with the curriculum design based on a lot of the standards that are used in modern theater as well, in teaching. So we fused those concepts and created a really powerful curriculum that can be taught in a step-by-step fashion. You know, with this is an ancient practice that can be felt like it can take years and years to get, but if you can break it down into bite-sized chunks that are easily digestible, and that's what we did, and create a standardized rubric, which is used in education, and have very clear checkpoints on how everything should be done and the different levels. So we have different levels. We have levels 1 through 3. So we have the body level, which is all the checkpoints where everything should be. And then we have the chi, the breath, which is level 2. And what I did is I integrated a framework from sports science called kinetic chains. And it gives a very clear framework. And I found that the correlation with how chi moves in the body and how you move chi, and for those of you who do Tai Chi, you would totally understand this because you have the kinetic chains in Tai Chi very clearly when you do Tai Chi. So when you can apply that framework, you can start to create a specific list of checkpoints that can be used to show that the practitioner actually can move in a way that is conducive for Qi flow in Qigong. And this is probably difficult to understand just by speaking and by hearing my voice and just by talking about it. So seeing is really the next best thing. So you really should see this in action of how we've applied it. And number 3 is the spirit. So level 3 is the spirit level. And because Taoist Qigong integrates the spirit. And how do you put that into an actual rubric,
right? How do you put that into something that's tangible that, an instructor could look at that person and see, are they doing it or not? Now that sounds even more difficult, but that was the challenge that was laid out before us, and we met that challenge. So for example, we have 5-element Qigong where that the practitioner needs to mimic the elemental movement. So you have the wood element, for example, in 5-element Qigong, where the practitioner moves.
Tevye, can I just interrupt if sorry to bother you, but I'd just like to know how people could contact White Tiger Qigong. If there's anybody left in the world out of the 60,000 you already have. I'd be delighted to have it. We're running a little bit behind time, and I do apologize. But if we can focus now on how to contact White Tiger Qigong, and knowing your curriculum and syllabus is fantastic, and I really do appreciate, and once again apologize for interrupting.
No worries. That's great. WhiteTigerQigong.com, www.whitetiger, and we spell Qigong Qigong. So WhiteTigerQigong.com. You can't hear me?
No, it's all right. I'm being given a cup of coffee.
Can you hear me now?
I can indeed. Thank you.
Okay, great. So WhiteTigerQigong.com. And I'd like to give all the free free ebook to all your viewers as well, which I can send to you later. And you can.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That was really, really wonderful, Tevye. Thank you very much for also joining us all the way from Vietnam and sharing your wonderful, stories and your real life examples, because that's been very, very, I would say, inspirational to see how Qigong can transform someone's health in such a positive way. So thank you for sharing that, and we look forward to perhaps hearing a little more about your work in the future as well. So, good luck and best wishes. So there you go. I believe we're moving on to our next guest who's joining us. Keith, who is our next guest?
Right. Okay. Before we start on his video, is that this gentleman and I have been working together since 2016. When I made a presentation to the Tai Chi AGM about health and well-being, Tai Chi and Qigong for our over 65s. And it's cascaded. And Mark and I have been working together, and he has so much experience in Tai Chi and Qigong. I try to keep away from questioning anybody who has even a small amount of knowledge more than I do. Mark has found himself in a position of being the chairman of the Tai Chi Union, which has undergone some changes in the last few years. I'm not going to bother you with, but he has held everything together. Tai Chi and Qigong Union is a community interest company, which is a non-profit organization, and it's registered at Companies House, and therefore has to have all the necessary gizmos that you do with compliance procedures, etc. And Mark is a major thrust on that. And because some of the information that we share or try not to share is very sensitive, we do apologize to a lot of our members in the Tai Chi Union for not being able to share some of the initiatives that we're dealing with. But without further ado, aims and visions, and a personal input from Mark, who for personal reasons cannot be in attendance live today. So over to you, Neil, for switching him on. I hear a word.
The sound is not there. We cannot hear the sound.
No.
So we just need to switch on the audio when the share takes place on the bottom left side.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Websites up at the top corner.
Yeah.
There we go. There we
We
go.
can hear. Yeah, we can hear it now.
And I'll be here for about 10 minutes to talk to you about the union, its aims and visions, SIMSPA, the Chartered Institute for Management of Sports and Physical Activity. It's a bit of a mouthful, so I'll just call it SIMSPA. and the national standards regarding Tai Chi and Qigong. I'll go through each, and from time to time I'll put websites up at the top corner of the video to help you to link and find information that I'm going to discuss. And at the end, in the same place, I'll put an email address. You can just email me afterwards if you have any more questions. So please sit back and I hope you enjoy what we're going to discuss. So first of all, as I say, my name is Mark Peters, and I've been practicing internal Chinese martial arts and teaching, I guess, for 30 plus years. The name of my club is kaiming.co.uk. Well, that's a website, and Kaiming literally means open-minded. So I train in Chen style and Yang style and various forms. Originally trained with Nigel Sutton, who helped set up the Tai Chi Union in 1991 with Dan and a few others. Part of what I do now is, well, originally I suppose I started teaching the whole art. I practiced the whole art. I competed nationally, internationally. I trained in Malaysia, Singapore and Taiwan. I just fell in love with the whole martial art of Tai Chi Chuan and the whole internal arts of Qigong, Xingyi and Bagua and so on. And then around the mid-90s, I started getting involved in working in the NHS with patient rehab, which is fascinating because as my background in mechanical engineering, it's that kind of human mechanics of movement and helping people rebalance. But we'll get to that a little bit later. So now, as the chairman of the Tai Chi Union for Great Britain, well, the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain, I've taken on responsibility of chairing and hopefully directing where we're going. We have a group of directors, all from the membership, and each director brings a particular skill and a particular commitment and fascination, and some of them have even more experience than me, I guess. But what we want to do is really develop what the Tai Chi Union is and has always been. So let's just call it the Union for ease. It was started around 1991 as a non-partisan organisation to bring together practitioners of internal martial arts, and specifically, predominantly Tai Chi. And then competitions were run, a magazine was started, all to bring practitioners with no particular favour of styles, just to share a love and passion for internal Chinese martial arts. So when I kind of took over last year, 2021, from Dan, the aim is to try and bring it more current. With this in mind, we moved the magazine to a digital magazine. So if you look on taichimag.org, you can read Tai Chi Chuan Internal Arts Journal digitally online, as well as all the print copies. In addition to that, we've been adding more content to the Tai Chi Union website, so you can go on and find a whole new section on Qigong, useful links to other organisations in the NHS, newsletters and so much more. Again, the aim is not to sell one school over another, but to bring everyone together with the shared aims and visions. And those aims and visions are to improve the quality, share our passion and link people together, practitioners and the general public, in the arts and developments of internal arts, internal Chinese martial arts. Some of you are members of the Tai Chi Union, some not yet, but it is worth investigating. And again, just look on the website for more details about the kind of things that you're going to get from becoming a member. Okay, so around 2016, Keith Sharp suggested or brought forward the idea at the AGM that we work in partnership with SIMSPA. I personally had tried working in the past with reps, with Register of Exercise Professionals, to get the fitness industry more involved in the use of, or the better use of Tai Chi and Qigong, and the better training in those areas, so they become more accessible. Again, because I've been teaching Tai Chi in hospitals. I'll come to that later. But the aim of working with SIMSPA is that SIMSPA, being the chartered institute, wants to pull the whole industry together. That includes fitness, gyms, exercise classes, Tai Chi, Pilates and yoga, all under one banner, replacing reps and other organisations to become a more professional chartered institute, and their aims are to improve quality across the industry. Now, the reason Keith brought this up was he suggested that we build an alliance between the Tai Chi Union and SIMSPA to look at developing national standards. These national standards, we started with a committee, and the committee had people from Tai Chi Union, but also the wider industry of Tai Chi and Qigong, and sports and fitness, well-being, the NHS, a whole range of people to come together to look at how we can develop standards specifically in the area of health, well-being and rehabilitation. So not the whole arts, just that particular area of work. So it means everyone who wants to practice more traditionally can still do so. And we started then, much later, developed a tripartite agreement, a partnership between the TCUGB, SIMSPA and BCCMA, the British Council for Chinese Martial Arts, as the governing body. And us working together meant we could develop standards that the industry could be proud of. This is really important in the UK because it gives confidence in quality control. So organisations like the NHS can feel happier and stronger, and they know what's going on. And working those groups together meant that these standards then had parts to them, and over the years of developing and redeveloping, and we went out to public consultation, and SIMSPA even told us that out of all the standards that they've ever developed, the Tai Chi and Qigong standards had the biggest response, the biggest level of interest and the biggest feedbacks that was all showing the greater value. And this all fed into the development of those standards, and we've been working together over the years to get that, and this May 2022 been officially released, and they'll be out in the wild, so people will be able to map training courses to do that, just as I have. The kind of gold standard, I guess, is understanding what the standards are and how we can map to them. So my own training, which is midlandstaichirehab.com, when I specialise in training NHS staff in Tai Chi and Qigong for patient rehabilitation, so fall prevention, cardiac rehab, COPD, a whole range of medical conditions. Again, you can just message me if you want to find out more. But doing that allowed us to use that as a benchmark to see what was required in these national standards. And we came up with a two-part package. One being the core coaching element, and on top of the core coaching, which would be a level 3 qualification, on top of that core coaching, there would then be the technical standards, and those technical standards will be Tai Chi and Qigong. And so the core coaching within it, the BCCMA level 3 coaching course is similar, ideally meets the requirements, and it has anatomy and physiology training, safeguarding training, teaching skills training, condition awareness, awareness of people's abilities, and so on, so we can develop a coaching standard as a core at level 3 or above. And then from there you can add on the technical standards, so the technical standard for Tai Chi and or the technical standard for Qigong, because although they cross over with each other, they're separate requirements. And each of these standards are available by request. You can just email me, and then you'll be able to get access to the details, or you can wait till they're published and they become more available for people to read more widely. Okay. And so the standards will include best practice, how to teach best practice. It will include skills, so the arts, skills in the arts of Tai Chi and Qigong, client knowledge, client ability, adaptability. Again, just to be clear, this is teaching Tai Chi and Qigong in the areas of health, well-being and rehabilitation. So there's no aspects of weapons training in there, there's no push hands in there, no martial aspects, because it's just a particular sector that we're working on. Now, these national standards also enable us to start to delve more deeply into research, because the research can be mapped to the standards. Research including working with long COVID, mental health research, physical health research. All of this can bring things together in a way that's more helpful and useful. And all of this from the seed, as the Tai Chi Union's aims and visions of being more inclusive, of connecting the young and older population and the aging population, which is just growing and growing, so people can be more physically and mentally active. Linking up with SIMSPA has allowed us to bring out and develop national standards that people can work with and be happy with and confident with. Okay, so I hope you find that useful and interesting. If you want to email me for any more information, there's the email address, okay, which is healthandwellbeing@taichiunion.com. As I mentioned before, if you just want to know a little bit about some example training courses, you can look at brillianceTaichiRehab.com, which is my own personal courses. Obviously, there'll be much more courses coming in the future with other organisations, but that will just give you a framework of the kind of things that people are doing. If you want to read the Tai Chi magazine online, you can get older copies on our own union website, taichiunion.com, or you can look at the digital versions on taichimag.org. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening today, and I hope you found it helpful and useful. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, how about that? All right, that's from the leading person within the UK, as far as most of us in the Tai Chi Union concerned. Mark mentioned Dan. Those of you not in the Tai Chi field would not know who the Dickens Dan is. Dan Docherty was his name, a Glaswegian who was one of the founding members of the Tai Chi and Qigong Union. But his claim to fame in many ways is he was a part of the Hong Kong police and was an officer in that organization. And during that time, he became the Southeast Asian champion in a particular form of martial arts. Now, for a Westerner to achieve that, one had to have a great deal of respect. He was a hard guy, he was a blunt guy, and we spoke quite a number of times before his untimely death last year. And so I want to pay tribute to Dan Docherty on behalf of all the people here, because he started this off with regard to 1991. With training standards that Mark has mentioned, it's fantastic. However, I would like to, if it's okay with you, honey.
Yes, of course. Yes, I'm finding it very fascinating. I already looked through the White Tiger Tai Chi website and such really great information. So just want to let the audiences know as well, so whilst we're going from one special guest to the next, and those of you who missed out on that information, of course, you can go and check out the whitetigerqigong.com and find out a little bit more about Qigong. It explains it really well. And of course, you know, this is amazing what you just, the video that you just showed, because it's amazing that even in England and in Britain, there's such a wide number of members who are part of the Qigong community. And Mark Peters has really spoken very well, you know, about the information and the work that they do. Thank you for that, for sharing that, Keith.
Okay, pleasure. He and I will be in touch much more over the next few years. And I said to him, at my age, I won't be around for long. And his back comment was, don't you go and die on me yet.
That's right, Keith. We need a lot more of you, you know.
Anyway, let's move on to our next guest and speaker. This guy I've known for over 20 years. We live within a few miles of each other. We attended the same martial arts school, and we co-founded a small organization called the Tai Chi for Health and Wellbeing. And Mark and his partner basically run that, just for a few of them. But the one point I want to make is that at the end of the day, with all this good going on, is that people who take up Tai Chi and Qigong for instructing purposes need to make a living. I am going to say, without Malcolm's permission, that because he's made a living and an income out of Tai Chi and Qigong, he may be one of the few people in the UK who have moved over from landscaping to Tai Chi and Qigong. And I now, because I don't run any classes, I look forward to attending one of Malcolm's classes on a Monday morning and standing at the back of the class and just doing. Malcolm, can I hand over to you?
Thank you very much, Keith. First of all, thank you for inviting me to sort of share a few things with you. Yes, Keith and I met a very long time ago at a Tai Chi class, funnily enough. And over a period of time, we got very friendly and became great friends and really shared the same sort of passion. My entry into Tai Chi was similar to Tivia's in that it was through ill health. I developed really bad asthma when I was about 30, and I was on several inhalers and things, and the only way forward, well, the next thing was going to be steroids, and I don't like taking drugs, never have done. And a friend of mine, a chap called Charlie Lahuke, he actually recommended Tai Chi and Qi Kung to me. Now, at the time, I was working all day, so the only classes open were evening classes. So I attended a class through Wu-Tan Martial Arts in Southampton and decided that I liked it. I did ask lots of questions at the beginning, which wasn't very popular. Some martial artists, teachers don't like being bombarded with questions from their students. But anyway, I stuck with it. Started off doing one class a week and then gradually progressed to 2 and 3 classes a week. And I used to practice every day at home and also at work, which was highly amusing for my work colleagues because they thought I was absolutely nuts. But the whole thing was that within a 2-year period of practicing Tai Chi and Qi Kung, I was off all my inhalers and I've never used one since. Now, that was about 36 years ago, something like that. So I decided that it was really important that more people should have access to this wonderful way of staying, fit and healthy and looking after yourself. So I asked if I could train as an instructor and was given the go-ahead, and then spent 10 years training with the head instructor then, the teacher, Mr. Tai, and worked a long time with him at his classes and also with tuition of my own. And then one day out of the blue, he just said to me, he said, I know you want to teach. He said, do you mind going along to Eastleigh College tomorrow night and running a class there? And I said, well, no, as long as you're happy. So he gave me a teaching certificate and off I went. And that was my start, really. But Keith and I had identified the fact that through his work through the Primary Health Trust, that there was an opening for over 50s classes during the day. And also the fact that the balance was a big problem with over 60s and 65s. So we set about a program where we could access daytime classes through various organizations at first, and then latterly privately. Now, I started teaching full-time in about 2000. And we started off just with a few classes in between my other work. And then slowly, as the classes developed, we were able to sort of pack up the daytime jobs and just carry on teaching. Now, prior to COVID, I was actually teaching 25 plus classes a week. All of the classes daytime, I don't do any evening classes. And all the participants would have been over 65. My oldest student is 102 this year, and she still avidly practices and believes that the practice keeps her alive and keeps her fit and healthy. As Keith said, I've managed to design a way of making a reasonable living out of this. And I think it's important for instructors moving forwards. A lot of people don't see Tai Chi and Qi Kung as a way of earning a reasonable amount of money. But you can, if these classes are structured properly and they're properly self-funding, there is no doubt that you can make a really good income. And in fact, myself and my partner both practice full time. We have now got classes on Zoom, mostly because of the lockdown, but they've become very popular and they access people that won't go to daytime classes or can't go out of the house. So you've got a whole new market, which we've just really started to tap into now. So for the future, I think that Mark touched on the fact that we need properly trained instructors, but they also need that business training, because it's not that simple to just start teaching and off you go and everything's going to be great and hunky-dory. You've got to learn quite a lot of technical skills. I've looked online and there are several places offering training. I'm not going to mention any names, but I believe it takes at least 5 years of your own training to learn your skill, and then another 4 or 5 years to learn to teach. Teaching is a very different thing from your own practice. And I'm happy to talk to anyone who's interested in full-time working, to pass on what knowledge I have. And it was something that Keith and I talked about a while ago, actually, about possibly writing a manual or a book or something to try and help people who want to teach full-time to just go through all the things that all the things that I've learned along the way and pass on that sort of general information. But the other thing we realized, the more people that we were exposed to in classes and the more ailments you come across, is that there is nothing, I believe, that you can't, I won't say cure, but you can certainly learn to control and slow down some of the problems that people get with chronic illnesses. And I know in my own case, latterly, in the last sort of 6 or 7 years, I've had bowel cancer and various other things. And I know that without the Qigong and the Tai Chi that I do every day, I don't think I would be here. I've had quite extensive surgery over certainly the last 3 or 4 years. And but I've managed to carry on teaching and also change the way I teach, because I wasn't very mobile for quite a long time. So you do learn, quite a lot of different skills, and it's really, I think, really important to pass that information on to the up and coming teachers. The big problem with Tai Chi is that in general, people don't start to want to teach until you get to like 55 or 60, because that's the time, or that's when you've got more time to be able to teach. So unfortunately, I'm going to say unfortunately, in the nicest way, most Tai Chi instructors, I mean, I'm 67, and most Tai Chi instructors are either my age or older. There are a few. There are a few that are younger. Well, there are a few that are younger, but not that many, I don't think. But we do need some, a younger generation to teach, and it means getting people into Tai Chi at a younger age rather than starting, sort of later in life. So, but anyway, thank you very much. I was just going to say, if you want to contact me, you can contact me via my website, which is taichi4healthandwellbeing.com. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You can email me via the site or my phone number's on there. But yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Malcolm, thank you very, very much indeed. All right. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, mate.
Okay. Right. I'm going to immediately, if I may, move on, because we're a couple of moments behind schedule, but I think it's so important that these good friends of mine actually get the chance to talk. I'm going to introduce a guy that I came across, like I have done many times, is I go searching for what I don't know, and I came across this gentleman who is a support to me, in as much as that he is considered to be an older gentleman. we should have been receiving our TV licenses free, but we're not. I'd like to introduce a short bio which he kindly gave to me, Jim McRitchie. He's practiced acupuncture for 45 years. When he lived in the US over 30 years, he was the founding president of the National Qigong Association in USA in 1996. And I'm delighted to see up in the right corner here a figure that I've known since 2006, Roger Yanker, Dr. Roger Yanker, who I've had an alliance with for many years. He is the author of five books on Qigong and now practices Qigong acupuncture at the Personal Energy Center in Liverpool, UK. And he will identify how he can be contacted. Jim, thank you very much indeed for your time, because I know that weekends are very precious to you. But when we're retired, I'm not sure whether Saturday, Sunday, Monday to Friday is a weekend or not. Over to you, Jim.
May I request, Keith? I believe the video is not working of James. So do we need to make sure that video is switched on, please?
Well, I have his picture in front of me.
It's perfect. It's fine. James is on the screen. Over to you. Over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this okay? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I have to take some little, contention with Keith's introduction of being an older gentleman. I mean, I might be older, but the gentleman thing is a little bit too much, that, Keith.
Okay.
Hello and thank you. I'm Jim McRitchie, and I'm talking to you from a little town in England called Liverpool, you may have heard of. And I'd like to thank Keith and the Healing the Earth organization for inviting me. I was asked to talk about acupuncture and energy. That was just a topic that appeared on the poster, but I can't do that without including Qigong. I did practice, started in 1977 practicing acupuncture. From one point of view, acupuncture is actually a form of Qigong. Qigong can be translated. I'm not sure whether everyone's familiar. Some of the people that are involved in this conversation are very experienced over decades in this field, and other people may be hearing it for the first time. So forgive me if I'm being repetitive or simplistic. But Qigong can translate this first word in the Pinyin translation, now used globally, is QI, which means energy, and Gong is working. So basically it means working with energy. In fact, it's not called acupuncture in China. That's a Western word. It's called Zhenju, and it means needle and heat. Heat meaning moxa, which is a way of, warming the points. So it's Zhenju. After being involved in this field for 40 plus years, I have concluded that the best translation into English of the word Qigong, which you can't pronounce, it's not kind of phonetic. How do you say, and the normal person, I mean, we might be familiar with it, but I live kind of like in a very real and on the ground kind of city and community and country. How do you say Qigong? For one thing, it's not English, it's Chinese. My best translation of this is personal energy cultivation. And one way of understanding that is that the more energy, the more life. The better your energy, the better your life. Everyone wants that. I think the primary issue involved is to do with what is called the energy system. The energy system, this is fundamental foundation of Chinese medicine and Qigong and Tai Chi and Kung Fu and Bagua and Xingyi and everything else. It's like, it's all to do with the energy system. But the energy system is not part of Western medicine yet. It's a missing piece. Indeed, it could be said that Western medicine has, in fact, the wrong definition of health. I was involved for the last over 5-year period here working with the National Health Service with what they call clinical commissioning group, and they were doing something called the Health Innovation Exchange. And I got kind of brought in to try and introduce Qigong. And I always love to say that when I was talking to like a lecture of doctors and medical professionals, I'd say, having been an Englishman living in America for 33 years and practicing Chinese medicine, now coming back to my hometown of Liverpool, I think the problem with the National Health Service is, and I'd always wait for like, 3 to 5 seconds because they'd all go, jaws would drop open. This guy's going to tell us what the problem with the National Health Service is. And I'd say, you have the wrong definition of health. And there was always a silence. It was like, what? And then I'd follow it with, it does not include the energy system, which has provided first-line healthcare for 1/4 of the world's population for the whole of recorded history. That's an important statement. First-line healthcare for 1/4 of the world's population for the whole of recorded history. And it's not even on your screen. It's not even like included. The energy system is the control system and blueprint for everything else in our bodies. It's like the software that drives the hardware of our physical body. Being involved with the NHS here, I got to kind of look at some of the reports from the health the officers and stuff of the city of Liverpool. And it's a disaster. It's like the Battle of the Somme. When you look at the health conditions that people have and how they are kind of they're just dropping all over the place. They're in terrible pain, misery, suffering, and nobody even has questioned the fact that you could be to do with your energy system. Now, as an acupuncturist, I was trained and practiced very specifically how to read and measure people's energy system through what they call pulse reading. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but there's 6 pulses on each wrist, 3 positions here, surface and deep. So 3 positions times 2, and here, surface and deep. There's 12 pulses in total. And that is the classical Chinese diagnostic technique and method for diagnosing someone's energy system, called pulse reading. So to work correctly, to work properly from a clinical point of view, the energy system has to have 5 characteristics. This isn't my definition. I've put my own words to it, but this is generally accepted in the field. And these are balance, that's to say it must be balanced, left and right and up and down, back and front, inside out. Secondly, free flow, so that it's not stuck or blocked or congested or stagnant. Scar tissue can shut your whole energy system down, just like that. Next would be the right quality. They're kind of 2 tricky words, quality and right, but just like the right mix. You have to excuse me, one of those people gets affected by hay fever. In this country, the statistics are 1 in 4, 25% of the population get hay fever. Balance, flow, quality, volume, which is just the amount, which is to do with sleep and diet and exercise. If you didn't sleep for 72 hours, your energy would be down. If you haven't eaten for 3 days, if you don't use it, you lose it. And then the final one would be relationship, proper relationships. That's to say between the various internal organs, or what they call officials. So balance, flow, quality, volume, correct relationship, as read and diagnosed on the pulses on the wrist. That is the sum total of all of that, could be described as correct function. And correct function could be also described as health.
Jim, if I may, just a very quick one, is that we're running a little bit behind time, and sorry to interrupt you. Very, very important, but we must get on to some other speakers in a few minutes. So if you could summarize, I'd be very, very grateful.
All right. I tried to practice it. I rehearsed it. Anyway, so I think that skipping to page 5 here, I think that when people have their energy operating correctly, and if you think of it in terms of personal energy cultivation, then it becomes kind of very understandable. And hopefully that will be a way of communicating it to people. I think it's my opinion, if people practiced Qigong and also Tai Chi and yoga and meditation and Ayurveda and all those good, healthy things, it go a very long way towards healing our earth and ourselves. And the sooner the better. So thank you and appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. And Jim can be contacted where?
It's called, you don't have to write this down, it's called www.personalenergycenter.com. And there's free books you can download and audio tracks as if you're in the class and everything else. So
I would not only like to thank Jim, but for attending today, but for the work he did in the States. And he is rather modest in as much as I understand that he was working out of Colorado, which is where Sharon Rose actually resides. But I think you can take claim for a lot of people in Colorado, Jim. I think you told me once, and I don't know whether it was supposed to be confidential or not, so hard luck if it is. You started, and there's now 30 plus organizations around Denver that you are responsible for. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of the population.
I don't know if that's the case, but I do know that Roger Yankee is on the screen here. And Roger Yankee, who's very highly regarded in this field in the United States, and I kind of sat in a piano bar in Beijing in 1993 and said, hey, let's form a club. We'll call it an association. And the whole thing kind of flourished from there. So
and that association, for anybody who wishes to know, is the National Qigong Association of America. And we have some very, very incredible people who are members of that organization. And we've just learned that the states were freed to select Qigong on its own, as opposed to having to have qualifications in acupuncture, Jim, and I think massage before you could go to any state and ask for permission to teach Qigong. All right. Anyway, on to the next one. And we're going to get a little bit formal here. All right. And I want to introduce a guy that I first met, I think it was in 2019, Colin, in a pub in the Birmingham area where we had lunch, and we decided on a program because we were both attending an AGM for the Tai Chi Union. I first connected with the Tai Chi Union, with SimSpa, and the full title is Chartered Institute for the Management of Sports and Physical Activity. And I had a note in from a Madame Tangavilu about standards. And so I suggested she listen to Colin, right? So that we have this arrangement. I believe very strongly that my 5-year apprenticeship, which only had a very large piece of paper saying I had attended, affirmed that I had those skills. We now live in a world where having a piece of paper proving that you have some form of qualification or certification is essential. Unfortunately, many of us may not have had that. And as an individual with 50 odd years of traveling around the world, I am deeply concerned that some of our hands-on skills as artisans are not being recognized. Working with Colin and his team in SimSpa, and I want to mention that he made that presentation, and we've worked avidly over the last couple of years to get the standards up, which Mark Peters referred to. And the Chartered Institute, SimSpa, is the holder of a royal charter on behalf of the UK government and Her Majesty the Queen. And I've read that document, and it goes back to the 1600s, I think, Colin, something like that. Anyway, I'm going to hand you over to Colin, who is the Standards and Regulations Manager for SimSpa. Welcome to the team, Colin.
Thanks, Keith, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, afternoon where I am, may not be afternoon where you are. And firstly, I do all my best work in the pub. So that's not uncommon for me, Keith, to be having meetings.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, I thought I'd start with a little bit about me. It's always interesting to know why this person's on your screen. When you're listening to him, why should I listen to him for the next 10 minutes? What's he got to offer? I suppose I wanted to talk about my motivation, really, of why I'm here. You may consider the UK an affluent nation, and it is in many cases, but in some cases it isn't as well. We have quite large health inequalities in the UK. There is a difference in life expectancy between the most affluent and the least affluent of 12 years. The quality of life expectancy as well as you get older, depending on where you live, is quite varied as well. And for me, the relationship with the Tai Chi Uni of Great Britain and my motivation for being involved with them was based around that, about making sure that everyone has an opportunity to extend the quality of their life. And Tai Chi, and I'm not the Tai Chi Qigong expert, I'm going to say it incorrectly. Please bear with me on that. I'm the education man. The opportunity that this provides in terms of people accessing Tai Chi and Qigong activities could have a profound effect on the quality of their life. So for me, that's why it's always been important to have the relationship with Keith and Mark in particular, and make sure that we fully understand what the training and assessment requirements are for instructors from there, and give credibility to the people that deserve it as well. So I'm slightly different here today because I'm representing my organisation rather than myself, but I thought it was important to know where my personal motivation comes from for this relationship as well. So as Keith, SimSpa, I work for SimSpa, I'm Standards Regulation Manager, I've been there for 5 years. It's my job to make sure that people who are delivering activity have a respected and recognised profession in the UK. So they are seen, and I was listening to Malcolm, it was really interesting when he talked about business skills and the ability to make a fair living out of being an instructor as well. That's why our organisation exists. It's to make sure that people have a recognised and respected profession in the UK. It is understood that people have the skills and the competencies to do a fantastic job to support people to be more active. But also on the other side, to make sure that when you go and access that activity, that it is safe and you will be treated correctly. And there is a recourse if you aren't as well, if there's somewhere to go and complain and for somebody where people can be held to account as well. So that's the purpose of our organisation. Our intention is to make sure that there is the recognition for, and I'd love to listen to Malcolm, and if people like Malcolm, that he's seen as a professional who is competent in his field, who's invested a lot of time and energy and money into himself in making sure he's the best he can be. And for us in the UK, public recognition of that can only then lead to more work from outcome. So if people understand what a real charter is, as they do, as Keith said, if I go and seek services from a professional, I'll be going to look to see whether they have the charter in certain professions. That's just not the case in our profession right now, but there's no reason why it couldn't be. So that's our intention, that we can increase public recognition and increase public confidence in our people that deliver activity, which from a local and personal level will increase the amount of people taking part in Tai Chi and Qigong. And then from a policy level, where I spend most of my time very boringly, we can convince the people that invest into sport and physical activity that investing in Tai Chi is a good, safe place to invest that's going to have a massive impact on people's lives. And I know Keith shared a diagram with me 5 years ago about how we can support the joining up of the healthcare services in the UK, and I'm sure that will be work in progress for the rest of my life until I retire. That is definitely our intention. So as Keith said, I've been working with Keith and Mark in particular for quite a while now to develop what we've got in terms of a set of professional standards, as we call them. So they outline what the job is. So what is it to be a Tai Chi and Qigong instructor? What is the scope of that job? What should you do and what you shouldn't do? And what are the skills and competencies that are required to perform that role effectively as well. So therefore, we've got a minimum benchmark for anybody that wants to instruct activity. And that then allows us to both accredit any education provider that wants to deliver training for Tai Chi and Qigong instructors. So we can say, yes, this education provider does deliver that training to the right quality, and we can hold them to account on that. We'll quality assure them. So when people are looking to train to become an instructor, they'll know who are the credible organizations to go and train with and who aren't. And it also provides instructors with an opportunity for support from their professional body if they wanted to have that as well. So they would provide them with an opportunity to be members of both Tai Chi Union Great Britain and a member of SINSPA as their professional body as well. And then our medium to longer term ambition is to have, if you like, in your language, grades of recognition as well. So we have the opportunity to have a basic membership of which, yes, you've met the minimum standard, or we have the opportunity to have a higher level of membership, which is a charter, which says not just have you met the minimum standard, but you're an absolute expert in your field as well. So at some point in the future, I'm sure myself, Mark and Keith will be talking about what chartered means and how we can allow instructors to access that as well. That's more my end than it is Keith and Mark's end. I'm sure they would love to do that tomorrow, but I'm not quite ready yet. So yes, that's what we've done in the last 5 years. We now have a set of standards, which is fantastic, which we're about to publish very shortly. We're just going through the final dotting the T's and crossing the I's. I think it's the other way around, of those standards, and making sure that they are professionally published before they land on our website, which will happen very shortly as well. So again, that will then enable us to do that endorsement piece and provide a level of credibility with that as well. I thought it was really interesting what Jim said about national health. Final thing, Keith, don't worry. I'm going to.
No, it's fine.
I understand we're short for time. I just thought it was really interesting what Jim said about healthcare settings, and yes, the energy systems are absolutely missing from that, but also the emphasis on the solving the problem rather than the cure is something which I'm constantly banging the drum to healthcare professionals about. So where is your investment in preventative medicine rather than just rehabilitating people that have already contracted disease as well? And for me, that's where Tai Chi and Qigong could make a massive impact in preventative medicine.
Thank you.
So yes, fully on board. Thank you for the opportunity today. Lovely to meet you all. If anybody would like to learn more, would be happy to follow up.
Colin, thank you very, very much indeed. I believe that with your knowledge in the training regulation field, it's not just Tai Chi and Qigong. I'm sure the majority of people on this webinar who are involved in various energy fields will find the benefits. And I know that yoga, the Wheel of Yoga UK, is actually one of your teams. And it will be interesting to know, because I think that what we're doing at the moment may have a spin-off even onto the well-established and recognized organizations. So thank you very much indeed for your time. And I wasn't waving to wind you down for a couple of minutes. I was waving to a rather attractive young lady who was in the sunshine. And but, would you like to say anything, Honey, at the moment?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, hello, hi. Well, thank you for that. That was really interesting discussions. And thank you as well with every single member who's been here talking about Qigong. Colin as well, thank you for what you shared as well. I found it very, very interesting. And if there was a website, again, that you may want to mention for people to go and find out more, then please do share that so that our audiences can go and check out all the work and get further knowledge about this field. Keith, I have to say well done to you and congratulations for bringing such amazing practitioners. You know, a whole library full of knowledge all in one little package, in one afternoon package. So Keith, I just think that, wow, you know, everybody's having a treat today, learning about so many different things. And welcome, Nina, as well, for joining us today. I'm going to leave Keith to continue and perhaps introduce you and get to know a little bit more about yourself. I just wanted to mention, if you are around, please do stay there for a little while because we are having a panel discussion around between 6 and 6:30. So if you're around, then please do stay there and we'll be asking you further questions afterwards.
Yeah, okay, well, I think dinner is booked about 7 o'clock.
Yes, keep them till 7. Yes, that's it. Lock all the doors, keep them there.
Right. Anyway, I'd like to move on now to our next guest. And I tried to find out when I first contacted this lady and why. And I really don't know, but something about her knowledge and the presentation. I don't know whether it was because she was practicing something called energy systems on the beach, but we have spoken about Bermuda. We recognize that Bermuda is not the largest country in the world, but it has a role to play.
Mm-hmm.
I will not go into the background of this lovely lady, Nina London, because she could now spend the next 2 hours or so talking about her homeland and the problems that are going on in Eastern Europe. However, she is devoted, in my eyes, to helping others. She may mention her own medical problems. I really don't want to go into that, but raising the profile of Qigong in Bermuda is a particular interest. And I know that she spent quite a long time with one of our gurus, Mantak Chia, in Thailand. And she is a provider of many articles for the local publications. And I have done a few publications articles, and I cannot think why an engineer would try and compete with somebody who has grammatical and knowledgeable. All right. Now, she's going to speak to us in English, but I'd like you to say hello and welcome in your home language. But you are a leader in Bermuda. Drumming. Wow, what an energy system that is. Right. So over to you, Nina, and thank you very much indeed for attending and taking part.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm very, very honored to be part of this global event. And привет in my language. My story with, I live now in Bermuda, and my story with Qigong and how I found it and why I am sharing with others is that 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. It was third stage, and I had operation, radiation, chemotherapy. And after this treatment, I lost my energy. I had so much energy. I was like, you know, like hurricane. And wasn't bad. Sometimes I could not move, and it was very scary for me because I never thought about energy before. I did not know, because when you have it, you don't appreciate. I start looking for the ways to regain my energy, and found Tao Garden in Thailand. I start practicing there with Master Chia and other practitioners, world leaders. And step by step, I start feeling better and better, and was happier. And I realized that is powerful tool that I can actually share and teach and help other people, especially cancer people. So I started the first wellness program for cancer patients in Bermuda with Pulse Care Center. We did a pilot once a week, and I was very, worried what will people come. And I remember the first time on the beach was first class on the beach, and it was raining, and we were with Colleen, with executive director, back and forth, calling each other and said, will people come? Should we cancel the class? And I said, even one person come, I will do it. I will help one person to feel better. And I came up to the beach, and there were a group of people, and that's how we started the program, Healing Vibes. It's a third year now. I did another program, and elements come in the water, movement for healing, to release tension in the body, increases flow of energy, ocean of energy. So this part is this part of the helping cancer people is doing fantastic, is doing so well. And I witnesses how mostly it's women, how they feeling better, how they learn simple but powerful exercises to breathe, how they use it, healing sounds to deal with fears. We all have a lot of fears, and it's a strong fear of dying. So how to deal with this? We are practicing every Saturday, and it's beautiful. It's something I'm very, very proud. Then this summer, beginning of this summer, very interesting thing happened. I was on a beach. I always practicing on a beach because Bermuda is made for Qigong, and there is no Qigong. So I'm kind of ambassador, because we all have 5 elements: water, air, rocks, coral beach, pink sand, sun. Everything, the energy, nature energy is so powerful. So I was practicing on the beach, and then I turned and I saw kids was sitting and watching me like they were fascinated. And I said, would you like to practice with me? And they said, yes, what is this? What are you doing? And I was doing one of my favorite exercises, flying birds. And I said, okay, let's do it together. So we did, and they love it. And I thought, this is something I have to develop. This is next step. It's naturally happened. And I developed a program for kids. Now I'm working with the 2 schools trying to do extra curriculum, like 8 weeks program, also once a week, based on I read lots of research and how people do based on the program pilot program they did in Illinois, and went so well, helping people for especially with stress focusing. And so on the top of this, I also do working with women, do one-on-one sessions, and it's also amazing. And I did not advertise. It's interesting that I did not advertise. They found me because I write a lot in the local newspaper, the Roll Gazette, about promoting Qigong, promoting the simple ways, what we can do every day, even 5 minutes a day, to feel better. So that's, and we with Keith, we are working on now to open Qigong, Bermuda Qigong Association, which I'm very excited, and I think it will change. Looking forward to help more people, elderly people. So there's so many aspects of we can, work.
Right.
So
Nina,
if you have any questions, I would love to answer.
I'm just going to make a point, if I may, which I think is my prerogative, is that you mentioned Qigong Bermuda, which we just raised not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was asked about this program, it was about collaboration and integrative care, right? And I believe that we've shown through the few programs that people like yourself are running, we're already there, but we need to carry out what is a business model. We need to carry out proper marketing. Awareness is not just through the medium of webinars, but hopefully with the collaborations that I have in mind with some people in some organizations internationally, they will see the common sense to work together to a common bond and a common purpose. And that is what SimSpa, the Chartered Institute, are providing for me. All right. So if anybody's got any questions for this rather wonderful lady in Bermuda, please go ahead and we can get on to the last and final one of our speakers.
Well, I think, Nina, first of all, I love your enthusiasm. I love the energy. and the fact that you're bringing something new, to Bermuda. Isn't it amazing? Anytime I think of Bermuda, I would think about the Bermuda Triangle. So that's my thought that comes in first, But to think about the fact that you're bringing Tai Chi and this particular type of healing methods and launching it and introducing it to Bermuda, I think that's fantastic. Let's find out from Amalia, Dr. Wai Ching, to find out what she has to say. She's herself is a practitioner in terms of Tai Chi, a master, I would say, a master in Qigong. So Dr. Wai Ching, please tell us, what did you think of the wonderful share and the message that Nina had? And is there anything you would like to ask Nina?
Well, not ask per se, but I said, Nina, I want to come practice with you.
Please.
I was in Bimini. And swimming with the wild dolphins, right? Bimini, Bermuda, and Bahamas, and the Qi was amazing, of course. And my favorite thing is to do Qigong on the beach.
Yeah.
And yes,
so
I'm resonating with you, as they say. And definitely, I mean, we're just in the flow with Qigong on the beach. So thank you for starting the association there. Definitely will come and coalesce with you. Thank you for doing that. And I do a lot of work with cancer patients too. So, and I actually potentially heal my potential cancer, ovarian cancer, with Qigong as well. So, it's just basically, put it simply, that it can be changing the mutation of the cells.
Yeah.
Right. And working on the emotions and the hormonal basis of our imbalances. So, you know, it's so wonderful, isn't it, that we discovered the secret of rejuvenation and youthing.
Yeah, yeah.
I find it very interesting with both of you speaking about qigong and tai chi, and of course from the Indian and the Asian subcontinent we talk about the prana system, we talk about the chakra system, etc. That there seems to be this energy, ancient methods always seems to be concentrating on the energy system. What do you find is similar, to the two styles? Like Dr. Wai Ching, if you could perhaps answer that, because you have the chakra system, the prana, the nadis, and all that side from the Asian side, and then you have the Tai Chi.
Yes, well, the systems are very similar because we are really one anatomy, right? We are the basis is our bodies, our sacred geometry. And so we have the meridians, we have the nadis, and of course we have the Sushumna, Ida Pingala, and the nadis and the mama points. Very similarly, we have the central vessel, governing vessel, and so and the different meridians and the different sunbao, or the tree treasures, and so on. So these are just names. These are just other belief systems, that's imposed on our cultural realities, right? And so it's just, we can just study all the systems that we want, but the most basic important thing is to come back to ourselves and stillness and to the innate intelligence within us.
Yes, coming back to, of course, the global integrated health association that we're setting up as well, to even sometimes we may find there are a lot of similarities with all the practitioners that they could share about. And it's not about differences, it's also celebrating the similarities and combining the similarities together so we can enhance that messages in a more powerful way, perhaps. I know we're moving on to, of course, very shortly to our next guest, Keith, so I'm not sure whether David Ross is with us at the moment, but as soon as he joins us,
can we keep this quorum up? We have a situation here where I think Nina mentioned that the majority of participants were ladies.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the classes that Malcolm Calvert and I have run over the years are predominantly ladies. For some reason, guys think that Tai Chi should be martial, and they come in having done kickboxing, karate up until the age of 35 when their knees are given out, and they come to Tai Chi. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. 3 weeks later, they're not there because it's not providing the viciousness that they wanted. And ladies, you have the power. Oh no, oh no.
I want to jump in, Keith. We, the ladies, we would like to honor you, the gentleman, except for what's his name, James, who doesn't want to be a gentleman. And so all you gentlemen for embodying the divine feminine, the yin, and practicing the soft, subtle arts of Qigong and Tai Chi. Right. So it's us who want to honor you.
Okay.
Look at the subtle energy that you talk about. It's so powerful. It heals. Can you imagine? We talk about it being so subtle, yet it's so powerful, isn't it? Because some of the people who shared some of their stories, they tried everything, and then they tried Tai Chi and Qigong, and suddenly then they got healed. So, I would say there's a real powerful energy behind this particular topic as well that we should appreciate and really, really look into it more seriously. And if possible, if the Western world can appreciate the energy system, I think there could be a lot of real powerful changes that could take place in the health industry.
Okay, well, I think the messages that we've had over the last few speakers are somewhat in need of not resuscitation, that's not the right word, but I think Colin mentioned prevention, and the whole emphasis of prevention in the NHS and National Health Service is about when they are discharged from hospital, that's their prevention, which in my terms is aftercare. How we get prevention is through the And I'm going to read here something that's been sent to me by a bloke called Neil Kumar. By the way, we are not a webinar, we are a global online community channel, live streaming on many platforms.
I just wanted to just clarify our dear Neil Kumar. And we should all be very grateful, of course, to dear Neil. He was the founder of Healing Our Earth. He's the one who came up with this fantastic platform 2 years ago when COVID came on all of a sudden and took over the world. And then Neil Kumar thought that, well, we need to really connect with people from homes because there was so much fear everywhere. People were not going out, etc. So this was a way of coming and communicating and connecting with the community. So, dear Neil, we're all very, very appreciative of you. That thanks to you, that such wonderful people are coming together, professionals, people with heart-centered approach to life, people who really care about others and people who really want to make a difference in the world. So thanks for that.
Okay, right.
And our family's expanding, isn't it, Keith? Look at us.
Certainly is. Look, we're in a little bit of a quandary here because our last speaker is a very good friend of mine, David Dorian Ross, and I'm not sure now whether he's actually resident in California or Oregon, but he's been very, very busy and flying around. I did have confirmation as late as yesterday that he was going to participate, but we have 7 minutes before officially going into the panel, and a familiar face is up there, and I wonder if it's possible to invite him in, which is Dr. Roger Yanker, as I'd like to ask him an opinion on something. Can you come in, Roger? Can it be arranged?
Yes.
Keith, Roger is not responding, so he might be out listening to us. Okay. So carry on with the panel, and I'm asking Jesse if Jesse Dan wants to talk. But carry on with the panel with Wai Ching and Hani over here.
Okay.
What I found very interesting, Keith, as well, just now I just went and checked some of the websites out of our wonderful special guests. And there was a really amazing ebooks that you can download on one of them, which of course is the Qigong. Is that James?
Honey, we've got Roger here. Roger, welcome. Please chat with Keith over here. Roger, you can unmute yourself over.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Roger. Friend.
I'm making compost right now, so I hope you'll forgive me. I've got my cowboy hat on, my farmer hat. I've got on my eye protective glasses, but I've been paying close attention. Keith, thank you so much for all you do. Amalia, thank you so much for all you do. Honey, thank you so much for all you do. All the speakers made very powerful points. And so Keith, back to you. What's the question?
Well, not really a direct question, Roger, but I think that I would like to just revalidate the fact that it was as long ago as 2006 that we first met at Tai Chi Caledonia, and then in 2012 again. And those that are listening would have been interested to share the conversation between Roger and I at lunch. And I got bamboozled because I'm a very, very polite ex-engineer. And Roger said to me, as a typical American, what is it you can do for me? And what is it I can do for you? And I said, well, I can order the sweet or the coffee. I don't mind, but that's as much as I could do. What have we got, Roger? I think that we have had a number of conversations, and with your approval, not the right word, with your enthusiasm, it's given me an opportunity to see how we can change the world. James McRitchie has a lovely strapline, not too far away from Healing Our Earth. It's called Qigong Saves the World. We have the traditional Chinese. And for anybody that doesn't know, and I'm sure everybody knows, is that when we're talking Chinese, we have 3 dantines. in Indian, we have the 7 chakras. I never know why we've ended up with different numbers, but maybe it's just well, you thought of 3 and we'll have 7, or whether it was the other way around and they couldn't count. I really don't know. Roger,
well, we work, right? It works, so that's the important part.
But Roger, I just want to ask, do you find these sort of webinars? I've watched you on. Sorry about this.
Our online events, yeah, all the programs that we run on a regular basis.
I should get it to go. So I just really, if you have any comments.
Sure. I think that you just gotta, I hope you will keep going. Sharon Rose, huge contributor. All of you folks in the UK, please keep it up. I think that perseverance, there's an airplane going over. Perseverance is in our practice is where it all comes from, right? In other words, if we love the idea of Qigong, but we don't have a practice, then, it's just a fascination, but it doesn't do anything. One of the things that we're doing is cultivating the capacity to reach out. It is weird that the word is spelled so strangely. We do talk about Tai Chi. Most people understand what Tai Chi might mean, and they can start to link that up, and energy medicine, all that stuff. I think we're probably really closer than ever to a kind of breakout into the larger populations, given the fact that Qigong is so easy. Yes, it's strange that it's so easy yet so incredibly powerful. The research evidence base is growing every day. The knowledge that we've gained about the actualities of COVID is kind of interesting, because we realize now that if people have a regular practice of moving the body around, Qigong and Tai Chi qualify for that, yoga qualifies for that. The research that our American CDC has done on this has now been published. And people who did exercise or some kind of just walking or mowing the lawn or washing their car or walking to work, all of those things contributed to a lesser impact of COVID on people in most age groups. And so so the pharmaceuticals, blah, 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 the selfish and arrogant elites, blah, blah, blah. But we are the people. And Keith, I want to just say to you, I'm, thrilled that you've just hung in there, kept it going, widened the circle. Many, many blessings, waves of blessing chi to everyone there. And let's just forthrightly continue.
Roger, thank you very much for dropping in. And you've timed that perfectly, because at 6 o'clock we're due to start a panel. And that is, in UK time, is spot on. So over to you, honey, as to...
Yes, thank you, Keith. Real from the bottom of our hearts, sincere thank you to all of you for your wonderful contribution for today. Really amazing. And also Dr. Wai Ching as well, really great questions, great insight as well. So being part of the panel discussions, and perhaps we can continue with our panel discussions right now. I just wanted to share actually that I went and checked James McCritchie, his website, and he's got some amazing books. And I just wanted to let the audiences know as well that if you go and check out Global Chi, you would call it, project.com, which is globalqi.project.com, you will find a whole load of books that you can download, all free ebooks you can download. And I'm very, very grateful that, this information is available. I can just see what a big heart people within the Tai Chi field have They really, really want to spread love, happiness, and health. And you can see that it touches on all areas of your life, this Tai Chi does. It's not just about health, it's mental health, physical health, spiritual health. So many other areas are connected to it. So I really, really admire the work. Look at this, about 8 books are there for you to download, ebooks, free ebooks that you can check out. So I just thought I'll share that with the with our audiences. So coming through to Mita. Mita, you've been listening, and I could see some really great, Mita Joshi, welcome here on Healing Our Earth. Global namaste to you. Looking great, ready to go on. I hope you don't mind sharing a little bit of your thoughts during our panel discussion. How are you, first of all?
Thank you very much, Hani. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm always liking this session. I think it's a future that all the different faculties, alternative therapy and the the allopathy and other conventional, they merge together for the betterment of health, basically. So yes, I'm pretty happy that we are pioneers to a certain extent on this. I'm involved in certain projects with ex-NASA scientists, and they are trying to work on research-based facts about yoga, how it can help in osteoporosis in the bone health. And I tried to look at some research on that. So hence my, in the chat, I asked a question about it. So
please ask the question here, because that way,
if someone can throw.
If Madanji could maybe answer this question, coming from a medical background. So you did ask a question in the group, didn't you? Is that something you remember? What you had to share? What you were asking?
Thank you, Keith, for holding us together, and thanks to all the people who've contributed. I put a comment in Hani's chat box saying the physics of this stuff, we are all people who have presented today, Nina, etc., they feel this energy. But what is the science behind this? And the example I always give, Keith, is like this, that everybody knows what a meter is in terms of distance. Everybody knows what 100 meters is. And everybody knows that there is a person in the world who runs this 100 meters in 9.5 seconds. We all agree with that, okay? And we also agree that we might, at least I would have to stop 3 times to run that 100 meters and take a few breaths. So the point here is there may be different people endowed with different sensitivities. So you are the lucky ones who can feel that energy. So it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And the people who feel that energy might be in a minority. Now, in situations like this, we try and dig a little deeper. And I give you another example. Next year is the 70th anniversary of the discovery of the structure of DNA. Every school child knows about the double helix. 75 years ago, we didn't know this damn thing existed in such a short space of time. And this whole thing about chi and energy and prana has been with us for thousands of years.
5,000 years.
Yes, and it's
2,000 years.
It's very likely that not all of us have the ability to feel it. Now, if that's the case, is there some science behind this that connects with contemporary thinking? And I like what Mita just said, that you're connecting with those physicists in NASA and places like that. They're quicker than us when it comes to the science and the thinking, and they have the technology for it. I'm holding a little book up here called Biophysical Aspects of Coherence and Biological Order. Now, there are people out there who are working on the physics of this stuff. And the physics of this stuff might have to go down into finer molecules like water, for instance. And if we understand water, so Nina says she enjoys being in the water. So she is tuned to feel the energy there. There's something there in the water which we might not feel. But she has reached a level of, the body has reached a level of sensitivity that she can actually feel that energy. So can other people who come to the beach and join. Some people feel the sun. There are some people who say we don't eat anything. There's a gentleman in Jaipur, in Rajasthan, near Mount Abu. And this person he says he hasn't eaten anything for 40 years.
Wow.
Yes.
It's fascinating.
He survives on something which we think is some source of energy. So,
may I just interlude there? Is that as a non-qualified engineer, I never really asked the question when designers design something. I accepted their theories, and if it was going to work, I made it work. If it wasn't going to work, I went back to review. When I first teaching over 50s classes, there was a lady who had been recognized for her work in the community. And that community was in not a very good area of Southampton. And she had broken her shoulder. And so she said to me, I can't move my right arm very much because I'm recovering from this broken shoulder. A year later, she came into my class and said, I've been back and had an MRI scan. I said, okay, fine. Okay, what does that mean? She said, the surgeons and the consultants want to know why my MRI scan showing my bone density is now greater than it was a year ago. And she said, I go to this fella and he runs through Tai Chi classes. And that has been the most significant, if I may, one piece of knowledge that I've held since 2004. But scientific evidence is absolutely crucial when we approach the NHS. In the document that Colin Huffin referred to, we have identified a couple of systems. There are thousands of yogas. There are thousands of Tai Chi and Qigong. And people have said to me, why have you picked Shibasha? Why have you picked Yang Man Jing style? And I said, because we have to start somewhere. Alongside Shibasha, there are thousands of people teaching it. Where is the scientific evidence? Well, that is debatable. Does it come from China? Most certainly. Is it applicable and acceptable in the UK? No. All right. Just because it comes from outside these islands. The message that I find interesting is that we, and that's 3 of us within the program today, have got certification from the creator of Shibasha in 1978. And that will form part and parcel of the baseline of accreditation and certification. Mm-hmm. And I've aligned it, rightly or wrongly in people's eyes, to falls prevention. Falls prevention. The amount of money that is spent in the UK on recovering, the NHS, in terms of talking about what is the cost of a hip replacement, they are so out of tune with what business rates are. It's unbelievable. When they quote me a figure, I can prove to them they have 25% identified it. I identified the worst case and the best case. So I'm asking people, can you provide me with scientific evidence that Shibasha in particular is good for balance? It's good for falls prevention. Oh, no, I'm prepared to make comments, but I'm not prepared to do the things that you're doing. So we have a major challenge saying, out of all these reports, where have we got the comparisons? Mark Peters has done a fantastic job in Birmingham with one of the leading, do you know Dr. Michael Mosley? He's a very prominent guy that puts all sorts of articles in. If you want to talk about his toes, he knows about his toes and he knows everything else. But interestingly, It is a case of saying, take a group of people doing X, Y, Z and take another group of A, B, C and see what comes out of it. There are so many records, so many registers. I don't know where to begin. Maybe this lovely forum is going to be able to produce that on behalf of all our modalities.
Absolutely. I think that's a really great point, Keith. And also, what you said, it helped to trigger off another idea in my mind, that if you have one of the special guests said that they had 60,000 members. I believe it was a white tiger. Tai Chi. Yeah, they said it was 60. No, I just thought that if every single practitioner who teaches Tai Chi, if we're talking about that particular area, or yoga, what about when somebody joins and they just fill out one small questionnaire? And as 3 months go down the line, they fill it out, and 3 months, and then 1 year later fill out. Because at least that, because I come from, I did my Master's of Science in Public Relations. And we used to do a lot of statistical, experiments. So either it was through a hypothesis, or it could be qualitative or quantitative, research programs. But at that moment in time, you still get good information that could really help. So maybe that could be a way to start, like every person who joins a class will just fill out a form. Are you having any health issues, or whatever that standard questionnaire is. And everyone could be sent that to just start giving it to the new people. Because in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, that research would be really useful. And nowadays we have technical as well. We have we've gone forward technically, so we have technology there where people can just fill out quick little forms, online. And that could also help us to maybe put it all together in one forum, like let's say this global integrated forum. All the information comes through there, not the names themselves. Maybe each one has a number or something, so everybody's confidentiality is kept there as well. And at the same time, we could get the statistics that we really need. And we could see that, well, in America or in India or, UK or Bermuda, how many percentage of people have improved by doing this. So there could be openings for further statistical, investigations later on, saying, why does this area work really well? Why not here? Maybe other things like that. But what I'm saying is that could be the easiest way to start getting statistical knowledge, which is all integrated, rather than one case study here, one case study there, one case study there.
If I may give a couple of examples, when I started in teaching in adult education, it was based on a 20-week program. And so I actually devised a single A4 sheet called a medical questionnaire. Now, because I'm not in the medical profession, I was not allowed to use this, and because of controls, it was not there. People only lasted maybe the 20 weeks. So that was not good enough. All right. I want to jump back several years. That during my career, I ran many, many projects around the world against timelines, against commercial procedures. And at the end of my career, I ended up trying to get social care, social services, and the primary care to work together back in 2000, 2003. My wife actually said to me, just take the money. I had an 18-month contract. What did I achieve? Nothing, because the egos were so high. One thing that stood out to me, I was standing waiting for a meeting with one of the senior people in the primary care trust. And I was talking to the secretary, and she said, I've just become a project manager. Pardon? How do you mean you've just become a project manager? She said, I have been to a particular company, and in 4.5 days, they've given me a certificate. I am now a qualified project manager. I said, but what projects have you run? Well, none. Now, one of the difficulties we got in Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, whatever system it is how do we actually improve? And this is why we've set our standards alongside the Chartered Institute. We welcome people to take up Tai Chi and Qigong, but we do not welcome the weekend wonders. The people that have actually attended a course and said, I've got a certificate, and he's given it to me, because that is wrong. That is terribly wrong. So yes. project management and what we're doing today, there's no difference. And Madan, I think that...
I think Madanji has a bit of a point to perhaps add to that. Thank you, Keith, for that. And I think just to finish off with that, I just read it takes 10 years for someone to do, like they do the pulse reading.
Yep.
It takes 10 years to just train, even longer than it takes to learn the piano, of how to be able to read the pulse rate. So you're absolutely right. You can't say over the weekend, I know now how to read the pulse rate. So I see there is a lot of skill and expertise that's required in this area. Madanji, what did you have to perhaps comment here?
Thank you, Hani. Your point is very important, Hani, that we need to calculate some baseline information. And I think Keith presents it very well, that we need that baseline for anybody to start taking all this seriously. Now, how are we going to make that baseline with highest impact, with least energy, for want of a better word, or least amount of funding? We'll have to bring all these streams together. So today we've heard about Chinese meridians. If I start with just one example, the 12 meridians that are well understood. There's a fascinating story of Hani, this is a fascinating story of the first doctor, MD, who went to space. It was a Russian MD, and he holds the world record for staying up in zero gravity. I think it's 427 days or something. He stayed up there in zero gravity. Now, his name is Polyakov, and you can find him on the internet if you just go. Now, most times when people go up to zero gravity, this is partly connected to Keith's story about the bone density and all this. When people go up to zero gravity and when they come back to 1G, to Earth, they show symptoms and signs of aging. And even a short stay at zero gravity, the bones get weak and their muscles are weak, etc. But when Polyakov came back, the Russians used to land their spaceships in Kazakhstan or somewhere, which is not on water, but on land. They came out, people were expecting to have to go and help this gentleman out of he just hopped out of it just like that. And the curious thing was when he was asked how he did this, the Russians were preparing for long space missions. And Polyakov, because he was a doctor, and interested in other systems of medicine, physiology, and all these things, he had devised a tool for measuring energies of the 12 meridians across the little spots where he's devised a little machine, and on your feet, which are the standard entry-exit points of the meridians. And he said, I would balance my energy. I would do daily readings of something that you can measure with an instrument. And this instrument is here with us. So Keith, this is in reply, you're an engineer.
Yeah.
You know how it is easy to devise instruments, electrical energy, something is there that can be measured. And maybe that is one way to make that first entry. And we say, here's your energy, whatever that is. It may or may not be connected to the real chi, but it's a measurable, reproducible thing. And you say, here, do 6 weeks of Tai Chi.
Perfect. Yeah.
And come back,
Yes.
and it's a measurement, you can measure it. Now, the second thing why this works, Hani, just want to finish off here.
Yes.
With the COVID, I just want to connect this, Keith, with the COVID issues. And we know that there is a connection between the intestine, the first wave, large intestine, and the lung. Now, when we look at the Chinese meridians, there is one meridian that actually intersects. It's the lung and the large intestine meridian. Okay, so that is what the system talks about, the theory says. Now, what the Chinese do is they can treat the large intestine to affect the lung. Now, with modern biology descriptors, so I'm putting this into a contemporary kind of issue here. Everybody knows COVID, everybody knows lung problems, everybody knows about GI tract problems. When we look at the DNA, the expression of that ACE2 protein, It's predominantly, you get a lot of it, the receptor where the virus goes in the lung. It also is in the large intestine. I'm not saying there is a reason for it, but that's how it is. I don't know how the Chinese got to knowing there are two meridians that intersect. Fascinatingly, the Chinese have a way of treating the gut with herbs, all the herbal formulations. And you can then measure cytokines in the lung, and there'll be a change in the cytokines in the lung. So there are some very clever ways in which you can actually take the evidence. But Keith, keep in mind.
Yes, and actually, I think Jane also had something to share here. I think she's got her. She's been patiently waiting with her hands up. So Jane, if you'd like to perhaps make a comment, and also Mavinji, that was very, very good. Absolutely, very good, important thing for us to understand. That's why the integration that we're talking about is so important, because there are other methods that could perhaps treat issues that we may be not being able to treat, as we spoke about earlier today. Very nice, very good. Jane, what about yourself? Is there anything that you wanted to share here before we move on to our next host?
Yeah, there's just a couple of things that I want to add. Interestingly, long COVID is really being tackled, or I'm, along with a lot of my colleagues, are tackling some of the issues. And actually, interestingly, we tap on the lung meridian to free you of that feeling of gasping, as you heard about all of that on the media. That was blocking the whole of this central nervous system. So by tapping on the lungs and the thymus point, you can free them of that feeling very easily. And that helps people. I've treated many people. One lady who basically gasped in that moment, got it stuck in her lung, and she couldn't run anymore. And her freedom was running. Yet she stopped her freedoms because she couldn't run, because she didn't have the energy to run. Once we released that, she was able to run and get her freedoms back. So that's an interesting correlation. Secondly, I don't know about everybody else here, but I feel that the positive energy here in this group is so strong. And Rajiv was talking about the threads that we all have and the connection that we have for this group. Now, we have all been lucky enough, if you like, to have gone on a journey, whatever that journey is, the Qigong, the Tai Chi, the yoga, the mental health, the therapies, the EFT, the whole broad spectrum, in order for us to enable ourselves to connect the dots. However, the general public are not privy to a lot of this stuff. And my thoughts are, and I think this is where we need to be, is actually to go into the training colleges, the training schools, where they teach medicine, where they teach law, where they teach training colleges, where they teach primary care, where they teach all of that stuff. If we can infiltrate those systems, then systematically it will filter down into the relevant parts of where we need to be. So the young doctors are privy to knowing this stuff. The young lawyers are privy to knowing how to de-stress. The teacher training are taking it into the schools in order for us to carry on. And by doing that, if there's enough people that we can get hold of, the media then get hold of it. And it's from there that we can then make ourselves known.
Yes. Oh my God, that is really brilliant. You know, you've given such amazing ideas today, Jane. I really appreciate your ideas that you've provided. I love the idea that you spoke about is making sure the school teachers are taught first, so that they can, trained first, so that they can pass that on to the children. I also love the fact that you need to go from the bottom area to the top area, have a two-pronged approach when you're trying to change policies, etc., in relating to health in this nation, in the world, actually. And there's now what you just shared as well. I think this is really, really very good suggestions, excellent suggestions. And we're really very grateful for your wonderful, I hope you can continue staying with this wonderful collective health organization and continue supporting with your wonderful ideas and initiatives that you could pass on. And Keith as well, I know we're coming to the end of this particular slot. Thank you very much to everyone who has contributed so far. Here comes our future events again, just to remind our audiences who are there from all over the world, over 40 countries around the world. We have our World Environment Day, that's on 5th of June from 2 o'clock to 7 p.m. Join us for that, because you'll get to know some really, really amazing facts, figures, and meet some amazing guests who will be discussing about the environment, climate change, and many other topics which are related to the environment. We will then be moving on to 12th of June, where we have the Ayurveda special. For those of you who really are interested in health, this will be a one where we will be especially talking about this topic, which is Ayurveda. And you will find that there are many, many guests and contributors who will be joining us on the day, where you will be able to learn and really, really gain lots and lots of knowledge for your own health and well-being. So here comes Sunday, 12th of June. Let all your friends know if they're going to be interested in something like that. We move on to our next week after then, which is the International Yoga Day special, all for your body, mind, and soul integration, to support you, to help perhaps pass on some best yoga practices, some meditation tips and techniques, things that will help you to excel for your mind, body, soul. And that's on the 19th of June. We have the vegan and vegetarian kitchen, which are on 2 weeks, actually, because we've had so much demand for this. So many people have been sending in their messages. So we have 26th of June, the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. And at the same time, we have one again the week after, which is 3rd of July, again, the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. So we really, really look forward to presenting some great online programs for every single one of you, and also ensuring that whatever the subject you are interested in, which is relating to mind, body, soul development, we are bringing to you on this online platform, Healing Our Earth. So with that, we're coming to an end of our panel discussions. We've got a minute or two. Keith, any final messages to complete our special hosting session of yours?
Well, I think life is full of challenges, and this has been one of them, and I've really enjoyed it. And I would like to thank you, Hani, and the rest of the team. But also, I'd like to thank those people that have kindly responded to the invitations and spoken about our wonderful systems. We started with the question, what am I going to focus on? Collaboration and integration. I think we've actually covered quite well. I'm only going to say one other thing, is that Malcolm brought up business. We need guidance on finance and the commercial standards that we require, and hope that by the end of this decade, we have all overcome the difficulties, and we're working in partnership with the professionals. And thank you very much indeed again. Namaste, and thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. What words of wisdom there. Thank you so much, dear Keith. Have a fantastic day, and a global namaste to you. We look forward to having you back on our platform again, not for the webinar, but for the online weekly programs. We are serving the community every single week for the last 2.5 years almost, well, over 2 years, I should say, yes.
Well, okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm slogging off now. Okay.
Thank you so much, Keith, for gathering the forces for the weekend.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'd love to be this one, yes. We have to say a very big thank you to, of course, Keith, for bringing in such amazing guests. So I really wanted to on behalf of all the team members here on Healing Our Earth, Thank you for bringing us such fascinating, amazing, and really, really knowledgeable guests who have come in and joined us to talk about Qigong. So we now move on to my next co-host, but she'll be now hosting for the rest of the evening. We have our one and only Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, who's going to be joining us now and taking over, taking you through on a journey to meet a few more of our special practitioners who are joining us very shortly. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our dear Dr. Wai-Ching. Dr. Wai-Ching is actually Reverend Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, and she's a medical intuitive healer from a traditional lineage. She is also a US qualified holistic health counselor and a holistic, I would call it a bodywork therapist. As the principal of Earth Heart Holistic Consultancy, she has been collaborating with medical doctors in aid of integrative medicine since 1992. So this, whatever we're doing at this moment in time, is no new news for this young lady, because she's been working on this for many, many years. Now, Wai-Ching is also a member of several organizations of integrative medicine and has been on panels and discussions with the medical profession to co-create new paradigms, protocols, and mainly for the holistic medicine industry. Currently, she sits on the Health and Medical Advisory Board of Nature's Frequencies and serves as a consultant to the spa and hospitality industry as well. She provides leadership in many other humanitarian and environmental organizations as well, which I'm very, very proud of, because she's doing really great work in this area. And because that also includes her own program of living, healing arts vortex, which is called LHAV. Wai-Ching Lee has synthesized several cutting-edge evolutionary modalities in the field of energy and vibrational medicine. She has developed Infinity Quantum Qigong, an accelerated restorative treatment and multidimensional healing, and is the associate producer of Quantum Qi movie with Sharon Rose of Sacred Mysteries. And we're so proud to have dear Dr. Wai-Ching Lee here. Global namaste to you. Again, after all the wonderful panel discussions and wonderful questions and insights that you shared with the rest of our audiences so far.
What an amazing convergence, honey, of the souls. And I'm now sitting here, as you are too, I believe, for 4 hours, and just scintillated and just kept being elevated into the quantum field. It's just like, this is where the action is, right?
This is where the action is. And we really love this. Healing Our Earth is such an amazing platform. Look at the amazing people that are coming together. What a force, that is being created right now. And I don't even consider it as a force. I consider it as a good consciousness. Consciousness is coming together. We all individually want to make a difference. And each one of us are coming together in a collective force, every one of us are wanting to do the best for the world. So I think this is really great. But with that, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, my dear sister here on Healing Our Earth, what I will do is, all the way from Ecuador, I will leave you here to take over the rest of the program for me. So with that, from love and joy and peace and light from Honey Kalaria, Dr. Honey Kalaria, to all our Healing Our Earth audience members. Namaste, everyone.
Thank you, honey. I take over the torch. And
all yours. You can now take over all the interrogation. We've got that dear listening, interrogate him, ask him all the hard questions. Go on, take over. And I think Jane is also there, so she'll be absolutely fantastic. She's great. She's got amazing ideas. I love her ideas.
And we'd like to hear was Kirit Ji, who will be here, like co-hosting with me throughout this entire an hour and a half, another one until we complete. And we have Kirit Ji. Would you like to speak of your work and introduce yourself to the panel? It seems like there is a panel happening here.
Hello, namaste to our Healing Our Earth family, and glad to be here again. So thank you for the opportunity. So I do have some slides, Dr. Lee, if that's okay, because last few weeks I rushed. I was wanting to give the other colleagues a time to share their excellent work. So today I will share some of a bit more in detail about the work that we've been doing.
Yes, certainly. Just take a deep breath and calmly share. We are here to receive. Slowly.
Okay, hope you can see my slides. So the talk today really is continuing the theme of how do we transform health, integrated health. But I've been working for the last 3 decades around health inequalities, and particularly ensuring some of the work I've done around race equality, but also generally around equalities across the board to ensure from a patient, carer and a community voice that are missing in terms of some of the institutions that we try and influence and change. So today, the presentation is around the empowerment work that we've been doing. So I'm hopefully going to cover a bit of introduction to the charity that I founded 5 years ago, South Asian Health Action. We're a patient carer community-led charity. I'm going to talk about a recent government, UK government health inequalities priorities, Core 20+5. So I'll share a bit about what's happening as a result of COVID and health inequalities that we've come to the forefront in terms of disparities that we've knew already for many years. And then talk a little bit about our collaborative projects and our future plans in terms of how do we continue the theme of influencing, empowering and changing the way services are delivered or policies made as well. So the charity was set up in 2017, and our work is, we're Leicestershire based, but we do cover Yorkshire and we cover London in terms of that's where our community ambassadors are based, and I'll talk more about the ambassadors. But our main primary objective is looking at health inequality needs of the South Asian communities in England, and our kind of focus is around being as I said, we're a patient carer-led organisation, which means we listen, understand and advocate the needs of our communities, particularly from a lived experience. So I've kind of started to ensure that we have the key messengers, the right messengers of people who've gone through diabetes, people who are going through organ donation or a transplant, people living with renal issues. So our community ambassadors are people who are made up of people who had an organ transplant or currently waiting, or their families who have kind of lost somebody but donated. And these are the valuable ambassadors that continue spreading the word of organ donation as a gift of life. Myself, I'm a type 2 diabetic. So about 4 years ago, we set up a lived experience peer-led South Asian diabetes group in Leicester. So again, we know diabetes is prevalent within our community. So trying to look at how we peer and support each other to manage better. Our new kind of focus has been around mental health. My earlier career was in being an Asian drug and alcohol counselor and then worked in mental health. So I was passionate about mental health. And in the last 2 years with the COVID, the pandemic, we've seen an increase of anxiety, depression. And as you've heard from previous colleagues in last week, and in terms of the work they've been doing to help get mental health and support mental health. So we've got our mental health ambassadors. These are people in the community who hopefully could help us break stigma around mental health, because there's still stigma, but also they could be closer to people who need support and then help get the right support and use self-care techniques, which again we share with people who we come across with. And because we're a patient care-led organization, we need our medical advisors who actually are the experts. They kind of help us to ensure we can do our advocacy work with healthcare professionals as one of our partners. So focus is diabetes. We've got a virtual group for diabetes and kidney patients. Our kind of focus has been around the importance of organ, blood and stem cell donation. As I mentioned, in the UK, the law changed in 2020. We're automatically now are going to be organ donors. So that's useful, but we still need to be having conversations with families to ensure that their loved ones' wishes are honoured. But the reason why I say this is because within the South Asian community and other communities, we're more likely to, because of the health conditions that we face, are more likely to be needing an organ, God forbid, if not managed properly. So that's why it's important that we get, this message out wide in the community. And then I mentioned about collaborating with healthcare professionals. Our kind of vision is around engaging. So that's where we engage to create the discussions and to facilitate attitudes and behavior change in health that we try and manage. We've got to educate our communities, our people, educate our healthcare professionals as well, because we've got to do it together. It can't be just done to us as patients, but we've got to collaborate. And that's why this work around educating the communities, as well as the healthcare professionals and the decision makers. But for us, it's more about educating on prevention and management of the conditions that we come across and we suffer and live with. It's no point just educating if we can't empower them, and empowering in terms of, we've given you the information, what you're going to do about it, how you're going to spread it, cascade it, and share it to get the education wider into your community, into your networks, into your friends. And finally, we were seeing that our communities were not really engaged in clinical studies, in research. There was a lack of diversity of voices. So we now kind of do more work with research organizations, universities, and various institutions to ensure that they can get access to some of the communities that we work with who may be interested in getting involved in the clinical studies or the research, but they just don't know about these opportunities. So we do a lot of work around research as well. And that's where our fourth E is around exploring opportunities. So as I mentioned, the government have got this health inequalities priority, and it came about because obviously COVID, but this new framework around Core 20+5 is really focusing on 5 key, looking at the clinical areas of health inequalities, but the 5 key areas, maternity, which we know that there is still an impact in particularly women from, we call them obviously the diverse, racialized, minoritized communities. Mental illness is also, a big challenge for the communities as well, and generally services, because of what we've heard previously around waiting lists, big waiting lists, access to, counseling support, access to various specialist support in mental health is a challenge. So again, that's the second key, the +5 clinical area that we are now focusing on. The third is around respiratory, because of what we've seen with COVID, but prior to that, the fourth is around cancer, and cancers, we're still finding our communities are presenting late for late diagnosis. So by that time, the stage is late stage, they've got to stage 4, and then sadly, it's a bit late. So we need to ensure that the communities access screening in a timely manner. They're aware of what screen they're entitled to. And finally, hypertension, in terms of that's one of the fifth area. So we're working with our local NHS systems to ensure that they have to, we engage with our communities, we engage with our networks to ensure that they are aware of the clinical areas of health inequalities and try and ensure better access to services. Just going through some of the collaboration projects we've been working on, I've mentioned mental health. We carry out consultation around transformation of mental health services locally. So we've been involved in consultation of what communities like to see in terms of mental health services. A speaker earlier spoke about long COVID. So we're doing a long COVID project within the South Asian community to find out how are they accessing long COVID clinics, what are their challenges, and we found we were finding that there's still long waiting lists for long COVID clinics and support. So using this platform of looking at alternative ways of helping people, the meditation, the yoga, the breathing exercises is something that we need to ensure gets into the NHS a lot more. And, like Keith said, getting into the NHS, because everything is around evidence-based, it sometimes becomes a challenge. So we need to keep persevering and keep going on and proving that this works. So, and then as I mentioned, we started to train wellbeing ambassadors, working with Yaya Life in India. Again, they've got self-care packages, so we've decided that would be the right tool to use and help. And then we work with universities around vaccine hesitancy, because that's been a kind of big challenge within certain communities. And then, our collaborative community events, these have been mainly online over the last couple of years because of COVID, but we kind of constantly now wanting to ensure the work we do is further. We feel collaboration is key, so want to get others working with us on our journey of the projects and the areas that we cover. So I'm going to just finish off by saying that our future plans is we want to continue collaborating with our Healing Our Earth families, because this kind of transforming integrated health is valuable for us as patients, for communities and healthcare professionals, all working together for the common cause, as Dr. Honey said earlier. We're working on this course 20+5, which I've just mentioned. We've got a vaccination confidence program that currently we're training community champions to go and engage with their communities and talk about what are the hesitancies around vaccines, have they been vaccinated, and have the kind of information so they can make an informed choice. We're working on mental health in terms of transforming community-based services that are made more culturally sensitive and meeting the needs, and hopefully address stigma. Finally, we will continue to grow our ambassadors. So anyone listening to this platform today or this event, we would welcome people coming forward who have got some of the going through the challenges that I've mentioned around waiting for a transplant, or sadly lost somebody but went on to donate, and then the other conditions which we'll continue to work on from a patient community voice. And finally, we've been trying to increase diversity of patient carers in clinical studies and research, because that's where for our future generations, we need to ensure if we don't engage in these studies and the research, that won't benefit our future generations. We have to do it for our future generations. So that's why it's important going forward and taking part. But the challenge is not knowing about these opportunities. I'm going to stop there because I've gone through my slides and I'm going to stop sharing. So that was the kind of trying to show our listeners we've got to empower ourselves. So why I've got into is if we don't empower our kind of families, our communities, and even as patients or carers or communities, we have to design our own kind of services that are going to meet the needs of our communities. But we can't do it on our own, but we've got to do it. And this platform today is a great start to ensure that we take this message into the schools, into the universities, into the medical colleges, and that way we could embed it early to those clinicians or practitioners coming out, so that they're actually aware of the work that needs to be embedded into their psychology of engagement. So I'm going to stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Kiriji. That is a huge spectrum of services and really truly serving the community and on a grassroots level, it seems. I would love to see some videos and photos of what you've done and what you achieved, what you documented. I'm sure you have a lot of that, and I really look forward to learning more about SAHA.
Definitely, we've got obviously the case studies, the video recordings, the photos of our community events, and in fact today we just had an event we had the Gayatri Parivar had an event and their leader from India was here. So we continue to promote our Hindus Embrace Organ Donation campaign. So we've actually created various campaigns to target different faith communities. So yeah, happy to share of our work and work with others, really.
Perhaps the next time. I do have a question about whether you've come across any adverse effects of the vaccine, because you talk about you have a vaccine confidence program so people can make informed choices. And as you know, there are several adverse effects as also already tabled in VAERS, the official adverse effects organization. So what do you do? Have you come across much of that? And what are you doing with that?
So part of the long COVID project that we were working on with the NHS was really because the South Asian communities and other communities were part of this program. We were trying to find how they're dealing with it, because obviously I've got family members who are now suffering with long COVID. So it was they weren't getting timely appointments or consultations that were post coming out of hospital. So that was one of the needs that we were trying to focus on, to ensure how do they access the services. But secondly, the confidence issue is something that they call it a confidence program, because they realize that certain communities are still not coming forward and they're still hesitant about the vaccination because of adverse effects like that you mentioned. And some people have told us that it's had they've had a reaction, so they've stopped. They've thought about, do they take the second and third? But again, what we've said to them is those reactions that they've had, it's important that we're not clinically trained, we're not medical experts. So you need to, obviously, here's the research points. These are some of the organizations that you may want to talk more about. And obviously, most importantly, talk to your medical professionals who are, to help you address that. But again, for us, the reason why we've trying to get the vaccination awareness in the community more, because we still know that there's certain populations and certain postcodes that in our city that haven't had the vaccination. So we need to have that dialogue with them to find out why, and if there is issues around confidence, issues around they've had a family member who had an adverse effect of it, then we need to capture that and feed that into where we need to feed it to, really.
Yes, that's very important, even statistically. In the spirit of collaboration, might I then connect you with the World Council for Health? We've just had Dr. Tess Laurie was on Healing Our Earth, I believe last week, the week before, because they had a incredible convergence of doctors and scientists, very knowledgeable in the cutting edge of spike proteins research and such. And so that might be useful for SAHA to be part of that and to collaborate with them, because they have done huge research on that. And it's worldcouncilforhealth.org. And they just had a conference called The Better Way in Bath last week. And so that could be very helpful for the people on ground who also are looking for information from both sides to balance.
Definitely. No, I did. I was connecting with Dr. Tessa when she was on the program last week, and we are due to have a conversation. But no, it's good to have that. And I would like to say that SAHA is a volunteer-led organization. We have no capacity paid staff, but we continue collaborate, and then that's how we our future plans is obviously we will work with other organizations because we can't do it all, but we can then collaborate and make sure that our goal is the same. We've got a common goal that we try and work on.
Right. And you say you're also integrating what we call more the embodiment practices like breathing and yoga and perhaps even Qigong. If you haven't, after today, you might do that. So you have.
So we've got what we call is that we encourage people who have got the long COVID to then signpost them to different activities like this. So there are lots of groups on Zoom that are doing meditation, yoga, breathing, and we've also have somebody who actually self-healed their COVID experience or COVID effects by practicing the breathing techniques, and now he's actually empowering others to say, this is how it's helped me, so you can try this. But yeah, so we kind of put it to people who have got the expertise to then help them signpost, because sometimes people don't know or are not aware of these activities that's going to help them with their long COVID as well.
That's right. Education and outreach is really important. I see that's your great strength. Could you speak about your experience with the organ donorship? Because that's an issue for many people, and it really needs to go back to the detoxification and purification of our organ system. And so by doing that, perhaps we might not need so much of that invasive surgery. What do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's very important and great that if people can they look at their lifestyle and look at their health and how they could be more living to manage to protect their organs better, would then help to not needing a transplant or their organs failing. So I think that's kind of that education, that awareness, prevention is better than cure. But I think the cohort of people that are ambassadors, sadly, they've some of them are still have been healthy, but then sadly their renal functions or their other organs have failed because of other illnesses that have occurred. So which something that they couldn't prevent. But again, it's important that the awareness, the prevention is key to helping people look at living their life and their lifestyle and making the changes to be more protective of their organs.
Yes, indeed, to do a holistic approach for that. And in your midwifery project, is it based on natural birthing or water births?
So basically, that the maternity, the one is 1-5 clinical areas. So we are working on. We've only just started because we were selected in Wave 2 with 2 other partners. So we will now be looking at how that's taken forward. But when we did a consultation with our local hospital, because they were reconfiguring services, we were asked to consult the South Asian communities in Leicester, and this is the kind of feedback that we got from particularly on the maternity side. So we recognise that that's why the 5 clinical areas that I've presented, maternity is one, because we're seeing more disparities and lots of deaths around that. So more work needs to be done with the community. So it's still early days, but we'll be happy to share some of that as the program unfolds.
Yes, we look forward to that indeed. And mental health is, of course, very key right now for everyone.
Very much so. And again, it's the challenge is really, we don't want to talk about it, or the work I've been doing in mental health is I've seen that we access services at crisis point. So by that time, because the families are trying to not wanting other families to know, or their friends, so they try and deal with it within the 4 walls. But by that time, sadly, it's gone too late, or it gets to crisis. So we've got to. That's why our community mental health ambassadors it's key to have more people in the community, somebody to turn to talk to, and help them. If they do need specialist support, then it's important that they can be accessing those services. But the importance of our ambassadors, so those services recognize that a big brother, a big sister is actually helping that individual who's going through those challenges. And we have our ambassadors are people who have gone through their own challenges, through whether it's domestic abuse, whether it's losing somebody sadly to suicide, or somebody who's gone through their own mental health experiences or challenges that they've suffered. So these are our ambassadors are people who have got that lived experience, who can help and kind of share what they've gone through and help others, really.
Yes, that we found the increase in domestic violence and suicide. And with that, I would like to, thank you so very much, and call upon Kaval, the next person, because he's had to deal with some serious issues as well. And gang fights and violence and so on. So I thank you so much. Please stay and to participate, and till the next time with the wealth of your knowledge. Thank you, Katie. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kaval. Would you like to come on and introduce yourself? My goodness, I was reading about you having to deal with gang fights, violence, knives, a lot of that. And how did you come to do this?
The idea for 8pm UK, it was formed quite a few years ago through help from local people like Kiri, organizations like South Asian Health Action. He's been, I have to start off by thanking him. With all of his help, our 8pm UK has grown massively over the last 2 years. We were very fortunate to work with so many youth in such a short period of time in our infancy as well. And I think working with the youth, that led us automatically to the issues that they're facing on the streets. And it's an unfortunate thing to have to say that it's not a direction we necessarily wanted to go down, but ultimately through helping youth, this is one of the biggest issues we face on a daily basis. And gang violence, knife crime, gun crime, some of the things you mentioned there, suicide, a lot of that is linked. Sometimes peer pressure from gangs, etc., leads people down that path, which unfortunately may end up in a circumstance where a life is taken, either intentionally, unintentionally, or through suicide, however it may be. But the important thing to remember is that we've lost another youth's life, and I think it's happening too often within our streets. It's not being addressed, it's not being recognized as much as it should be, because ultimately, when we reflect back on life, it's about the cycle of life, about each generation, they produce the next generation, who then go on to produce the next. And this is the way of the world. It's the way of nature, as it should be. And I think our generations are doing it. I wouldn't want to say we're doing a terrible job. I just don't think we're paying enough attention. I think there's too many distractions at the moment. And the reason I work with organizations like South Asian Health Action is because of the experience that people like Kirit bring. A lot of the youth we work with, they talk to us about mental health issues, and like you were mentioning, the gang violence, and we can go into the different reasons why they end up in these situations. But ultimately, the reason we're on this program today, and from our point of view, from 8pm UK, we want to help the youth that are in schools today through their own social action, because we need to be able to teach them. Unfortunately, if we create the processes and the procedures for them, by the time we recognize the problem and we put a solution out there, that trend has already changed. We're missing it and whatever the situation is, we're letting it grow before we found the solution. Whereas by working with the youth, what we found is we're part of that trend. We help to grow within that trend, so we know how to address it while we're dealing with it, and opening up those communication barriers that exist at the moment between I wouldn't want to put an age range on it, but if I necessarily had to, I would say the 30+ generation and the under 30s. The way we communicate, the under 30s at the moment, access to drugs, access to weapons, to all sorts of things, and the exposure that they're getting at the moment. We've never had a generation that's been born with the internet at their fingertips. These are the first generations that we've got, that we're witnessing now. And I don't think it's not just about the internet, because the internet affects everyone, but because it's affecting everyone's mindset, ultimately it's going to affect the youth and the exposure they get. Some simple examples, if you've got close friends that you might share an intimate joke with, that you might think it's not rude or anything, but adult appropriate, if for want of better words. You might share it on your timeline. People get used to these kind of things. We all read jokes that adults might share with adults, but we forget the youth that are on our timelines and on our networks, on our friend zones, or when they open our phones and play with things. They're a lot faster and a lot quicker at using the things that we wouldn't even know about. So they could see a lot of things on our phone. We end up encouraging them in different ways. TV, internet, the songs we listen to. Another quick example, a #1 song, Ed Sheeran. I'm pretty sure anyone in the room right now, anyone who listens, we've all heard of Ed Sheeran and probably at some point sang along to one of his songs or something. He introduces new rappers into that because he's bringing in a new genre of music. He wants to get down with the cool kids, or whatever they want to call it nowadays. So he brings in someone called Stormzy, and Stormzy's popular in his own right. We're not going to say he's not, but it's introduced to an audience that would normally be associated with Ed Sheeran. Now we're mixing genres of music, and what they're doing is they're exposed to someone. Because of Ed Sheeran, that song goes to #1. It's called London View or I Love London, something along those lines a couple of years ago. Anyone on Google can go and search their lyrics, and Stormzy, through slang, he's talking about how he can send hitmen with shotguns to kill someone if they've got a problem. This is a song that's #1, playing on radio, but because of the manner of speak and the slang, people aren't recognizing. And the last thing, just going on from that point, is that this genre of music, drill, it's all about murder. It's murder music, and anyone who wants to search drill music, it's global. It's not UK, it's not New York, it's not Chicago, it's global. We've got gangs in Sweden, in France, and they're living. It's a drill lifestyle, and it's all about murder. It's all about killing, and it's being desensitized through our youth without us even noticing what they're talking about. So
I'm so glad that, Cavell, I'm so glad that we're deep diving into this, really, because as a counselor, of course, I've been observing and being part of the whole thing and working with youth as well who are addicted. And there's so many aspects that we can really discuss. First, let's get to the music aspect. It's so subliminal, right? It's been drumming into our subconscious. It's subliminally, like you said, you don't even need to know the lyrics. The rhythm may be right, and the glamour aspect. Okay, I'm very aware of the MTV culture. I could have been a VJ. I was in one of the first videos of MTV. So yeah.
Wai Ching, let's not mention any names or anything because we are not allowed to, but we can just talk in general. Over to you.
Oh, sorry, yes.
So we're not supposed to mention names. Even I suppose we're not supposed to mention names of the musicians and the singers. So, but anyway, we're talking about the genre of music, and it is very true that the subliminal persuasion that is drumming into the children and the young people and through the internet. And how do we actually bring their attention to it? That what is this message that's actually being drummed in, and how can they be aware of that, and what can they do? And that brings us back to, we'll bring in Niman later to discuss mindfulness. And we have to make them aware of this. And also we have to address the issues of the parents and the influence or the lack of influence of parents, and also maybe some poverty issues that we look into the social fabric where there may be more attractive and finding glamour and finding family with gangs, with peers, and you go do adventurous things. I know as kids, we always go out into the wild and, we look at and we are exploring, and that could lead to a lot of very interesting adventures, right? That could lead down the path. Now, it's part of human nature to do that. So how are you addressing that? And youth is passion. Youth is exploration. Youth is checking things out and getting into that beat of the music, and being part of that. So how do we come with the solutions?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. In fact, one of the projects that we've created is called Project EANC. It's Project Embedding a New Culture. Now, this project is based around a recent government strategy that was put out. It's a 10-year strategy, an amazing strategy. It was given by Kit Malthouse to the Houses of Parliament in December. It's called From Harm to Hope. It's a 10-year strategy focusing on street crime, knife crime, gang culture, etc., all those things that we spoke about. But before that already, we were proposing this project that we've created, Embedding a New Culture. But with the release of that, we found synchronization with what the government are doing as well, because I think now this problem is being recognized in the background. But again, the biggest question is, how do we deal with it? And I think what we found is that working with the youth, we've got the I would say the benefit of being able to be on that front line and asking them how things work, why people are following certain trends. And again, it's very much similar, the answers to when we were younger. You know, if a trend comes out, there was punk, there was hip hop, there was Motown, there was disco. People followed trends, and you know, you dress the appropriate way, behave the appropriate way, talk the right slang, whatever it may be. And we'd noticed in schools there might be different groups, and you could see maybe they follow a certain genre of music, whatever it might be. Again, this has always existed, and you know, it continues to do so. However, from our point of view, what we want to do is we want to be there on that front line. And by embedding a new culture, one of the most important things you said there was parents and also the influences. So embedding a new culture, Project EANC, is going to be threefold. We're going to have 3 strategies in place at the same time. So on week 1, for example, when we ask the youth, what is the appeal of joining a gang? At the same time, while we're working with the youth answering that question for 1 week, through our parent focus group in the same week, we're asking, why are our youth joining gangs? And making a different point. It's an appropriate question to the demographic that we're working with, because obviously with parents, we need to know what are the influences. So the answers that come back from the youth, the answers that come back from the parents. And also, during that same week, it'll be promoted through the media. They'll be asking the question, why are our youth joining gangs? So no group feels targeted, not the parents, not the youth. Everyone's being asked the same question. But most importantly, the data and the information we collect back helps us each year as we go. We can grow with the youth. And each group that we work with, each year following on, there'll be a representative or an ambassador on how this project evolves and the changes we need to make. There is no simple answer. There is no quick solution, overnight solution. This is about culture. This is about trends. This is about life. And unfortunately, youth will always be youth. There is that point where they get to a stage where they need to be educated, but they need the right education. They need the right influences, the right role models, the right inspirations, the right community, the right society around them. And we need to start right at the core within all of us working together as a community. So here in Leicester, we're going to start Project Embedding a New Culture. We'll be working with organizations like South Asian Health Action to, we're training youth mental health ambassadors that work on a peer-to-peer basis, as well as the adults that we're working with to train. We'll have the same in terms of gang culture. We'll have the same in terms of life skills, connecting with nature. A lot of the youth we work with, they've never seen a river. They've never seen an animal apart from a cat, a bird, or a dog. You know, they were the main 3 animals that they've seen in the inner city areas, believe it or not. They've not seen any other animals. And these things we need to, how can you appreciate the world and the nature and the beauty around you if you've never seen it and never touched it, never, you know, been taken out and been able to enjoy that beauty. So as with all the negative there, the positive is there. We need to connect together with everything around us. We're being divisive in so many different ways through so many trends and different things. We need to focus on a more positive, empowering and supportive culture for the youth that's created by the youth. And this will be done through schools, through youth-led social action programs that people like Kirit and myself will create with the youth ourselves. And again, you know, thank you to organizations like that. And if there are any other organizations out there listening that think they can support us with this, you know, we'd be glad to hear from them. This isn't a exclusive project. It's very inclusive, and it takes everyone. It takes every parent. It takes everyone in the media. It takes anyone who can be a role model, whether that's someone from you know, a poverty background, whatever it might be. I don't want to pull out because it's everyone. There is no divisive, yeah.
Yes, really appreciate the way that you have framed it, because it comes from neutrality, it comes from huge compassion, from of the heart, and also to just provide simple solutions like going out in nature. And another one is actually to work with the soil and to connect with the earth by gardening and by growing your own foods and vegetables. So, and very simple solutions, but very powerful, and addressing the parents in that way, and to starting the communication to address, the conversation from both sides, and with the same questioning. I appreciate that way. Very good protocols indeed. And I see Kirit has raised his hand. He would like to comment.
I think, Dr. Lee, you mentioned about solutions, and I think just touch briefly around the social action projects that the young people are devising in your part of your National Citizenship Service program that you work in schools with. So that'll be
by
useful,
themselves.
Yeah. So Project EANC, Embedding a New Culture, what that will be part of, and what we're doing at the moment since last year, luckily, as Kirit mentioned there, a lot of the youth we worked with through the NCS programs that take place around the country. And like I said, we were very fortunate to work with around 1,500 youth, even through restriction periods. Some of these youth, so passionate, they created their own causes and issues that they felt that needed to be addressed. Now, this is from a youth voice. We felt like we want to support them. So we asked them to think about the issues that were most important to them. And they created projects around knife crime gang culture, around domestic abuse, around ending period poverty, so to deal with sanitary products and young women. Again, an issue that I wasn't even too aware of, but these youth have taught me so much about this that I'm very passionate about this, and it's something I really want to support them with. So when I see that passion in the youth, it automatically it brings it out in me. And I think supporting them in issues that are important to them is one of the key ways how we can connect with them, but also influence them and teach them on how helping the community, how doing something for this world is so positive and rewarding in itself. Hopefully we can create a more positive environment doing that. So yeah, a lot of projects, like I said, gang culture, domestic abuse, ending period poverty. There was online bullying and hate crimes as well. So these are all youth-led projects that we're supporting at the moment, led by the youth, and we're going to continue to do that through embedding a new culture, but just on a bigger level. And like I said, hopefully addressing it at different levels now with the parents, with the media, so we can have the whole community talking about it, but from different aspects, from a different angle, and really get that data back and see what we can do about creating a more positive culture here in Leicester.
Here we talk about more positive energy. That's like, I would like to invite Nima Patel to talk about her positive practice of mindfulness and how she has used this to support so many young people. Nima, please, welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here. Thank you so much, Git, for inviting me to speak. So my name is Nima Patel. I'm a former primary school teacher, and I'm now founder of children's mindfulness brand. It's called Mindful Champs. And the whole mission behind Mindful Champs is to really help enhance children's well-being and their mental health as well. The reason I really started it in the first place is because actually through my own experience as a teacher, and Keval, a lot of things that you actually said really resonated with me as well, because after having actually worked with the children myself, I really realized that there was a gap in the curriculum itself in actually teaching children about, emotional intelligence, emotional regulation. And I believe that just like maths, just like a child learns how to count, or just like a child learns how to read, emotional regulation and intelligence is a skill that we need to be teaching children. Sorry?
No, I said absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and I think working in an inner city London school at the time, there was obviously a lot of issues that children were going through within their own homes. And I felt that there wasn't enough resources within the actual school itself to actually support. And of course, environment is such a big factor in actually supporting these children in the first place. So Mindful Champs is really kind of like to bridge that gap that I felt like the school wasn't able to provide. And the reason I actually started in COVID, because I guess COVID was a bit of an accelerator to that dream that I had. And you know, mental health, it became a conversation that was a little bit more openly had. People were beginning to understand the meaning of it. They were actually experiencing it themselves, being at home, you know, struggling themselves, not being able to see family, not being able to see friends, children not being able to physically go within the schools. And it just became a topic that actually became quite big. And I felt at that time, it just felt like the perfect time to kind of, you know, create a brand around something that would be supporting children a little bit more.
Right, brilliant. So you say children, what age groups are they?
So our products actually, so right now we're still in the process of actually creating products. So I've actually got a few here. So the first product was actually a mindfulness journal. It's actually closed. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to open it. So basically what this journal is, this was our first product. And what it really is, it's just literally a daily check-in. So children are able to focus on 3 things that they're grateful for. They're able to hashtag an affirmation of the day to build a bit of self-confidence. They're able to put down how they're feeling on that day. They have gratitude challenges. There's lots of different things, actually. There's positive thinking statements. So lots of different activities to actually help that child have a bit of self-reflection and yeah, have a bit of time to themselves to actually really, you know, be a bit mindful and just for literally 5 to 10 minutes a day, just to really kind of reflect on how they're feeling. And then actually recently we've just created our new flashcards. So these are actually character building flashcards. And the whole purpose and motivation behind that was, again, something that I felt was actually very lacking in the curriculum as well. It's actually character building and helping children build character. I feel like we always tend to ask children, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up? Do you want to be a doctor? Do you want to be whatever it might be? But we're actually never asking children what type of people they want to be. Who do they want to be? And so these flashcards actually just really help build character. So it's actually focusing on different character traits, and behind them they're actually kind of giving examples of the character traits for children to, you know, to start to focus on. So yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of an example of the types of products that we do have. Again, this one is a grief journal, something that I actually suffered through the loss of my dad, and at the age of 27, and at that time I really felt like I didn't actually know how to cope. A big part of that is actually, again, I felt like we hadn't actually been given the tools to cope as a child. And again, Mindful Champs is really kind of bridging that gap. So it's helping the child go through grief, understand their feelings, what grief is. Because I think we always try to kind of hide children away from their pain, which I really actually strongly am against, because in life, as we all know, we will all suffer pain. We will all, you know, experience difficult, challenging life events, challenging people. And I think it's really important to actually, rather than, you know, hiding children away from that, actually supporting them, guiding them, giving them that space to actually be able to, you know, understand what they're actually dealing with, and giving them the tools to deal with it in the first place.
I so agree with you, you know, that we think that all children should be good. You know, you can see them fight in the playground. They're pulling the toys away. They're not sharing. They're beating each other up. And this is human nature acting itself out. And so really these tools are so important. I really thank you for putting this out there to really help people cope with our own human feelings. And I'm sure, like with the knife fights, like Cavell talked about, you know, there must be grieving, and should one of their peers die or get hurt, and most people don't know what they're getting into. They're just reacting rather than responding.
Yes.
First of all, to themselves.
Definitely, yeah. And I think that's a big part of self-regulation in actually a child I mean, if a child isn't able to regulate themselves emotionally, naturally they'll start to suffer with mental health problems. They'll have issues with their peers. They'll have issues with the parent-child relationship. They might suffer tantrums, and it will affect so many different areas of their lives, including academics as well, because they'll be struck with anxiety as opposed to being able to actually, concentrate on their work as well. So I really believe, self-regulation is such a big part of it's a skill, it's a developmental milestone that children really need to be able to kind of come to terms with. But actually, I read on the actual early years curriculum, I've actually got it over here as well, the framework itself actually specifically states that between the age of 22 to 26 months, children should have a growing ability to distract themselves when upset. So when they're upset, to distract themselves and engage in a new play activity, which I personally thought was quite shocking.
That's why I was like,
yeah. So rather than actually teach the child to focus on that feeling in that moment and to actually help them process it, help them express it, help them, really regulate that emotion when it's come in that moment, actually what the framework actually states is the child needs to be able to distract themselves. So as a child, that might initially be distract themselves with a toy, but when the child grows up, that distraction becomes maybe overworking or drinking or drug abuse. Distraction just changes over time, which that is something that I'm really trying to work towards, because I really want that actually removed from the curriculum.
Perhaps you can comment on that to them, because when you were reading it to me, I was going like, how am I going to respond to this? It's not distraction that we want. It's really transmutation and changing that. And also going back to the deep as a healer, that we go into the birth experience even of the mother and the father and the family matrix that they came into straight away. Children pick up, right, all the subconscious information in the air, and they are already being programmed, or we are. But that's, again, we say it's human nature. I always say that's the nature of being, but then doesn't mean that we don't strive for the better. But we are already programmed, and how do we support that well-beingness in this way? And I have a question here from Madanji, and he asks, do boys and girls react in the same way to such stresses?
So in terms of boys and girls, there'll definitely be a difference in terms of, even if you just look at society's expectations of a girl reacting to an emotion and a boy reacting to an emotion, especially in the Asian culture, even more specifically, boys are actually, they're taught to suppress their emotions. Boys shouldn't cry. Boys shouldn't, come across as weak. And I think nowadays it's definitely becoming more, men especially, they're actually becoming more encouraging men to actually speak about their emotions more, rather than kind of, but even if you look at social groups, men are very less likely to speak to their peers about their feelings, their emotions. It's very kind of like, let's talk about something else, let's distract ourselves, let's go out, have a good time.
And don't cry.
Whereas women are definitely more, they will naturally, talk about their feelings, they'll naturally talk about their emotions more. So in that sense, environment plays such a big part in men and women and how they cope with their emotions. But even, genetically, there will be a difference.
Yes, I understand also, like in Japan, when I was studying this, in terms of nonviolent languaging and upbringing. So, the Japanese also, at age 3 or so, the mothers are encouraged not to pick up the children, not to pick up the boys, and to say, you're a big boy now, mommy's not going to carry you. And what is that message telling that boy? And the boy is allowed to hit the mother. Wow. Yes, without any kind of stoppage from the mother. The mother will just allow the little boy to hit the mother for not picking him up. And so imagine the sense of abandonment
Yeah.
at that age and the kind of consequences it has in that culture. I won't go into that. But
even the subliminal messages that you're actually passing on to that child, they're obviously carrying on, because obviously at a young age, the child's brain is still developing, and it's actually forming that blueprint to what they actually carry on to their adult lives. So if you're, creating that blueprint of don't speak about your emotions, it's not right, it's not normal, boy should be this, boy should be that, that's the blueprint that they're forming. And then it's very difficult to change that later on in life. It's obviously the brain's still developing until the mid-20s, but still it becomes more and more difficult to actually change that blueprint.
Well, that's why they're therapists. And
exactly, yeah.
Right. And Madanji, would you like to engage in this? And you were saying, otherwise Lata has a question or a comment.
Thank you. Why, thank you. Nina, you were so clear in how you presented this stuff. And also I want to say special thanks to Keval. Keval, thank you so much for giving us those fine details from within society. I put in the chat box here, Nina, a program called Friends. I shared this earlier in the day.
Okay.
Fostering resilience, inclusive education, and non-discrimination in schools. The reason why I put in there is if you go into the resources section, the link there, you will find some very valuable short videos. It was a very fascinating program where they took a protocol. This is all to do with calming the mind. And they first experimented with this protocol in Portugal, in Algarve, in a deprived school, because the headmaster didn't know what to do. He had all these problem children, and he didn't know what to do. He said, "Give me any help, I'll accept it." He didn't believe what, he didn't even know what meditation was. He said, "Just do it, because whatever is going to help my school, I'll accept." And lo and behold, what came out is all the problems in the school, attendance, violence, everything stopped. And slowly, teachers who didn't want to come to school to teach, they transformed. They felt. And the bit I want to convey is they took this protocol that was used for school children, and the same protocol, they took it to a prison in Alexandria in Italy. The same protocol that was used for school children, they took it up. And you will see some recordings there on from prisoners talking about how it changed their life.
Wow.
These are examples, best practice, which we could learn from. And thank you for sharing. I particularly want to thank Keval and also Kirti for excellent. I'm sitting here and learning so much. We have an ongoing interaction with some people in the Midlands. I'm stuck here in Cambridge, and we want to, they're interested in putting this community stuff, and what you've presented and how you've made your website and everything is so wonderful. So thank you again. Thank you. I just wanted to share, this is for Nima, just that little, the links to the Friends final conference, and then short recordings there. We can connect with their team. They were inspired by the Montessori schools,
Yeah.
And the Montessori, so the program was centered around the place where the Montessori schooling system began. So they were partners of this program. Something like this. This was completed 2019, so it's still kind of trendy stuff.
Wow, thank you. I'll definitely check that out.
There's a place. There's a place somewhere in the north. I will try and get the details. See if I can get it now, and I'll share this with you. But thanks to Keval, very, very clear presentation, Keval. We are fortunate that we come from a culture that has a deep ballast and balancing personality and all this, but somehow we don't know how to connect with it. And I think Nima's comment about literacy. I think there are a lot of aspects of not just health literacy, but also many other dimensions of that literacy. I like what you said, Nima, about how you're not, as children, we are not taught about these things. And your father's demise, and you didn't know how to cope with this because nobody told you about these things.
Yeah.
And if somebody told, I have a 30-year-old daughter, I always say, one of these days I'm going to die, what are you going to do? So, preparing those people preparing young people to think about this. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Manaji. Thank you so much. And this very cogent conversation. And move to Lata. You have your hand raised.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. It's been amazing, mind-blowing again, wonderful energy. And thank you very much. Is it Kirit, Kaval, and Nima? In particular, I was, sort of taken by awe because I just got a few questions. I mean, I love your project. It's perfect. I think it's a wonderful solution to get this workshops in the workbooks in the hands of students and young ones, and get them to think like, Mr. Madan just said, what are you going to do when I die? It gets them to think, doesn't it? That workbook will make them sort of work it out and play it out of their system. But I just, what was I going to say about the fact that men and women are different in how they approach it is causing a big problem in how we can deal with it, because it's the women who want to talk about it, but if the men, hold back, then it's not going to work. And that's where the problem is. Pardon?
The eternal issue.
Exactly. It's such a huge problem that they've got to be honest when they talk as well, so that we can solve the problems in a dignified and respectful manner. And I'm sure they want to talk about it, but they're just shy, maybe. I don't know.
I think it's also really important, actually, I think there's a conditioning that men and women have. Even women, actually, I think there's a conditioning that we have for men to be stronger, for men to be, like a rock. They don't, they're emotionally more resilient. So as much as we are kind of encouraging men to speak about their emotions and be more vocal and express themselves, when they do, we're actually a little bit lost. We're kind of like, okay, wait, this is a little bit too much. So I think it's also on women to actually, allow them to express it, and actually for us to also try to break away from our conditioning as well, because if they're trying to do it, we have to also allow them to do it as well. Because
I must say the new generation of mothers and the recent the last few decades, mothers have been very much involving the sons, and restructuring. The educated and intelligent women will do that, but the ones who've not got the good role models, or who can't think for themselves, and who are in a deprived state of mind because of their mother or whatever, lack of determination or whatever the reasons are, there are genes that play in this as well, take part in all of this. But it's a nice way to get things out in the open more, to educate the mothers to
definitely because modeling behavior is the biggest way to actually help a child and support a child, because if they can see the parent or the teacher or the adult regulating their own emotions, expressing and being vocal about their emotions, and actually working things out for themselves, they're actually modeling that behavior, and a child will naturally then start picking up on it. So modeling behavior is one of the strongest ways actually to actually help a child regulate themselves. So totally
and speaking psychologically, you know, one trait that has surfaced strongly to be discussed, very important, is the label narcissism. And it's a very important labeling, because it is reflecting so much of the relationships, from leadership to governmental leaderships to politics to everything, is that there is this sense of entitlement in a way, and then there's a sense of like me, you know, that attitude that actually leads to the glamorous lifestyle of a gangster, perhaps, you know. And I think that's very important to look at this time, that why is there so much like self involvement, not the higher self, but the ego self. And I think that's
so it's so true. I think the ego usually serves to protect ourselves, but it's about, I guess, separating the self from the ego, and actually also just educating people a little bit more about the ego, the self, and how that actually plays a role in blocking a lot of our opportunities and our growth, and as well. I think a lot of people aren't educated enough about it.
Mm-hmm. And you're starting, let's say in your playbook, I call it, that I see that's about listening, right? Listening.
Yeah.
I think Esquivel said we need to create those role models. The problem is that, you know, and even the work we've been doing in terms of getting the men to talk more about their emotions, their feelings, is we have to create those safe spaces, and that's the kind of those relationships we build to create the safe spaces is crucial. But we need then to have, you know, that support and education and working with the family. So it has to be done. It's a community challenge that we need to do it collectively. So, but the role models is very important as well.
Indeed, you know, in a family, they're not safe spaces for children to express themselves, you know, and sometimes the children are right. You know, I've observed that the children are saying, you know, they are, well, right in the sense that they have a right to their expressions, and the parents, because of their upbringing and the being oppressed, they're not letting the children express themselves, however it is. Of course, there's a fine line between throwing a tantrum in public and breaking things to just expressing oneself. And that is, I think, a real problem, because we see a lot as we grow up that, why am I born in this family? My parents are, I'm in the wrong family. And my parents are, you know, some of us. And these are the kids who go out to the streets because then they want to find, you know, coherence. And they said that my parents don't understand me, and I'm trying to express myself, but I'm not allowed to. And we haven't learned to modulate our voices, right? To not like be so expressive that it is perceived as anger, which we can call anger management. So that sort of training on how to speak from the heart and how to speak and modulate ourselves and really be clear, so that we can all communicate well, especially in families. I feel this always very important in families.
Definitely.
And yes, and is Dipti from Egypt? Yes, is there? And Dipti, I wanted to read what you wrote, which is beautiful in terms of solutions and positive music. She wrote, the combination of the right lyrics, rhythm, and instruments can build a group identity, stir strong emotions, engage audiences, and amass people to take action. This makes music the perfect partner for social change. In Africa, a variety of NGOs, bands, and activists are trying to make a difference through music. And I so agree with that, because I'm involved in that too. So Dipti, would you like to introduce yourself and say how you are involved in the solutions?
Hello, good evening from Egypt. This is Deepti Singh. I've been listening to you all wonderful people. I've been introduced to this by Mr. Neil Kumar from London. Thank you, Neil, for having me here. Actually, I was so intrigued by the talks we have been having, especially Dr. Kirit. I have actually a question. I've already put it in the chat, but I'll say it again. You talked about mental health. This is what was my, more focus was mental health, and people are a bit hesitant to talk about. And you have been working from, I believe, from quite many years about it. But my question is what we can do, or how are you working towards making it look, or, making it look as casual as physical health? Unless we understand that this is, normal to have mental illness, people will never come out and talk about it without hesitation, because this is still kind of a stigma in the society. Another thing, Dr. Wai Chang actually already read about it. I'm living in Africa, and I've been working with a lot of projects with Africans, along with their music. We have quite many, people working. We have many healers who are working in the herbal medicines and collaboration with Ayurveda. There are a lot of things I'm involved into, but that's not we are here to talk about. I really want to know more from. And I'm actually pretty impressed by Kevin, because he was talking about the animals. There's a book I was just reading about that was Homo Deus. I'm sure most of you must have read it. It has very clearly mentioned that we are so busy in domesticated the animals. So all domesticated animals, the population of them has been raising exponentially, and the opposite is happening to the actual wild animals. So yeah, I'm actually, that way you can say I'm pretty, not very happy with this, what has been happening. I myself has an academic career. I'm a physics head here. So I totally get along with what Nima said. So I'm so proud to be here, and I'm feeling really what I've been looking for, and this is the right platform for me. So yeah, Dr. Kirit, I have a question for you.
Thank you for promoting me as a doctor. I am not a doctor, but thank you for the question. The reason why we've gone around trying to create our own mental health ambassadors, or now we're calling them well-being ambassadors, is because we couldn't. In the UK, we have and it's now becoming international. It's called mental health first aid, and that's something that we couldn't afford to train our volunteers. So we looked around, and we were fortunate that in Dr. Nandini, Professor Nandini, who was here last week, I believe, she spoke about a program called World Health Organization's MH Gap, Mental Health Gap manual that was created particularly for Africa, Asia, low middle income countries, to look at building capacity and getting the discussions around mental health a bit more normalized. So when I found her, and lucky she was in our city, we said, can we train our own MH, mental health ambassadors? So that's what we did. And then the reason why is we need to have more people out there in the community having conversations. That's the only way we're going to be able to address the stigma or trying to normalize discussions, because we also realize that we need to have separate spaces for women only spaces, male only spaces, to create that confidence, but also creating that, letting people realize that it's good to cry, it's good to kind of share emotions, but do it in a space that we create. So, and then last week we had Dr. Falguni from India. We realized that they've already developed self-care packages on anxiety, on depression. So if we provided our ambassadors with that well-being ambassadors with these toolkits, at least then when they come out into the community, when they meet people, they can start to give some practical solutions as people from the community. So that's how we've tried to get discussions, normalizing the conversations. But we've got to start at home, and we've got to start how the work that is great to meet Nima and obviously Keval is that we need to start the work they do and the way they get the education out. We have to start working with not just the children, the young people, but also the families, because that's the only way we're going to get mental health a bit more normalized, but also recognizing that the challenge we have is a big one, because we keep ourselves, we suffer in silence, we keep everything in our four walls, it gets out of control, and then we end up having crisis interventions, which we have to then start to address. So I hope I've answered your question, but I think we've got to create our own, because in most countries, but particularly UK, we work on a deficit model, which is not very culturally sensitive or appropriate to the needs of the communities that we're trying to serve. So we've got to be the change and create models of engagement, of solutions from ourselves, and then get the institutions to embed them.
Thank you very much. Thanks indeed.
Thank you. We can just really delve even deeper into this issue of mental health and mental wellness and how human it is. But one consideration is that sometimes when we have to turn to pharmaceuticals, it can have an adverse effect as well. So do you also educate people on that? Because that's really important, because that actually has the opposite effect to actually stabilizing someone. Has there been research done by your organization, and then to go more towards the natural aspects of rebalancing?
No, in terms of the research, but it's something that obviously by working with the different organizations that we've connected with, that's something that obviously we want to try and create this research, because obviously, as I think Keith said earlier, we are connected with the National Institute for Health Research in the UK. We work with them, but sometimes trying to get alternative Ayurvedic or alternative kind of therapies as part of the recognition, it needs, go through a clinical study, etc. So these are the things that we need to work more on, and I think it's only by collaborating on this platform that we've done, we can start to put together a proposal to do that and get it kind of taken on. But it's something that we will, the connections we've made is useful to help our organization, but others, to get people to think about not just going down the pharmaceutical kind of route, but more healing themselves. And that's why the self-care healing is what we're trying to focus on.
Yes, beautiful, brilliant. And then once again, as we come to a close of this Healing Our Earth, this session of Integrated Health Forum, would you like to then, anyone, just have a few last words to the people who are out there other than the ones who are just in this Zoom room? Would you like to say anything, anyone? Yes, Lata, please.
Yeah, my observation is that there's a lot of fear behind what Kaival was talking about, and what Kirit is talking about, where families, there isn't a safe place in the family to voice your feelings and emotions and understanding, or it could be even not understanding or being confused and raise those questions. So I think a workbook there would also be partly a solution, to get families to communicate. And there's so many ideas. Once that we know that you're medium, the ideas will flow from persons like us, because we think of these solutions and we say, why wasn't it there, and because there are barriers there, and fear is one of the things that holds people back from engaging and finding a solution that will work. But I wanted to ask Kaival, basically, is he gone? Where the guys find the money to buy these weapons, and where they buy it, because obviously they're from backgrounds that are financially in difficulties. So a gun isn't cheap, I'm sure. And I don't know how they get money to buy it. and those kind of things, the drugs and all that.
Just on that question, I think Kaival has gone, but the challenge is the people use now that if you're a drug dealer, you're not going to deal yourself. You're going to get your people who are going to push for you. So they target younger people at an early age. So that's where sometimes they get the weapons from that route. And there's other avenues as well, but I think it's the most important is that the younger people, or people generally, everyone has access in their kitchen cupboards of various knives, you know, and again, it's something that we've got to be more mindful of, that, you know, when your child leaves home, you know, be observant around, are there anything missing from your kind of cupboards, because that's it could be a smaller kind of, you know, knife, but it's still something to bear in mind. But just going back to your question, Ben, it's more about young people are used by people who are going to be pushing for them, so the drug dealers or people who when they get involved in gangs, that's where their peer network emerges from, and that's where they have access to lots of different weapons and guns, etc.
Yes, I think we had a deeper conversation of the dynamics, because I'm aware of how I come from police family and aware of gangster culture as well, and also working like with families. Like this father had 21 guns in his house, and you know, if one went missing, I don't think it would be much missed. And so, and this little boy was very fascinated with knives. It's just naturally so because of that culture, and maybe in the DNA that was it passed down in the bloodline, you know. So we are complex beings, aren't we? So Deepti, would you like to say something before we close?
Yeah, sorry. Actually, yeah, with the youngsters, we have been talking about how they are behaving. They have been bullied. They have, you know, mental insecurities. They're under pressure. I believe somewhere down the line, we all elders are equally should be blamed for, because we are overly pampering the youngsters. They do not have any clue of the realities. Actually, even the child does very, you know, simple thing. We are overly pampering. Oh my God, well done. Even in schools, even in colleges, I would rather put it out for the schools, at home especially, in this generation. They get certificates and everything for very tiny things. So they are not aware of the real world. When they really face it, they are, you know, kind of, they feel it's not real. It cannot happen. They are so, I would say, they are giving themselves so much self-importance. They feel they're so important for everybody, which is not true for the life, you know. So when they're always, and we are always seeking for outer world, how they are treating. We need to teach our youngsters and ourselves the peace is inside. You know, if we are getting bothered by every little tiny thing, what is happening outside and outer world, then everything can be, you know, put blame for. Okay, because as in America recently happened in Texas, okay, he was bullied for years. I mean, bullying, I don't know what kind of, how much intensity was there. I'm not going for that case, but kids should be prepared for even bullying, basic teasing, getting failed for the exams, failure. They should be having some kind of, you know,
life training.
Yes, this is what I mean. They have to have life training. They should not be overly pampered for everything. Because of this, a lot of suicidal attempts are happening. When they do not get the jobs, they do not get the salaries, they are stressed. I mean, this has some root cause, and I think we should work on those root causes before we go further. I mean, what Kirit, I will say, Kirit is saying, yes, we need to work on mental health. We need to give a helping hand who are suffering from it. But if we go to the root cause, I think we can, quite an extent, we can, you know, have a lower percentage of what we are having now.
Yes, certainly. Then, so may I invite Nima? Are you there, Nima, to come on with us to complete and to close this? And I do hope that we deepen this conversation, because it's so important, and bringing Cavell back as well. And it's a very important issue, our next generation, as we speak about in this integrated health forum of Healing Our Earth is to create educational programs and really speak to the children and our youth for the next generation's leadership. So here we are. This is very important. And Nima, may I invite you to hold the space for me, with me, to do a mindfulness meditation?
Yeah.
We close this. And so sometimes I do the closing meditation. So I would like to invite you to do that for us. Everyone, yes. So we thank you all for joining us on the Integrated Health Forum of Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to all of you in cyberspace. And then we connect in our hearts and our minds, and we bring forth this transformative energies through our intention and through our heart emanations into the world. So thank you. And please, Nima, please go ahead with your meditation. And
you wanted me to guide the meditation?
Yes, indeed.
Oh,
we are the little children.
Oh, I've actually never done a guided meditation on Zoom.
On Zoom? Well, this is the first time then, shall we?
My first time. Would you like to do it? I'll let you lead it today.
Okay. So don't you just teach mindfulness meditation to the children?
I actually don't teach the mindfulness meditations, no. So it's actually something that I'm literally in the process of actually joining some training on. The meditation practice. So I'm not completely confident in that doing them yet.
I could just push you through the edge. However, let's join hands and let's join hearts, and you're welcome to connect with me, because that's what I do. I do teaching and
I definitely will get in touch.
So everyone, please just honoring each other in our hearts, whether with this gesture of prayer in our hearts or the spiritual warrior gesture of the open hand, the left, and the fist coming together, as you've seen us do in the previous conversation about Qigong. So this is to honor the spiritual warrior in each one of us as we go into the streets, just like Cavell and Kirit doing, also going out into the world, and each one of us being called to our destiny, our purpose in life, into our planet, and making changes in real ways, drawing in the energy as we breathe in and into our bodies, and feeling our feelings, feeling the energies moving through our bodies, the life force, the power within, and that each one of us has been called to do our soul work on this planet, healing our earth, and moving through space and time, and with light in our hearts, and the smile in our hearts and our lips and eyes. We send our light and our love to the world right now, to all the places, to all the people, situations which need our light. Taking deep breaths and sending the light out. Our bodies are our divine instruments of light, our chalices of change. Continue to take deeper breaths, bringing in the new light, the new matrix into our bodies, into the cellular realities, and embodying the change. That these conversations have ignited in our minds and our hearts and our bodies to make a difference in the evolution of humanity and of our planet, in healing our earth. We give thanks and gratitude and honor